Chapter 17. Locating the Hypothesis.
You start to see the pattern, hear the rhythm of the world.
Thursday, if you wanted to be specific, 7:24 a.m. on Thursday morning. Harry was sitting on his bed, a textbook lying limp in his motionless hands. Harry had just had an idea for a truly brilliant experimental test. It would mean waiting an extra hour for breakfast, but that was why he had cereal bars. No, this idea absolutely positively had to be tested right away, immediately, now. Harry set the textbook aside, leapt out of bed, raced around his bed, yanked out the cavern level of his trunk, ran down the stairs and started moving boxes of books around. He really needed to unpack and get bookcases at some point, but he was in the middle of his textbook reading contest with Hermione and falling behind, so he hadn't had time. Harry found the book he wanted and raced back upstairs. The other boys were getting ready to go down to breakfast in the Great Hall and start the day.
"Excuse me, can you do something for me?"
said Harry. He was flipping through the book's index as he spoke, found the page with the first 10,000 primes, flipped to that page, and thrust the book at Anthony Goldstein.
"Pick 2 3-digit numbers from this list. Don't tell me what they are, just multiply them together and tell me the product. Oh, and can you do the calculation twice to double-check? Please make really sure you've got the right answer. I'm not sure what's going to happen to me or the universe if you make a multiplication error."
It said a lot about what life in that dorm had been like over the past few days that Anthony didn't even bother saying anything like,
"Would you suddenly flip it?" Or, "That seems really weird. What are your reasons for asking?" Or, "What do you mean you're not sure what's going to happen to the universe?"
Anthony wordlessly accepted the book and took out a parchment and quill. Harry spun around and shut his eyes, making sure not to see anything, dancing back and forth and bouncing up and down with impatience. He got a pad of paper and a mechanical pencil and got ready to write.
"Okay," Anthony said. 181,429.
Harry wrote down 181,429. He repeated what he'd just written down, and Anthony confirmed it. Then Harry raced back down into the cavern level of his trunk, glanced at his watch. The watch said 4:28, which meant 7:28, and then shut his eyes. Around 30 seconds later, Harry heard the sound of steps, followed by the sound of the cavern level of the trunk sliding shut. Harry wasn't worried about suffocating. An automatic air-freshening charm was part of what you got if you were willing to buy a really good trunk. Wasn't magic wonderful? It didn't have to worry about electric bills. And when Harry opened his eyes, he saw just what he'd been hoping to see. A folded piece of paper left on the floor. The gift of his future self. Call that piece of paper Paper 2. Harry tore a piece of paper off his pad. Call that Paper 1. It was, of course, the same piece of paper. You could even see, if you looked closely, that the ragged edges matched. Harry reviewed in his mind the algorithm that he would follow. If Harry opened up Paper 2 and it was blank, then he would write 101 times 101 down on Paper 1, fold it up, study for an hour, go back in time, drop off Paper 1, which would thereby become Paper 2, and head on up out of the cavern level to join his dorm mates for breakfast. If Harry opened up Paper 2 and it had 2 numbers written on it, Harry would multiply those numbers together. If their product equaled 181,429, Harry would write down those two numbers on paper 1 and send paper 1 back in time. Otherwise, Harry would add 2 to the number on the right and write down the new pair of numbers on paper 1. Unless that made the number on the right greater than 997, in which case Harry would add 2 to the number on the left and write down 101 on the right. And if paper 2 said 997 times 997, Harry would leave paper 1 blank. Which meant that the only possible stable time loop was the one in which paper 2 contained the two prime factors of 181,429. If this worked, Harry could use it to recover any sort of answer that was easy to check but hard to find. He wouldn't have just shown that P equals NP once you had a time-turner. This trick was more general than that. Harry could use it to find the combinations on combination locks, or passwords of every sort. Maybe even find the entrance to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, if Harry could figure out some way of systematically describing all the locations in Hogwarts. It would be an awesome cheat, even by Harry's standards of cheating. Harry took paper 2 in his trembling hand and unfolded it. Paper 2 said, in slightly shaky handwriting, "Do not mess with time." Harry wrote down, "Do not mess with time," on paper 1 in slightly shaky handwriting, folded it neatly, and resolved not to do any more truly brilliant experiments on time until he was at least 15 years old. To the best of Harry's knowledge, that had been the scariest experimental result in the entire history of science. It had been somewhat difficult for Harry to focus on reading his textbooks for the next hour. That was how Harry's Thursday started. Thursday. If you wanted to be specific, 3:32 p.m. on Thursday afternoon. Harry and all the other boys in the first year were outside on a grassy field with Madam Hooch, standing next to the Hogwarts supply of broomsticks. The girls would be learning to fly separately. Apparently, for some reason, girls didn't want to learn how to fly on broomsticks in the presence of boys. Harry had been a little wobbly all day long. He just couldn't seem to stop wondering how that particular stable time loop had been selected out of what was, in retrospect, a rather large space of possibilities. Also, seriously, broomsticks? He was going to fly on, basically, a line segment. Wasn't that pretty much the single most unstable shape you could possibly find, short of attempting to hold on to a point marble? Who'd selected that design for a flying device, out of all the possibilities? Harry had been hoping that it was just a figure of speech, but no, they were standing in front of what looked for all the world like ordinary wooden kitchen broomsticks. Had someone just gotten stuck on the idea of broomsticks and failed to consider anything else? It had to be. There was no way that the optimal designs for cleaning kitchens and flying would happen to coincide if you worked them out from scratch. It was a clear day with a bright blue sky and a brilliant sun that was just begging to get in your eyes and make it impossible to see if you were trying to fly around the sky. The ground was nice and dry, smelling positively baked, and somehow felt very, very hard under Harry's shoes. Harry kept reminding himself that the lowest common denominator of 11-year-olds was expected to learn this, and it couldn't be that hard.
Stick out your right hand over the broom, or left hand if you're left-handed,
called Madam Hooch.
and say up.
Up! Everyone shouted. The broomstick leapt eagerly into Harry's hand, which put him at the head of the class for once. Apparently saying up was a lot more difficult than it looked, and most of the broomsticks were rolling around on the ground or trying to inch away from their would-be riders. Of course, Harry would have bet money that Hermione had done at least as well when it came to her own turn to try earlier in the day. There couldn't possibly be anything he could master on the first try which would baffle Hermione. And if there was, and it turned out to be broomstick riding instead of anything intellectual, Harry would just die. It took a while for everyone to get a broomstick in front of them. Madam Hooch showed them how to mount and then walked around the field, correcting grips and stances. Apparently, even among the few children who'd been allowed to fly at home, they hadn't been taught to do it correctly. Madam Hooch surveyed the field of boys and nodded.
Now, when I blow my whistle, you'll kick off the ground hard.
Harry swallowed hard, trying to quell the queasy feeling in his stomach.
Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2...
One of the brooms shot skyward, accompanied by a young boy's screams of horror, not delight. The boy was spinning at an awful rate as he ascended. They only got glimpses of his white face. As though in slow motion, Harry was leaping back off his own broom and scrambling for his wand, though he didn't really know what he planned to do with it. He'd had exactly 2 sessions of charms, and the last one had been the hover charm, but Harry had only been able to cast the spell successfully 1 time out of the 3, and he certainly couldn't levitate whole people.
If there is any hidden power in me, let it reveal itself now.
Come back, boy,
shouted Madam Hooch, which had to be the most unhelpful instruction imaginable for dealing with an out-of-control broomstick, from a flying instructor, and a fully automatic section of Harry's brain added Madam Hooch to his tally of fools. And the boy was thrown off the broomstick. He seemed to move very slowly through the air at first.
Wingardium Leviosa!
Screamed Harry. The spell failed. He could feel it fail. There was a thud and a distant cracking sound, and the boy lay face down on the grass in a heap. Harry sheathed his wand and raced forward at full speed. He arrived at the boy's side at the same time as Madam Hooch, and Harry reached into his pouch and tried to recall... Oh, goodness, what was their name? Never mind, he'd just try... Healer's Pack! And it popped up into his hand and...
Broken wrist,
Madam Hooch said.
Calm down, boy, he just has a broken wrist.
There was a sort of mental lurch as Harry's mind snapped out of panic mode. The emergency healing pack plus lay open in front of him, and there was a syringe of liquid fire in Harry's hand, which would have kept the boy's brain oxygenated if he had managed to snap his neck.
Ah!
Harry said in a rather wavering sort of voice. His heart was pounding so loudly that he almost couldn't hear himself panting for breath.
Broken bone. Right. Setting string?
That's for emergencies only,
snapped Madam Hooch.
Put it away, he's fine.
She leaned over the boy, offering him a hand.
Come on, boy, it's all right, up you get.
You're not seriously going to make him ride the broomstick again?
Harry said in horror. Madam Hooch sent Harry a glare.
Of course not!
She pulled the boy to his feet using his good arm. Harry saw with a shock that it was Neville Longbottom. Again. What was with him? And she turned to all the watching children.
None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are, or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear.
And Madam Hooch walked off with Neville, who was clutching his wrist and trying to control his sniffles. When they were out of earshot, one of the Slytherins started giggling. That set off the others. Harry turned and looked at them. It seemed like a good time to memorize some faces. And Harry saw that Draco was strolling towards him, accompanied by Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle. Mr. Crabbe wasn't smiling. Mr. Goyle decidedly was. Draco himself was wearing a very controlled face that twitched occasionally, from which Harry inferred that Draco thought it was hilarious, but saw no political advantage to being gained by laughing about it now instead of in the Slytherin dungeons afterwards.
"Well, Potter,"
Draco said in a low voice that didn't carry, still with that very controlled face that was twitching occasionally.
"Just wanted to say, when you take advantage of emergencies to demonstrate leadership, you want to look like you're in total control of the situation, rather than, say, going into a complete panic."
Mr. Goyle giggled, and Draco shot him a quelling look.
"But you probably scored a few points anyway. You need any help stowing that healer's kit?"
Harry turned to look at the healing pack, which got his own face turned away from Draco.
"I think I'm fine,"
Harry said. He put the syringe back in its place, redid the latches, and stood up. Ernie Macmillan arrived just as Harry was feeding the pack into his mokeskin pouch.
Thank you, Harry Potter, on behalf of Hufflepuff,
Ernie Macmillan said formally.
It was a good try, and a good thought.
"A good thought indeed," drawled Draco. "Why didn't anyone in Hufflepuff have their wands out? Maybe if you'd all helped instead of just Potter, you could have caught him. I thought Hufflepuffs were supposed to stick together."
Ernie looked like he was torn between getting angry and wanting to die of shame.
"We didn't think of it in time."
"Ah," said Draco. "Didn't think of it. I guess that's why it's better to have one Ravenclaw as a friend than all of Hufflepuff."
Oh, hell. How was Harry supposed to juggle this one?
"You're not helping,"
Harry said in a mild tone, hoping Draco would interpret that as, "You're interfering with my plans, please shut up."
"Aye, what's this?"
said Mr. Goyle. He stooped to the grass and picked up something around the size of a large marble, a glass ball that seemed to be filled with a swirling white mist. Ernie blinked.
"Neville's Remembrall." "What's a Remembrall?"
asked Harry.
"It turns red if you've forgotten something,"
Ernie said.
It doesn't tell you what you forgot, though. Give it here, please, and I'll hand it back to Neville later.
Ernie held out his hand. A sudden grin flashed across Mr. Goyle's face, and he spun around and raced away. Ernie stood still for a moment in surprise and then shouted,
"Oi!"
and ran after Mr. Goyle. And Mr. Goyle grabbed a broomstick, hopped on it with one smooth motion, and took to the air. Harry's jaw dropped. Hadn't Madam Hooch said that would get him expelled?
"That idiot!"
Draco hissed. He opened his mouth to shout.
"Oi!"
shouted Ernie.
"That's Neville's! Give it back!"
The Slytherins started cheering and hooting. Draco's mouth snapped shut. Harry caught the sudden look of indecision on his face.
"Draco,"
Harry said in a low tone,
"if you don't order that idiot back on the ground, the teacher's going to get back and—" "Come and get it, Hufflepuffle!"
shouted Mr. Goyle, and a great cheer went up from the Slytherins.
I can't, whispered Draco. Everyone in Slytherin would think I'm weak. And if Mr. Goyle gets expelled, hissed Harry, your father is going to think you're a moron.
Draco's face twisted in agony. At that moment,
"Oi, Slither Slime!"
shouted Ernie.
"Didn't anyone ever tell you that Hufflepuffs stick together? Wands out, Hufflepuff!"
And there were suddenly a whole lot of wands pointed in Mr. Goyle's direction. 3 seconds later,
"Wands out, Slytherin!"
said around 5 different Slytherins. And there were a whole lot of wands pointed in Hufflepuff's direction. 2 seconds later,
"Wands out, Gryffindor!" "Do something, Potter," whispered Draco. "I can't be the one to stop this. It has to be you. I'll owe you a favour. Just think of something. Aren't you supposed to be brilliant?"
In around 5.5 seconds, realised Harry, someone was going to cast the Sumerian simple strike hex, and by the time it was over, and the teachers were done expelling people, the only boys left in his year would be Ravenclaws.
"Wands out, Ravenclaw!"
shouted Michael Corner, who was apparently feeling left out of the disaster.
"Gregory Goyle!"
screamed Harry.
"I challenge you to a contest for the possession of Neville's Remembrall."
There was a sudden pause.
"Oh, really?"
said Draco in the loudest drawl Harry had ever heard.
"That sounds interesting. What sort of contest, Potter?"
Contest had been as far as Harry's inspiration had gotten. What sort of contest? He couldn't say chess, because Draco wouldn't be able to accept without it looking strange. He couldn't say arm wrestling, because Mr. Goyle would crush him.
"How about this?" Harry said loudly. "Gregory Goyle and I stand apart from each other, and no one else is allowed to come near either of us. We don't use our wands, and neither does anyone else. I don't move from where I'm standing, and neither does he. And if I can get my hands on Neville's Remembrall, then Gregory Goyle relinquishes all claim to that Remembrall he's holding and gives it to me."
There was another pause as people's looks of relief transmuted to confusion.
"Ha, Potter!" said Draco loudly. "I'd like to see you do that. Mr. Goyle accepts." "It's on," said Harry.
"Potter, what?"
whispered Draco, which he somehow did without moving his lips. Harry didn't know how to answer without moving his. People were putting their wands away, and Mr. Goyle swooped gracefully to the ground, looking rather confused. Some Hufflepuffs started over towards Mr. Goyle, but Harry shot them a desperately pleading look, and they backed off. Harry walked toward Mr. Goyle and stopped when he was a few paces away, far enough apart that they couldn't reach each other. Slowly, deliberately, Harry sheathed his wand. Everyone else backed away. Harry swallowed. He knew in broad outline what he wanted to do, but it had to be done in such a way that no one understood what he'd done.
"All right,"
Harry said loudly.
"And now—"
He took a deep breath and raised one hand, fingers ready to snap. There were gasps from anyone who'd heard about the pies, which was practically everyone.
"I call upon the insanity of Hogwarts.
Happy, happy, boom, boom, swamp, swamp, swamp. And Harry snapped his fingers. A lot of people flinched, and nothing happened. Harry let the silence stretch on for a while, developing, until...
Someone said. Is that it?
Harry looked at the boy who'd spoken.
Look in front of you. You see that patch of ground that looks barren, without any grass on it?
Yeah, said the boy. A Gryffindor. Dean something.
Dig it up.
Now Harry was getting a lot of strange looks.
Why?
Said Dean something.
Just do it, said Terry Boot in a weary voice. No point asking why. Trust me on this one.
Dean something kneeled down and began to scoop away dirt. After a minute or so, Dean stood up again.
There's nothing there,
Dean said. Harry had been planning to go back in time and bury a treasure map that would lead to another treasure map that would lead to Neville's Remembrall, which he would put there after getting it back from Mr. Goyle. Then Harry realised there was a much simpler way that didn't threaten the secret of time turners quite as much.
Thanks, Dean,
Harry said loudly.
Ernie, would you look around on the ground where Neville fell and see if you can find Neville's Remembrall?
People looked even more confused.
Just do it, said Terry Boot.
He'll keep trying until something works, and the scary thing is that...
Merlin!
Gasped Ernie. He was holding up Neville's Remembrall.
It's here, right where he fell.
What? Cried Mr. Goyle. He looked down and saw that he was still holding Neville's Remembrall. There was a rather long pause. Said Dean something.
That's not possible, is it? It's a plot hole, said Harry. I made myself weird enough to distract the universe for a moment, and it forgot that Goyle had already picked up the Remembrall. No, wait, I mean, that's totally not possible. Excuse me, are we all standing around here waiting to go flying on broomsticks? Yes, we are, so shut up. Anyway, once I get my hands on Neville's Remembrall, the contest is over, and Gregory Goyle has to relinquish all claim to the Remembrall he's holding and give it to me. Those were the terms, remember?
Harry stretched out a hand and beckoned Ernie.
Just roll it over here, since no one's supposed to get close to me, okay?
Hold on, shouted a Slytherin, Blaise Zabini. Harry wasn't likely to forget that name.
How do we know that's Neville's Remembrall? You could have just dropped another Remembrall there. The Slytherin is strong with this one, Harry said, smiling. But you have my word that the one Ernie's holding is Neville's. No comment about the one Gregory Goyle's holding.
Zabini spun to Draco.
Oh, Malfoy, you're not just going to let him get away with that?
Shut up, you, rumbled Mr. Crabbe, standing behind Draco. Mr. Malfoy doesn't need you to tell him what to do. Good minion.
My bet was with Draco of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy, Harry said. Not with you, Zabini. I have done what Mr. Malfoy said he'd like to see me do, and for the judgment of the bet, I leave that up to Mr. Malfoy.
Harry inclined his head towards Draco and raised his eyebrows slightly. That ought to allow Draco to save enough face. There was a pause.
"You promise that actually is Neville's Remembrall?"
Draco said.
"Yes," Harry said. "That's the one that'll go back to Neville, and it was his originally. And the one Gregory Goyle's holding goes to me."
Draco nodded, looking decisive.
"I won't question the word of the noble house of Potter, then, no matter how strange that all was. And the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy keeps its word as well. Mr. Goyle, give that to Mr. Potter."
"Hey,"
Zabini said.
"he hasn't won yet. He hasn't got his hands on—"
"Catch, Harry,"
said Ernie, and he tossed the Remembrall. Harry easily snapped the Remembrall out of the air. He had always had good reflexes that way.
"There," said Harry. "I win."
Harry trailed off. All conversation stopped. The Remembrall was glowing bright red in his hand, blazing like a miniature sun that cast shadows on the ground in broad daylight. Thursday. If you wanted to be specific, 5:09 p.m. on Thursday afternoon in Professor McGonagall's office, after flying classes, with an extra hour for Harry slipped in between. Professor McGonagall sitting on her stool, Harry in the hot seat in front of her desk.
"Professor,"
Harry said tightly,
"Slytherin was pointing their wands at Hufflepuff. Gryffindor was pointing their wands at Slytherin. Some idiot called wands out in Ravenclaw, and I had maybe 5 seconds to keep the whole thing from blowing sky high. It was all I could think of."
Professor McGonagall's face was pinched and angry.
"You are not to use the time turner in that fashion, Mr. Potter. Is the concept of secrecy not something that you understand?" "They don't know how I did it. They just think I can do really weird things by snapping my fingers. I've done other weird stuff that can't be done with time turners even, and I'll do more stuff like that, and this case won't even stand out. I had to do it, Professor." "You did not have to do it,"
snapped Professor McGonagall.
"All you needed to do was get this anonymous Slytherin back on the ground and the wands put away. You could have challenged him to a game of exploding snap, but no, you had to use the time turner in a flagrant and unnecessary manner." "It was all I could think of. I don't even know what exploding snap is." "They wouldn't have accepted a game of chess, and if I'd picked arm wrestling, I would have lost." "Then you should have picked wrestling."
Harry blinked.
"But then I'd have lost."
Harry stopped. Professor McGonagall was looking very angry.
"I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall," Harry said in a small voice. "I honestly didn't think of that. And you're right, I should have. It would have been brilliant if I had, but I just didn't think of that at all."
Harry's voice trailed off. It was suddenly apparent to him that he'd had a lot of other options. He could have asked Draco to suggest something. He could have asked the crowd. His use of the time turner had been flagrant and unnecessary. There had been a giant space of possibilities. Why had he picked that one? Because he had seen a way to win. win possession of an unimportant trinket that the teachers would have taken back from Mr. Goyle anyway. Intent to win. That was what had gotten him.
"I'm sorry," Harry said again, "for my pride and my stupidity."
Professor McGonagall wiped a hand across her forehead. Some of her anger seemed to dissipate, but her voice still came out very hard.
"One more display like that, Mr. Potter, and you will be returning that time turner. Do I make myself very clear?"
"Yes," Harry said. "I understand, and I'm sorry."
"Then, Mr. Potter, you will be allowed to retain the time turner for now. And considering the size of the debacle you did, in fact, avert, I will not deduct any points from Ravenclaw."
"Plus, you couldn't explain why you deducted the points."
But Harry wasn't dumb enough to say that out loud.
"More importantly, why did the Remember-All go off like that?" Harry said. "Does it mean I've been obliviated?"
"That puzzles me as well,"
Professor McGonagall said slowly.
"If it were that simple, I would think that the courts would use Remember-Alls, and they don't. I shall look into it, Mr. Potter," she sighed. "You can go now."
Harry started to get up from his chair, then halted.
Sorry, I did have something else I wanted to tell you."
You could hardly see the flinch.
"What is it, Mr. Potter?"
"It's about Professor Quirrell."
"I'm sure, Mr. Potter, that it's nothing of importance."
Professor McGonagall spoke the words in a great rush.
"Surely you heard the headmaster tell the students that you were not to bother us with any unimportant complaints about the defence professor?"
Harry was rather confused.
But this could be important. Yesterday, I got this sudden sense of doom when—"
"Mr. Potter, I have a sense of doom as well, and my sense of doom is suggesting that you must not finish that sentence."
Harry's mouth gaped open. Professor McGonagall had succeeded. Harry was speechless.
"Mr. Potter,"
said Professor McGonagall,
"if you have discovered anything that seems interesting about Professor Quirrell, please feel free not to share it with me or anyone else. Now, I think you've taken up enough of my valuable time."
"This isn't like you,"
Harry burst out.
"I'm sorry, but that just seems unbelievably irresponsible. From what I've heard, there's some kind of jinx on the defence position. And if you already know something's going to go wrong, I'd think you'd all be on your toes."
"Go wrong, Mr. Potter? I certainly hope not."
Professor McGonagall's face was expressionless.
"After Professor Blake was caught in a closet with no fewer than 3 fifth-year Slytherins last February, and a year before that, Professor Summers failed so completely as an educator that her students thought a boggart was a kind of furniture, it would be catastrophic if some problem with the extraordinary competent Professor Quirrell came to my attention now, and I dare say most of our students would fail their defence OWLs and NEWTs."
"I see,"
Harry said slowly, taking it all in.
"So, in other words, whatever's wrong with Professor Quirrell, you desperately don't want to know about it until the end of the school year. And since it's currently September, he could assassinate the Prime Minister on live television and get away with it so far as you're concerned."
Professor McGonagall gazed at him unblinkingly.
I'm certain that I could never be heard endorsing such a statement, Mr. Potter. At Hogwarts, we strive to be proactive with respect to anything that threatens the educational attainment of our students.
Such as first-year Ravenclaws who can't keep their mouths shut. I believe I understand you completely, Professor McGonagall.
Oh, I doubt that, Mr. Potter. I doubt that very much.
Professor McGonagall leaned forward, her face tightening again.
Since you and I have already discussed matters far more sensitive than these, I shall speak frankly. You, and you alone, have reported this mysterious sense of doom. You, and you alone, are a chaos magnet the likes of which I have never seen. After our little shopping trip to Diagon Alley, and then the Sorting Hat, and then today's little episode, I can well foresee that I am fated to sit in the headmaster's office and hear some hilarious tale about Professor Quirrell in which you, and you alone, play a starring role, after which there will be no choice but to fire him. I am already resigned to it, Mr. Potter, and if this said event takes place any earlier than the Ides of May, I will string you up by the gates of Hogwarts with your own intestines and pour fire beetles into your nose. Now, do you understand me completely?
Harry nodded, his eyes very wide. Then, after a second,
What do I get if I can make it happen on the last day of the school year?
Get out of my office!
Thursday. There must have been something about Thursdays in Hogwarts. It was 5:32 p.m. on Thursday afternoon, and Harry was standing next to Professor Flitwick, in front of the great stone gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the headmaster's office. No sooner had he made it back from Professor McGonagall's office to the Ravenclaw study rooms than one of the students told him to report to Professor Flitwick's office, and there Harry had learned that Dumbledore wanted to speak to him. Harry, feeling rather apprehensive, had asked Professor Flitwick if the headmaster had said what this was about. Professor Flitwick had shrugged in a helpless sort of way. Apparently, Dumbledore had said that Harry was far too young to invoke the words of power and madness.
Abby, boom, boom. Swamp, swamp, swamp?
Harry had thought, but not said aloud.
Please don't worry too much, Mr. Potter,
squeaked Professor Flitwick from somewhere around Harry's shoulder level. Harry was grateful for Professor Flitwick's gigantic puffy beard. It was hard getting used to a professor who was not only shorter than him, but spoke in a higher-pitched voice.
Headmaster Dumbledore may seem a little odd, or a lot odd, or even extremely odd, but he has never had a student in the slightest, and I don't believe he ever will.
Professor Flitwick gave Harry an encouraging smile.
Just keep that in mind at all times, and you'll be sure not to panic.
This was not helping.
Good luck,
squeaked Professor Flitwick, and leaned over to the gargoyle and said something that Harry somehow failed to hear at all. Of course, the password wouldn't be much good if you could hear someone saying it. And the stone gargoyle walked aside with a very natural and ordinary movement that Harry found rather shocking, since the gargoyle still looked like solid, immovable stone the whole time. Behind the gargoyle was a set of slowly revolving spiral stairs. There was something disturbingly hypnotic about it, and even more disturbing was that revolving the spiral ought not to take you anywhere.
Up you go,
squeaked Flitwick. Harry rather nervously stepped onto the spiral and found himself, for some reason that his brain couldn't seem to visualize at all, moving upwards. The gargoyle thudded back into place behind him, and the spiral stairs kept turning, and Harry kept being higher up, and after a rather dizzying time, Harry found himself in front of an oak door with a brass griffin knocker. Harry reached out and turned the doorknob. The door swung open, and Harry saw the most interesting room he had ever seen in his life. There were tiny metal mechanisms that whirred or ticked or slowly changed shape or emitted little puffs of smoke. There were dozens of mysterious fluids in dozens of oddly shaped containers, all bubbling, boiling, oozing, changing colour or forming into interesting shapes that vanished half a second after you saw them. There were things that looked like clocks with many hands, inscribed with numbers or in unrecognisable languages. There was a bracelet bearing a lenticular crystal that sparkled with 1,000 colours, and a bird perched atop a golden platform, and a wooden cup filled with what looked like blood, and a statue of a falcon encrusted in black enamel. The wall was hung with pictures of people sleeping, and the sorting hat was casually poised on a hat rack that was also holding 2 umbrellas and 3 red slippers for left feet. In the midst of all the chaos was a clean, black oaken desk. Before the desk was an oaken stool, and behind the desk was a well-cushioned throne containing Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, who was adorned with a long silver beard, a hat like a squashed giant mushroom, and what looked to Muggle eyes like 3 layers of bright pink pyjamas. Dumbledore was smiling, and his bright eyes twinkled with a mad intensity. With some trepidation, Harry seated himself in front of the desk. The door swung shut behind him with a loud thunk. "Hello, Harry," said Dumbledore.
"Hello, Headmaster," Harry replied. So, they were on a first-name basis? Would Dumbledore now say to call him?
"Please, Harry," said Dumbledore. "Headmaster sounds so formal. Just call me Heh for short."
"I'll be sure to, Heh," said Harry.
There was a slight pause.
"Do you know," said Dumbledore, "you're the first person who's ever taken me up on that."
"Ah,"
Harry said. He tried to control his voice despite the sudden sinking feeling in his stomach.
"I'm sorry, Headmaster, you told me to do it, so I did."
"Please," said Dumbledore cheerfully, "and there's no call to be so worried. I won't launch you out a window just because you made one mistake. I'll give you plenty of warnings first if you're doing something wrong. Besides, what matters isn't how people talk to you. It's what they think of you."
"He's never hurt a student. Just keep remembering that and you'll be sure not to panic."
Dumbledore drew forth a small metal case and flipped it open, showing some small yellow lumps.
"Sherbet lemon?" said the headmaster.
No, thank you,
said Harry.
"Does slipping a student LSD count as hurting them, or does that fall into the category of harmless fun? You, said something about my being too young to invoke the words of power and madness."
"That you most certainly are," Dumbledore said. Thankfully, the words of power and madness were lost 7 centuries ago, and no one has the slightest idea what they are anymore. It was just a little remark."
"Ah," Harry said. He was aware that his mouth was hanging open. "Why did you call me here, then?"
"Why?" Dumbledore repeated. "Ah, Harry, if I went around all day asking why I do things, I'd never have time to get a single thing done. I'm quite a busy person, you know."
Harry nodded, smiling.
"Yes, it was a very impressive list. Headmaster of Hogwarts, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Sorry to ask, but I was wondering, is it possible to get more than 6 hours if you use more than one time-turner? Because it's pretty impressive if you're doing all that on just 30 hours a day."
There was another slight pause, during which Harry went on smiling. He was a little apprehensive, actually a lot apprehensive, but once it had become clear that Dumbledore was deliberately messing with him, something within him absolutely refused to sit and take it like a defenseless lump.
"I'm afraid time doesn't like being stretched out too much," said Dumbledore after the slight pause. "And yet we ourselves seem to be a little too large for it, and so it's a constant struggle to fit our lives into time."
"Indeed,"
Harry said with grave solemnity.
"That's why it's best to come to our points quickly."
For a moment, Harry wondered if he'd gone too far. Then Dumbledore chuckled.
"Straight to the point it shall be."
The headmaster leaned forwards, tilting his squashed mushroom hat and brushing his beard against his desk.
"Harry, this Monday you did something that should have been impossible, even with a time-turner. Or rather, impossible with only a time-turner. Where did those 2 pies come from, I wonder?"
A jolt of adrenaline shot through Harry. He had done that using the cloak of invisibility, the one that had been given him in a Christmas box, along with a note, and that note had said, if Dumbledore saw a chance to possess one of the Deathly Hallows, he would never let it escape his grasp.
"A natural thought," Dumbledore went on, "is that since none of the first years present were able to cast such a spell, someone else was present and yet unseen. And if no one could see them, why, it would be easy enough for them to throw the pies. One might further suspect that since you had a time-turner, you were the invisible one. And that, since the spell of disillusionment is far beyond your current abilities, you had an invisibility cloak."
Dumbledore smiled conspiratorially.
"Am I on the right track so far, Harry?"
Harry was frozen. He had the feeling that an outright lie would not at all be wise, and possibly not the least bit helpful, and he couldn't think of anything else to say. Dumbledore waved a friendly hand.
"Oh, don't worry, Harry. You haven't done anything wrong. Invisibility cloaks aren't against the rules. I suppose they're rare enough that no one ever got around to putting them on the list. But really, I was wondering something else entirely."
"Oh?" Harry said in the most normal voice he could manage. Dumbledore's eyes shone with enthusiasm.
You see, Harry, after you've been through a few adventures, you tend to catch the hang of these things. You start to see the pattern, hear the rhythm of the world. You begin to harbour suspicions before the moment of revelation. You are the boy who lived, and somehow an invisibility cloak made its way into your hands only 4 days after you discovered our magical Britain. Such cloaks are not for sale in Diagon Alley, but there is one which might find its own way to a destined wearer. And so I cannot help but wonder if by some strange chance you have found not just an invisibility cloak, but the cloak of invisibility, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, and reputed to hide the wearer from the gaze of Death himself.
Dumbledore's gaze was bright and eager.
May I see it, Harry?
Harry swallowed. There was a full flood of adrenaline in his system now, and it was entirely useless. This was the most powerful wizard in the world, and there was no way he could make it out the door, and there was nowhere in Hogwarts for him to hide if he did. He was about to lose the cloak that had been passed down through the Potters for who knew how long. Slowly, Dumbledore leaned back into his high chair. The bright light had gone out of his eyes, and he looked puzzled and a little sorrowful.
Harry, said Dumbledore, if you don't want to, you can just say no.
I can?
Harry croaked.
Yes, Harry, said Dumbledore.
His voice sounded sad now and worried.
It seems that you're afraid of me, Harry. May I ask what I've done to earn your distrust?
Harry swallowed.
Is there some way you can swear a binding magical oath that you won't take my cloak?
Dumbledore shook his head slowly.
Unbreakable vows are not to be used so lightly. And besides, Harry, if you did not already know the spell, you would have only my word that the spell was binding. Yet, surely, you realize that I do not need your permission to see the cloak. I am powerful enough to draw it forth myself, Moleskin pouch or no.
Dumbledore's face was very grave.
But this I will not do. The cloak is yours, Harry. I will not seize it from you, not even to look at it for just a moment, unless you decide to show it to me. That is a promise and an oath. Should I need to prohibit you from using it on the school grounds, I will require you to go to your vault at Gringotts and store it there.
Ah,
Harry said. He swallowed hard, trying to calm the flood of adrenaline and think reasonably. He took the moleskin pouch off his belt.
If you really don't need my permission, then you have it.
Harry held out the pouch to Dumbledore and bit down hard on his lip, sending that signal to himself in case he was obliviated afterwards. The old wizard reached into the pouch and, without saying any word of retrieval, drew forth the cloak of invisibility.
Ah, breathed Dumbledore. I was right.
He poured the shimmering black velvet mesh through his hand.
Centuries old, and still as perfect as the day it was made. We have lost much of our art over the years, and now I cannot make such a thing myself. No one can. I can feel the power of it like an echo in my mind, like a song, forever being sung, without anyone to hear it."
The wizard looked up from the cloak.
"Do not sell it," he said. "Do not give it to anyone as a possession. Think twice before you show it to anyone, and ponder 3 times again before you reveal it as a deathly hallow. Treat it with respect, for this is indeed a thing of power."
For a moment, Dumbledore's face grew wistful. And then he handed the cloak back to Harry. Harry put it back in his pouch. Dumbledore's face was grave once more.
"May I ask again, Harry, how you came to distrust me so?"
Suddenly, Harry felt rather ashamed.
There was a note with the cloak,"
Harry said in a small voice.
"It said that you would try to take the cloak from me if you knew. I don't know who left the note, though. I really don't."
"I see,"
Dumbledore said slowly.
"Well, Harry, I won't impugn the motives of whoever left you that note. Who knows but that they themselves may have had the best of good intentions? They did give you the cloak, after all."
Harry nodded, impressed by Dumbledore's charity, and abashed at the sharp contrast with his own attitude. The old wizard went on.
"But you and I are both game pieces of the same colour, I think. The boy who finally defeated Voldemort, and the old man who held him off long enough for you to save the day. I will not hold your caution against you, Harry. We must all do our best to be wise. I will only ask that you think twice, and ponder 3 times again the next time someone tells you to distrust me."
"I'm sorry,"
Harry said. He felt wretched at this point. He had just told off Gandalf, essentially, and Dumbledore's kindness was only making him feel worse.
"I shouldn't have distrusted you."
"Alas, Harry, in this world,"
the old wizard shook his head,
"I cannot even say you are unwise. You did not know me, and, in truth, there are some at Hogwarts who you would do well not to trust. Perhaps even some you call friends."
Harry swallowed. That sounded rather ominous.
"Like who?"
Dumbledore stood up from his chair and began examining one of his instruments, a dial with 8 hands of varying length. After a few moments, the old wizard spoke again.
"He probably seems to you quite charming," said Dumbledore. "Polite, to you at least, well-spoken, maybe even admiring, always ready with a helping hand, a favour, a word of advice."
"Oh, Draco Malfoy,"
Harry said, feeling rather relieved that it wasn't Hermione or something.
"Oh, no. You've got it all wrong. He's not turning me. I'm turning him."
Dumbledore froze where he was, peering at the dial.
You're what?
I'm going to turn Draco Malfoy from the dark side, Harry said. You know, make him a good guy.
Dumbledore straightened and turned to Harry. He was wearing one of the most astonished expressions Harry had ever seen on anyone, let alone someone with a long silver beard.
Are you certain, said the old wizard after a moment, that he is ready to be redeemed? I fear that whatever goodness you think you see within him is only wishful thinking, or worse, a lure, a bait.
Not likely, Harry said. I mean, if he's trying to disguise himself as a good guy, he's incredibly bad at it. This isn't a question of Draco coming up to me and being all charming and me deciding that he must have a hidden core of goodness deep down. I selected him for redemption specifically because he's the heir to House Malfoy, and if you had to pick one person to redeem, it would obviously be him.
Dumbledore's left eye twitched.
You intend to sow seeds of love and kindness in Draco Malfoy's heart because you expect Malfoy's heir to prove valuable to you?
Not just me, Harry said indignantly. To all of magical Britain, if this works out. And he'll have a happier and mentally healthier life himself. Look, I don't have enough time to turn everyone away from the dark side, and I've got to ask where the light can gain the most advantage the fastest.
Dumbledore started laughing. Laughing a lot harder than Harry would expect, almost howling. It seemed positively undignified. An ancient and powerful wizard ought to chuckle in deep, booming tones, not laugh so hard he was gasping for breath. Harry had once literally fallen out of his chair while watching the Marx Brothers movie Duck Soup, and that was how hard Dumbledore was laughing now.
It's not that funny, Harry said after a while.
He was starting to worry about Dumbledore's sanity again. Dumbledore got himself under control again with a visible effort.
Harry, one symptom of the disease called wisdom is that you begin laughing at things that no one else thinks is funny. Because when you're wise, Harry, you start getting the jokes.
The old wizard wiped tears away from his eyes.
Ah, me, oft evil will shall evil mar indeed, in very deed.
Harry's brain took a moment to place the familiar words.
Hey, that's a Tolkien quote. Gandalf says that.
Theoden, actually, said Dumbledore.
You're Muggle-born?
Harry said in shock.
I'm afraid not, said Dumbledore, smiling again. I was born 70 years before that book was published, dear child. But it seems that my Muggle-born students tend to think alike in certain ways. I have accumulated no fewer than 20 copies of The Lord of the Rings, and 3 sets of Tolkien's entire collected works, and I treasure every one of them.
Dumbledore drew his wand and held it up and struck a pose.
You cannot pass! How does that look?
Harry said in something approaching complete brain shutdown.
I think you're missing a Balrog.
And the pink pyjamas and squashed mushroom hat were not helping in the slightest.
Ah, I see.
Dumbledore sighed and glumly sheathed the wand in his belt.
I fear there have been precious few Balrogs in my life of late. Nowadays, it's all meetings of the Wizengamots where I must try desperately to prevent any work from getting done, and formal dinners where foreign politicians compete to see who can be the most obstinate fool. And being mysterious at people, knowing things I have no way of knowing, making cryptic statements which can only be understood in hindsight, and all the other small ways in which powerful wizards amuse themselves after they have left the part of the pattern that allows them to be heroes. Speaking of which, Harry, I have a certain something to give you. Something which belonged to your father.
You do? Said Harry. Gosh, who would have figured?
Yes, indeed, said Dumbledore. I suppose it is a little predictable, isn't it?
His face turned solemn.
None the less.
Dumbledore went back to his desk and sat down, pulling out one of the drawers as he did so. He reached in, using both arms, and, straining slightly, pulled a rather large and heavy-looking object out of the drawer, which he then deposited on his oaken desk with a huge thunk.
"This," Dumbledore said, "was your father's rock."
Harry stared at it. It was light grey, discoloured, irregularly shaped, sharp edge, and very much a plain old ordinary large rock. Dumbledore had deposited it so that it rested on the widest available cross-section, but it still wobbled unstably on his desk. Harry looked up.
"This is a joke, right?"
"It is not," said Dumbledore, shaking his head and looking very serious. "I took this from the ruins of James and Lily's home in Godric's Hollow, where I also found you, and I have kept it from then until now, against the day when I could give it to you."
In the mixture of hypotheses that served as Harry's model of the world, Dumbledore's insanity was rapidly rising in probability. But there was still a substantial amount of probability allocated to other alternatives.
Is it a magical rock?
"Not so far as I know," said Dumbledore. "But I advise you with the greatest possible stringency to keep it close about your person at all times."
All right. Dumbledore was probably insane. But if he wasn't, well, it would be just too embarrassing to get in trouble from ignoring the advice of the inscrutable old wizard. That had to be like number 4 on the list of the top 100 obvious failure modes. Harry stepped forward and put his hands on the rock, trying to find some angle from which to lift it without cutting himself.
"I'll put it in my pouch, then."
Dumbledore frowned.
"That may not be close enough to your person. And what if your moleskin pouch is lost or stolen?"
"You think I should just carry a big rock?" everywhere I go?"
Dumbledore gave Harry a serious look.
"That might prove wise."
"Ah,"
Harry said. It looked rather heavy.
"I'd think the other students would tend to ask me questions about that."
"Tell them I ordered you to do it," said Dumbledore. "No one will question that, since they all think I'm insane."
His face was still perfectly serious.
To be honest, if you go around ordering your students to carry large rocks, I can kind of see why people would think that."
"Ah, Harry,"
said Dumbledore. The old wizard gestured, a sweep of one hand that seemed to take in all the mysterious instruments around the room.
"When we are young, we believe that we know everything. And so we believe that if we see no explanation for something, then no explanation exists. When we are older, we realize that the whole universe works by a rhythm and a reason, even if we ourselves do not know it. It is only our own ignorance which appears to us as insanity."
"Reality is always lawful,"
said Harry.
"even if we don't know the law."
"Precisely, Harry,"
said Dumbledore.
"To understand this, and I see that you do understand it, is the essence of wisdom."
"So, why do I have to carry this rock, exactly?"
"I can't think of a reason, actually," said Dumbledore.
"You can't?"
Dumbledore nodded.
"But just because I can't think of a reason doesn't mean there is no reason."
The instruments ticked on.
"Okay," said Harry. "I'm not even sure if I should be saying this, but that is simply not the correct way to deal with our admitted ignorance of how the universe works."
"It isn't,"
said the old wizard, looking surprised and disappointed. Harry had the feeling this conversation was not going to work out in his favour, but he carried on regardless.
"No, I don't even know if that fallacy has an official name, but if I had to make one up myself, it would be privileging the hypothesis, or something like that. How can I put this formally? Suppose you had 1,000,000 boxes, and only one of the boxes contained a diamond, and you had a box full of diamond detectors. Each diamond detector always went off in the presence of a diamond, and went off half the time on boxes that didn't have a diamond. If you ran 20 detectors over all the boxes, you'd have, on average, 1 false candidate and 1 true candidate left, and then it would just take 1 or 2 more detectors before you were left with the 1 true candidate. The point being that when there are lots of possible answers, most of the evidence you need goes into just locating the true hypothesis out of the millions of possibilities, bringing it to your attention in the first place. The amount of evidence you need to judge between 2 or 3 plausible candidates is much smaller by comparison. So, if you just jump ahead without evidence and promote one particular possibility to the focus of your attention, you're skipping over most of the work. Like, you live in a city where there are 1,000,000 people, and there's a murder, and a detective says, "Well, we've got no evidence at all, so have we considered the possibility that Mortimer Snodgrass did it?"
Did he? Said Dumbledore.
No, said Harry. But later it turns out that the murderer had black hair and Mortimer has black hair. So everyone's like, looks like Mortimer did it after all. So it's unfair to Mortimer for the police to promote him to their attention without having good reasons already in hand to suspect him. When there are lots of possibilities, most of the work goes into just locating the true answer, starting to pay attention to it. You don't need proof or the sort of official evidence that scientists or courts demand, but you need some sort of hint. And that hint has to discriminate that particular possibility from the millions of others. Otherwise, you can't just pluck the right answer out of thin air. You can't even pluck a possibility worth thinking about out of thin air. And there's got to be a million other things I could do besides carrying around my father's rock. Just because I'm ignorant about the universe doesn't mean that I'm unsure about how I should reason in the presence of my uncertainty. The laws for thinking with probabilities are no less iron than the laws that govern old-fashioned logic. And what you just did is not allowed.
Harry paused.
Unless, of course, you have some hint you're not mentioning.
Said Dumbledore. He tapped his cheek, looking thoughtful.
An interesting argument, certainly, but doesn't it break down at the point where you make an analogy between a million potential murderers, only one of whom committed the murder, and taking one out of many possible courses of action, when many possible courses of action may all be wise? I do not say that carrying your father's rock is the one best possible course of action, only that it is wiser to do than not.
Dumbledore once again reached into the same desk drawer he had accessed earlier, this time seeming to root around inside. At least his arm seemed to be moving.
I will remark,
Dumbledore said, while Harry was still trying to sort out how to reply to this completely unexpected rejoinder,
that it is a common misconception of Ravenclaws that all the smart children are sorted there, leaving none for other houses. This is not so. Being sorted into Ravenclaw indicates that you are driven by your desire to know things, which is not at all the same quality as being intelligent.
The wizard was smiling as he bent over the drawer.
Nonetheless, you do seem rather intelligent, less like an ordinary young hero and more like a young, mysterious, ancient wizard. I think I may have been taking the wrong approach with you, Harry, and that you may be able to understand things that few others could grasp. So, I shall be daring and offer you a certain other heirloom.
You don't mean, gasped Harry, my father owned another rock?
Excuse me, said Dumbledore. I am still older and more mysterious than you, and if there are any revelations to be made, then I will do the revealing. Thank you. Oh, where is that thing?
Dumbledore reached down further into the desk drawer, and still further. His head and shoulders and whole torso disappeared inside until only his hips and legs were sticking out, as though the desk drawer was eating him. Harry couldn't help but wonder just how much stuff was in there and what the complete inventory would look like. Finally, Dumbledore rose back up out of the drawer, holding the object of his search, which he set down on the desk alongside the rock. It was a used, ragged-edged, worn-spined textbook. Intermediate Potion-Making by Libaceous Borage. There was a picture of a smoking vial on the cover.
This, Dumbledore intoned, was your mother's 5th-year potions textbook.
Which I am to carry with me at all times, said Harry.
Which holds a terrible secret. A secret whose revelation could prove so disastrous that I must ask you to swear. And I do require you to swear it seriously, Harry, whatever you may think of all this, never to tell anyone or anything else.
Harry considered his mother's 5th-year potions textbook, which, apparently, held a terrible secret. The problem was that Harry did take oaths like that very seriously. Any vow was an unbreakable vow if made by the right sort of person. And
I'm feeling thirsty, Harry said. And that's not at all a good sign.
Dumbledore entirely failed to ask any questions about this cryptic statement.
Do you swear, Harry?
Said Dumbledore. His eyes gazed intently into Harry's.
Otherwise I cannot tell you.
Yes,
said Harry.
I swear.
That was the trouble with being a Ravenclaw. You couldn't refuse an offer like that, or your curiosity would eat you alive. And everyone else knew it.
And I swear in turn, said Dumbledore, that what I am about to tell you is the truth.
Dumbledore opened the book, seemingly at random, and Harry leaned in to see.
Do you see these notes?
Dumbledore said in a voice so low it was almost a whisper.
Written in the margins of the book.
Harry squinted slightly. The yellowing pages seemed to be describing something called a potion of Eagle's Splendor, many of the ingredients being items that Harry didn't recognize at all and whose names didn't appear to derive from English. Scrawled in the margin was a handwritten annotation saying, "I wonder what would happen if you used thestral blood here instead of blueberries." And immediately beneath was a reply in different handwriting. "You'd get sick for weeks and maybe die."
I see them, said Harry. What about them?
Dumbledore pointed to the second scrawl.
The ones in this handwriting, he said, still in that low voice, were written by your mother. And the ones in this handwriting,
moving his finger to indicate the first scrawl,
were written by me. I would turn myself invisible and sneak into her dorm room while she was sleeping. Lily thought one of her friends was writing them, and they had the most amazing fights.
That was the exact point at which Harry realized that the headmaster of Hogwarts was, in fact, crazy. Dumbledore was looking at him with a serious expression.
Do you understand the implications of what I have just told you, Harry?
Harry said. His voice seemed to be stuck.
Sorry, not really.
Well, said Dumbledore, and sighed. I suppose your cleverness has limits, after all, then. Shall we all just pretend I didn't say anything?
Harry rose from his chair, wearing a fixed smile.
Of course, Harry said. You know, it's actually getting rather late in the day and I'm a bit hungry, so I should be going down to dinner, really.
And Harry made a beeline for the door. The doorknob entirely failed to turn.
You wound me, Harry, said Dumbledore's voice in quiet tones that were coming from right behind him. Do you not at least realize that what I have told you is a sign of trust?
Harry slowly turned around. In front of him was a very powerful and very insane wizard with a long silver beard, a hat like a squashed giant mushroom, and wearing what looked to Muggle eyes like 3 layers of bright pink pyjamas. Behind him was a door that didn't seem to be working at the moment. Dumbledore was looking rather saddened and weary, like he wanted to lean on a wizard's staff he didn't have.
Really? Said Dumbledore. You try anything new instead of following the same pattern every time for 110 years, and people all start running away.
The old wizard shook his head in sorrow.
I'd hoped for better from you, Harry Potter. I'd heard that your own friends also think you mad. I know they are mistaken. Will you not believe the same of me?
Please open the door, Harry said, his voice trembling. If you ever want me to trust you again, open the door. There was a sound behind him of a door opening.
There were more things I planned to say to you, Dumbledore said, and if you leave now, you will not know what they were.
Sometimes Harry absolutely hated being a Ravenclaw.
He's never hurt a student,
said Harry's Gryffindor side.
Just keep remembering that and you'll be sure not to panic. You're not going to run away just because things are getting interesting, are you? You can't just walk out on the headmaster,
said the Hufflepuff part.
What if he starts deducting house points? He could make your school life very difficult if he decides he doesn't like you.
And a piece of himself which Harry didn't much like but couldn't quite manage to silence was pondering the potential advantages of being one of the few friends of this mad old wizard who also happened to be headmaster, chief warlock, and supreme mugwump. And, unfortunately, his inner Slytherin seemed to be much better than Draco at turning people to the dark side, because it was saying things like,
"Poor fellow, he looks like he needs someone to talk to, doesn't he?"
And,
"You wouldn't want such a powerful man to end up trusting someone less virtuous, would you?"
And,
"I wonder what sort of incredible secrets Dumbledore could tell you if, you know, you became friends with him."
And even,
"I bet he's got a really interesting book collection." Bah! You're all a bunch of lunatics,
Harry thought at the entire assemblage. But he'd been unanimously outvoted by every component part of himself. Harry turned, took a step towards the open door, reached out, and deliberately closed it again. It was a costless sacrifice, given that he was staying anyway. Dumbledore could control his movements regardless, but maybe it would impress Dumbledore. When Harry turned back around, he saw that the powerful, insane wizard was once more smiling and looking friendly. That was good. Maybe.
"Please don't do that again," Harry said. "I don't like being trapped."
"I am sorry about that, Harry," said Dumbledore in what sounded like tones of sincere apology. "But it would have been terribly unwise to let you leave without your father's rock."
"Of course," Harry said. "It wasn't reasonable of me to expect the door to open before I put the quest items in my inventory."
Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Harry went over to the desk, twisted his moleskin pouch around to the front of his belt, and, with some effort, managed to heave up the rock in his 11-year-old arms and feed it in. He could actually feel the weight slowly diminishing as the widening lip charm ate the rock, and the burp which followed was rather noisy and had a distinctly complaining sound to it. His mother's 5th-year potions textbook, which held a secret that was in fact pretty terrible, followed shortly after. And then Harry's inner Slytherin made a sly suggestion for ingratiating himself with the headmaster, which unfortunately had been perfectly pitched in such a way as to gain the support of the majority Ravenclaw faction.
"So," Harry said, as long as I'm hanging around, I don't suppose you'd like to give me a bit of a tour of your office? I'm a bit curious as to what some of these things are."
And that was his understatement for the month of September. Dumbledore gazed at him, and then nodded with a slight grin.
"I'm flattered by your interest," said Dumbledore, "but I'm afraid there isn't much to say."
Dumbledore took a step closer to the wall and pointed to a painting of a sleeping man.
"These are the portraits of past headmasters of Hogwarts."
He turned and pointed to his desk.
"This is my desk."
He pointed to his chair.
"This is my chair."
"Excuse me," Harry said. "Actually, I was wondering about those."
He pointed to a small cube that was softly whispering.
"Blubber, blubber, blubber." "Oh, the little fiddly things," said Dumbledore. "They came with the headmaster's office, and I have absolutely no idea what most of them do. Although this dial with the 8 hands counts the number of, let's call them sneezes, by the left-handed witches within the borders of France. You would not believe how much work it took to nail that down. And this one with the golden wibblers is my own invention, and Minerva is never, ever going to figure out what it's doing."
Dumbledore took a step over to the hat rack while Harry was still processing this.
"Here, of course, we have the sorting hat. I believe the two of you have met. It told me that it was never again to be placed on your head under any circumstances. You're only the 14th student in history, it said that about. Baba Yaga was another one, and I'll tell you about the other 12 when you're older. This is an umbrella. This is another umbrella."
Dumbledore took another few steps and turned around, now smiling quite broadly.
And, of course, most people who come to my office want to see Fawkes."
Dumbledore was standing next to the bird on the golden platform. Harry came over, rather puzzled.
"This is Fawkes?"
"Fawkes is a phoenix," said Dumbledore. "Very rare, very powerful magical creatures."
"Ah,"
Harry said. He lowered his head and stared into the tiny, beady black eyes, which showed not the slightest sign of power or intelligence.
"Ah,"
Harry said again. He was pretty sure he recognized the shape of the bird. It was pretty hard to miss.
Say something intelligent."
Harry's mind roared at itself.
"Don't just stand there sounding like a gibbering moron." "Well, what the heck am I supposed to say?"
Harry's mind fired back.
"Anything." "You mean anything besides Fawkes is a chicken?" "Yes, anything but that." "So, what sort of magic do phoenixes do then?"
Their tears have the power to heal," Dumbledore said. "They are creatures of fire, and move between all places as easily as fire may extinguish itself in one place and be kindled in another. The tremendous strain of their innate magic ages their bodies quickly, and yet they are as close to undying as any creature that exists in this world, for whenever their bodies fail them, they immolate themselves in a burst of fire, and leave behind a hatchling, or sometimes an egg."
Dumbledore came closer and inspected the chicken, frowning.
Looking a little beaky there, I'd say."
By the time this statement registered fully in Harry's mind, the chicken was already on fire. The chicken's beak opened, but it didn't have time for so much as a single core before it began to wither and char. The blaze was brief, intense, and entirely self-contained. There was no smell of burning. And then the fire died down only seconds after it had begun, leaving behind a tiny, pathetic heap of ashes on the golden platform.
"Don't look so horrified, Harry," said Dumbledore. "Fawkes hasn't been hurt."
Dumbledore's hand dipped into a pocket, and then the same hand sifted through the ashes and turned up a small, yellowish egg.
"Look, here's an egg."
"Oh, wow, amazing."
"But now we really should get on with things,"
Dumbledore said. Leaving the egg behind in the ashes of the chicken, he returned to his throne and seated himself.
"It's almost time for dinner, after all, and we wouldn't want to have to use our time-turners."
There was a violent power struggle going on in the government of Harry. Slytherin and Hufflepuff had switched sides after seeing the headmaster of Hogwarts set fire to a chicken.
"Yes, things,"
said Harry's lips. "And then dinner."
"You're sounding like a gibbering moron again,"
observed Harry's inner critic.
"Well," Dumbledore said, "I fear I have a confession to make, Harry. A confession and an apology."
"Apologies are good. That doesn't even make sense. What am I talking about?"
The old wizard sighed deeply.
"You may not still think so after understanding what I have to say. I'm afraid, Harry, that I've been manipulating you your entire life. It was I who consigned you to the care of your wicked step-parents."
"My step-parents aren't wicked," blurted Harry. "My parents, I mean."
They aren't," Dumbledore said, looking surprised and disappointed. "Not even a little wicked? That doesn't fit the pattern."
Harry's inner Slytherin screamed at the top of its mental lungs.
"Shut up, you idiot! He'll take you away from them!" No, said Harry, lips frozen in a ghastly grimace. I was just trying to spare your feelings. They're actually very wicked."
"They are?"
Dumbledore leaned forward, gazing at him intently.
"What do they do?"
"Talk fast." I have to do dishes and watch problems, and they don't let me read a lot of books, and..."
"Ah, good. That's good to hear," said Dumbledore, leaning back again.
He smiled in a sad sort of way.
"I apologize for that, then. Now, where was I? Yes. I'm sorry to say, Harry, that I am responsible for virtually everything bad that has ever happened to you. I know that this will probably make you very angry."
"Yes, I'm very angry," said Harry.
Harry's internal critic promptly awarded him the all-time award for the worst acting in the history of ever.
"And I just wanted you to know," Dumbledore said. "I wanted to tell you as early as possible, in case something happens to one of us later, that I am truly sorry for everything that has already happened, and everything that will."
Moisture glistened in the old wizard's eyes.
"And I am very angry," said Harry. "So angry that I want to leave right now, unless you've got anything else to say." "Just go before he sets you on fire!"
shrieked Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor.
"I understand," said Dumbledore. "One last thing, then, Harry. You are not to attempt the forbidden door on the 3rd floor corridor. There's no possible way you could get through all the traps, and I wouldn't want to hear that you'd been hurt trying. Why, I doubt that you could so much as open the first door, since it's locked and you don't know the spell Alohomora."
Harry spun around and bolted for the exit at top speed. The doorknob turned agreeably in his hand, and then he was racing down the spiral stairs, even as they turned, his feet almost stumbling over themselves. In just a moment he was at the bottom, and the gargoyle was walking aside, and Harry fired out of the stairwell like a cannon. Harry Potter. There must have been something about Harry Potter. It was Thursday for everyone, after all, and yet this sort of thing didn't seem to happen to anyone else. It was 6:21 p.m. on Thursday afternoon when Harry Potter, firing out of the stairwell like a cannonball and accelerating at top speed, ran directly into Minerva McGonagall as she was turning a corner on her way to the headmaster's office. Thankfully, neither of them were much hurt, as had been explained to Harry a little earlier in the day, back when he was refusing to go anywhere near a broomstick again. Quidditch needed solid iron bludgers just to stand a chance of injuring the players, since wizards tended to be a lot more resistant than muggles to impacts. Harry and Professor McGonagall did both end up on the floor, and the parchment she had been carrying went all over the corridor. There was a terrible pause.
Harry Potter,
breathed Professor McGonagall from where she was lying on the floor right next to Harry. Her voice rose to nearly a shriek.
What were you doing in the headmaster's office? Nothing,
squeaked Harry.
Were you talking about the defence professor?
No, Dumbledore called me up there and gave me this big rock and said it was my father's and I should carry it everywhere.
There was another terrible pause.
I see,
said Professor McGonagall, her voice a little calmer. She stood up, brushed herself off, and glared at the scattered parchments, which jumped into a neat stack and scurried back against the corridor wall as though to hide from her gaze.
My sympathies, Mr. Potter, and I apologise for doubting you.
Professor McGonagall,
Harry said, his voice wavering. He pushed himself off the floor, stood and looked up at her trustworthy, sane face.
Professor McGonagall.
Yes, Mr. Potter.
Do you think I should,
Harry said in a small voice,
carry my father's rock everywhere?
Professor McGonagall sighed.
That is between you and the headmaster, I'm afraid.
She hesitated.
I will say that ignoring the headmaster completely is almost never wise. I am sorry to hear of your dilemma, Mr. Potter, and if there's any way I can help you with whatever you decide to do...
Harry said.
Actually, I was thinking that once I know how, I could transfigure the rock into a ring and wear it on my finger. If you could teach me how to sustain a transfiguration...
It is good that you asked me first,
Professor McGonagall said, her face growing a bit stern.
If you lost control of the transfiguration, the reversal would cut off your finger and probably rip your hand in half. At your age, even a ring is too large of a target for you to sustain indefinitely without it being a serious drain on your magic. But I can have a ring forged for you with a setting for a jewel. A small jewel in contact with your skin, and you can practice sustaining a safe subject, like a marshmallow, when you have kept it up successfully, even in your sleep, for a full month. I will allow you to transfigure your father's rock.
Professor McGonagall's voice trailed off.
Did the headmaster really?
Yes.
Professor McGonagall sighed.
That's a bit strange, even for him.
She stooped and picked up the stack of parchments.
I'm sorry about this, Mr. Potter. I apologise again for mistrusting you. But now it's my own turn to see the headmaster.
Good luck, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Potter.
Professor McGonagall walked over to the gargoyle, inaudibly spoke the password, and stepped through into the revolving spiral stairs. She began to rise out of sight, and the gargoyle started back.
Professor McGonagall, the headmaster set fire to a chicken!
What?
Chapter 18. Dominance Hierarchies.
That does sound like the sort of thing I would do, doesn't it?
It was breakfast time on Friday morning. Harry took another huge bite out of his toast and then tried to remind his brain that scarfing his breakfast wouldn't actually get him into the dungeons any faster. Anyway, they had a full hour of study time between breakfast and the start of potions. But dungeons in Hogwarts! Harry's imagination was already sketching the chasms, narrow bridges, torch-lit sconces and patches of glowing moss. Would there be rats? Would there be dragons? "Harry Potter?" said a quiet voice from behind him. Harry looked over his shoulder and found himself beholding Ernie Macmillan, smartly dressed in yellow-trimmed robes and looking a little worried. "Never thought I should warn you," Ernie said in a low voice. "I think he's right. Be careful of the potions master in our session today. The older Hufflepuffs told us that Professor Snape can be really nasty at people he doesn't like, and he doesn't like most people who aren't Slytherins. If you say anything smart to him, it could be really bad for you, from what I've heard. Just keep your head down and don't give him any reason to notice you." There was a pause as Harry processed this, and then he lifted his eyebrows. Harry wished he could raise just one eyebrow, like Spock, but he'd never been able to manage. "Thanks," Harry said. "You might have just saved me a lot of trouble." Ernie nodded and turned to go back to the Hufflepuff table. Harry resumed eating his toast. It was around 4 bites afterward that someone said, "Pardon me?" And Harry turned around to see an older Ravenclaw looking a little worried. Some time later, Harry was finishing up his 3rd plate of rashers. He'd learned to eat heavily at breakfast. He could always eat lightly at lunch if he didn't end up using the time turner. And there was yet another voice from behind him saying, "Harry?" "Yes," Harry said wearily. "I'll try not to draw Professor Snape's attention." "Oh, that's hopeless," said Fred. "Completely hopeless," said George. "So, we had the house elves bake you a cake," said Fred. "We're going to put 1 candle on it for every point you lose for Ravenclaw," said George. "And have a party for you at the Gryffindor table during lunch," said Fred. "We hope that'll cheer you up afterward," finished George. Harry swallowed his last bit of rasher and turned around. "All right," said Harry. "I wasn't going to ask this after Professor Binns. I really wasn't. But if Professor Snape is that awful, why hasn't he been fired?" "Fired?" said Fred. "You mean let go?" said George. "Yes," Harry said. "It's what you do to bad teachers. You fire them, then you hire a better teacher instead. You don't have unions or tenure here, right?" Fred and George were frowning in much the same way that hunter-gatherer tribal elders might frown if you tried to tell them about calculus. "I don't know," said Fred after a while. "I've never thought about that." "Me neither," said George. "Yeah," said Harry. "I get that a lot. See you at lunch, guys, and don't blame me if there aren't any candles on that cake." Fred and George both laughed as if Harry had said something funny, and bowed to him and headed back toward Gryffindor. Harry turned back to the breakfast table and grabbed a cupcake. His stomach already felt full, but he had a feeling this morning might use a lot of calories. As he ate his cupcake, Harry thought of the worst teacher he'd met so far, Professor Binns of History. Professor Binns was a ghost. From what Hermione had said about ghosts, it didn't seem likely that they were fully self-aware. There were no famous discoveries made by ghosts, or much of any original work, no matter who they'd been in life. Ghosts tended to have trouble remembering the current century. Hermione had said they were like accidental portraits, impressed into the surrounding matter by a burst of psychic energy accompanying a wizard's sudden death. Harry had run into some stupid teachers during his abortive forays into standard Muggle education. His father had been a lot pickier when it came to selecting grad students as tutors, of course, but history class was the first time he'd encountered a teacher who literally wasn't sentient. And it showed, too. Harry had given up after 5 minutes and started reading a textbook. When it became clear that Professor Binns wasn't going to object, Harry had also reached into his pouch and gotten earplugs. Did ghosts not require a salary? Was that it? Or was it literally impossible to fire anyone in Hogwarts, even if they died? Now it seemed that Professor Snape was going about being absolutely awful to everyone who wasn't a Slytherin, and it hadn't even occurred to anyone to terminate his contract. And the headmaster had set fire to a chicken.
"Excuse me,"
came a worried voice from behind him.
"I swear,"
Harry said without turning around,
"this place is almost 8.5% as bad as what Dad says about Oxford."
Harry stamped down the stone corridors, looking affronted, annoyed, and infuriated, all at once.
"Dungeons!"
Harry hissed.
"Dungeons! These are not dungeons. This is a basement. A basement!"
Some of the Ravenclaw girls gave him odd looks. The boys were all used to him by now. It seemed that the level in which the potions classroom was located was called the Dungeons for no better reason than it was below ground and slightly colder than the main castle. In Hogwarts! In Hogwarts! Harry had been waiting his whole life, and now he was still waiting. And if there was anywhere on the face of the earth that had decent dungeons, it ought to be Hogwarts. Was Harry going to have to build his own castle if he wanted to see one little bottomless abyss? A short time later, they got to the actual potions classroom, and Harry cheered up considerably. The potions classroom had strange, preserved creatures floating in huge jars on shelves that covered every centimetre of wall space between the closets. Harry had gotten far enough along in his reading now that he could actually identify some of the creatures, like the Zabriskan Fontima, albeit the 50-centimetre spider looked like an acromantula, but it was too small to be one. He'd tried asking Hermione, but she hadn't seemed very interested in looking anywhere near where he was pointing. Harry was looking at a large dust ball with eyes and feet when the assassin swept into the room. That was the first thought that crossed Harry's mind when he saw Professor Severus Snape. There was something quiet and deadly about the way the man stalked between the children's desks. His robes were unkempt, his hair spotted and greasy. There was something about him that seemed reminiscent of Lucius, although the two of them looked nothing remotely alike, and you got the impression that where Lucius would kill you with flawless elegance, this man would simply kill you.
"Sit down,"
said Professor Severus Snape.
"Now."
Harry and a few other children who'd been standing around talking to each other scrambled for desks. Harry had planned on ending up next to Hermione, but somehow he found himself sitting down in the nearest empty desk next to Justin Finch-Fletchley. It was a double session, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, which put him 2 desks to the left of Hermione. Severus seated himself behind the teacher's desk, and without the slightest transition or introduction said,
"Hannah Abbott."
"Here?"
said Hannah in a somewhat trembling voice.
"Susan Bones."
"Present."
And so it went, no one daring to say a word in edgeways, until...
"Ah, yes, Harry Potter, our new celebrity."
"The celebrity is present, sir."
Half the class flinched, and some of the smarter ones suddenly looked that they wanted to run out the door while the classroom was still there. Severus smiled in an anticipatory sort of way and called the next name on his list. Harry gave a mental sigh. That had happened way too fast for him to do anything about it. Oh well, clearly this man already didn't like him, for whatever reason, and when Harry thought about it, better by far that this potions professor should pick on him rather than, say, Neville or Hermione. Harry was a lot better able to defend himself. Yeah, probably all for the best. When full attendance had been taken, Severus swept his gaze over the full class. His eyes were as empty as a night sky without stars.
"You are here,"
Severus said in a quiet voice, which the students at the back strained to hear,
"to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins."
This in a rather caressing, gloating tone.
"Bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses."
This was just getting creepier and creepier.
"I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop a death. If you aren't as great a bag of fools as I usually have to teach."
Severus somehow seemed to notice the look of skepticism on Harry's face, or at least his eyes suddenly jumped to where Harry was sitting.
"Potter,"
snapped the potions professor,
"what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?"
Harry blinked.
"Was that in Magical Drafts and Potions?" he said. "I just finished reading it, and I don't remember anything which used wormwood."
Hermione's hand went up, and Harry shot her a glare which caused her to raise her hand even higher.
"Tut, tut,"
Severus said silkily.
"Fame clearly isn't everything."
"Really?"
Harry said.
"But you just told us you'd teach us how to bottle fame. Say, how does that work exactly? You drink it and turn into a celebrity?"
3/4 of the class flinched. Hermione's hand was dropping slowly back down. Well, that wasn't surprising. She might be his rival, But she wasn't the sort of girl who would play along after it became clear that the professor was deliberately trying to humiliate him. Harry was trying hard to keep control of his temper. The first rejoinder that had crossed his mind was, "Abracadabra."
"Let's try again," said Severus. "Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?"
"That's not in the textbook either," Harry said. "But in one Muggle book I read that a trichnobezoar is a mass of solidified hair found in a human stomach, and Muggles used to believe it would cure any poison."
"Wrong," Severus said. "A bezoar is found in the stomach of a goat. It is not made of hair, and it will cure most poisons, but not all."
"I didn't say it would. I said that was what I read in one Muggle book."
"No one here is interested in your pathetic Muggle books. Final try. What is the difference, Potter, between Monk's Hood and Wolf's Bane?"
That did it.
"You know,"
Harry said icily,
"in one of my quite fascinating Muggle books, they describe a study in which people manage to make themselves look very smart by asking questions about random facts that only they knew. Apparently, the onlookers only noticed that the askers knew and the answerers didn't, and failed to adjust for the unfairness of the underlying game. So, Professor, can you tell me how many electrons are in the outermost orbital of a carbon atom?"
Severus's smile widened.
"4," he said. "It is a useless fact which no one should bother writing down, however. And for your information, Potter, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. As for Monk's Hood and Wolf's Bane, they are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite, as you would know if you had read 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. Thought you didn't need to open a book before coming, Potter? All the rest of you should be copying that down, so that you will not be as ignorant as him."
Severus paused, looking quite pleased with himself.
"And that will be 5 points. No, let us make it an even 10 points from Ravenclaw for back chat."
Hermione gasped, along with a number of others.
"Professor Severus Snape,"
Harry bit out,
"I know of nothing which I have done to earn your enmity. If there is some problem you have with me which I do not know about, I suggest we—"
"Shut up, Potter. 10 more points from Ravenclaw. The rest of you, open your books to page 3.
There was only a very faint burning sensation in the back of Harry's throat, and no moisture at all in his eyes. If crying was not an effective strategy for destroying this potions professor, then there was no point in crying. Slowly, Harry sat up very straight. All his blood seemed to have been drained away and replaced with liquid nitrogen. He knew he'd been trying to keep his temper, but he couldn't seem to remember why.
"Harry,"
whispered Hermione frantically from 2 desks over.
"Stop, please. It's all right. We won't count it."
talking in class, Granger. 3...
So, said a voice colder than 0 Kelvin. How does one go about filing a formal complaint against an abusive professor? Does one talk to the deputy headmistress? Write a letter to the board of governors? Would you care to explain how it works? The class was utterly frozen.
Detention for 1 month, Potter,
Severus said, smiling even more broadly. I decline to recognize your authority as a teacher, and I will not serve any detention you give. People stopped breathing. Severus's smile vanished.
Then you will be...
His voice stopped short.
Expelled, were you about to say?
Harry, on the other hand, was now smiling thinly. But then you seem to doubt your ability to carry out the threat, or fear the consequences if you did. I, on the other hand, neither doubt nor fear the prospect of finding a school with less abusive professors. Or perhaps I should hire private tutors, as is my accustomed practice, and be taught at my full learning speed. I have enough money in my vault. Something about bounties on a dark lord I defeated. But there are teachers at Hogwarts who I rather like, so I think it will be easier if I find some way to get rid of you instead.
Get rid of me?
Severus said, now also smiling thinly.
What an amusing conceit. How do you suppose you will do that, Potter?
I understand there have been a number of complaints about you from students and their parents. A guess, but a safe one. Which leaves only the question of why you're not already gone. Is Hogwarts too financially strapped to afford a real potions professor? I could chip in, if so. I'm sure they could find a better class of teacher if they offered double your current salary. 2 poles of ice radiated freezing winter across the classroom.
You will find,
Severus said softly,
that the Board of Governors is not the slightest bit sympathetic to your offer.
Lucius, Harry said. That's why you're still here. Perhaps I should chat with Lucius about that. I believe he desires to meet with me. I wonder if I have anything he wants. Hermione frantically shook her head. Harry noticed out of the corner of his eye, but his attention was all on Severus.
You are a very foolish boy,
Severus said. He wasn't smiling at all now.
You have nothing that Lucius values more than my friendship. And if you did, I have other allies.
His voice grew hard.
And I find it increasingly unlikely that you were not sorted into Slytherin. How was it that you managed to stay out of my house? Yes. Because the Sorting Hat claimed it was joking. For the first time in recorded history. What were you really chatting about with the Sorting Hat, Potter? Did you have something that it wanted?"
Harry stared into Severus's cold gaze and remembered that the Sorting Hat had warned him not to meet anyone's eyes while thinking about... Harry dropped his gaze to Severus's desk.
"You seem oddly reluctant to look me in the eyes, Potter."
A shock of sudden understanding.
"So, it was you the Sorting Hat was warning me about."
"What?" said Severus's voice, sounding genuinely surprised, though of course Harry didn't look at his face. Harry got up out of his desk.
"Sit down, Potter,"
said an angry voice from somewhere he wasn't looking. Harry ignored it and looked around the classroom.
"I have no intention of letting one unprofessional teacher ruin my time at Hogwarts,"
Harry said with deadly calm.
"I think I'll take my leave of this class and either hire a tutor to teach me potions while I'm here, or, if the board is really that locked up, learn over the summer. If any of you decide that you don't care to be bullied by this man, my sessions will be open to you."
"Sit down, Potter."
Harry strode across the room and grasped the doorknob. It didn't turn. Harry slowly turned around and caught a glimpse of Severus smiling nastily before he remembered to look away.
"Open this door."
"No,"
said Severus.
"You are making me feel threatened,"
said a voice so icy it didn't sound like Harry's at all.
"And that is a mistake."
Severus's voice laughed.
"What do you intend to do about it, little boy?"
Harry took 6 long strides forward, away from the door, until he was standing near the back row of desks. Then Harry drew himself upright and raised his right hand in one terrible motion, fingers poised to snap. Neville screamed and dived under his desk. Other children shrank back or instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves.
"Harry, don't!"
shrieked Hermione.
"Whatever you are going to do to him, don't do it!"
"Have you all gone mad?"
barked Severus's voice. Slowly, Harry lowered his hand.
"I wasn't going to hurt him, Hermione,"
Harry said, his voice a little lower.
"I was just going to blow up the door."
Though, now that Harry remembered it, you weren't supposed to transfigure things that were to be burned, which meant that going back in time afterward and getting Fred or George to transfigure some carefully measured amount of explosives might not actually have been such a good idea.
"Silencio,"
said Severus's voice. Harry tried to say,
"What?"
and found that no sound was coming out.
"This has become ridiculous. I think you've been allowed to get yourself in enough trouble for one day, Potter. You are the most disruptive and unruly student I have ever seen, and I don't recall how many points Ravenclaw has right now, but I'm sure I can manage to wipe them all out. 10 points from Ravenclaw. 10 points from Ravenclaw. 10 points from Ravenclaw. 50 points from Ravenclaw. Now sit down and watch the rest of the class take their lesson."
Harry put his hand into his pouch and tried to say marker, but of course no words came out. For one brief moment that stopped him, and then it occurred to Harry to spell out marker using finger motions, which worked. PAD, and he had a pad of paper. Harry strode over to an empty desk, not the one he'd originally sat down in, and scrawled a brief message. He tore off that sheet of paper, put away the marker and pad in a pocket of his robes for quicker access, and held up his message, not to Snape, but to the rest of the class.
"I'm leaving. Does anyone else need to get out?"
"You're insane, Potter," Severus said with cold contempt. Aside from that, no one spoke. Harry swept an ironic bow to the teacher's desk, walked over to the wall, and with one smooth motion yanked open a closet door, stepped in, and slammed the door shut behind him. There was the muffled sound of someone snapping his fingers, and then nothing. In the classroom, students looked at each other in puzzlement and fear. The potions master's face was now completely enraged. He crossed the room in terrible strides and yanked open the closet door. The closet was empty. 1 hour earlier, Harry listened from inside the closed closet. There was no sound from outside, and no point in taking risks either. CLOAK, his fingers spelled out. Once he was invisible, he very carefully and slowly cracked open the closet door and peeked out. No one seemed to be in the classroom. The door wasn't locked. It was when Harry was outside the dangerous place and inside the hallway, safely invisible, that some of the anger drained away, and he realized what he'd just done. What he'd just done. Harry's invisible face was frozen in absolute horror. He'd antagonized a teacher 3 orders of magnitude beyond anything he'd ever managed before. He'd threatened to walk out of Hogwarts and might have to follow through on it. He'd lost all the points Ravenclaw had, then he'd used the time turner. His imagination showed him his parents yelling at him after he was expelled, Professor McGonagall disappointed in him, and it was just too painful, and he couldn't bear it, and he couldn't think of any way to save himself. The thought that Harry allowed himself to think was that if getting angry had gotten him into all this trouble, then maybe when he was angry he'd think of a way out. Things seemed clearer somehow when he was angry. And the thought that Harry didn't let himself think was that he just couldn't face this future if he wasn't angry. So he cast his thoughts back and remembered the burning humiliation. Tut, tut. Fame clearly isn't everything. 10 points from Ravenclaw for backchat. The calming cold washed back through his veins like a wave reflected and returning from some breaker. And Harry let out his breath. Okay, back to being sane now. He was actually feeling a bit disappointed in his non-angry self for collapsing like that and wanting only to get out of trouble.
Professor Severus Snape was everyone's problem. Normal Harry had forgotten that and wished for a way to protect himself, and let all the other victims go hang. The question wasn't how to protect himself. The question was how to destroy this potions professor.
So, this is my dark side, is it? A bit of a prejudiced term, that. My light side seems more selfish and cowardly, not to mention confused and panicky.
And now that he was thinking clearly, it was equally clear what to do next. He had already given himself an extra hour to prepare, and could get up to 5 hours more if required. Minerva McGonagall waited in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat in his padded throne behind his desk, dressed in 4 layers of formal lavender robes. Minerva sat in a chair before him, opposite Severus in another chair. Facing the 3 of them was an empty wooden stool. They were waiting for Harry Potter.
Harry,
Minerva thought despairingly.
You promised you wouldn't bite any teachers.
And in her mind, she could see very clearly the reply. Harry's angry face and his outraged response.
I said I wouldn't bite anyone who didn't bite me first.
There was a knock at the door.
Come in,
Dumbledore called. The door swept open, and Harry Potter entered. Minerva almost gasped out loud. The boy looked cool, collected, and utterly in control of himself.
Good morning.
Harry's voice suddenly cut off. His jaw dropped. Minerva tracked Harry's gaze, and she saw that Harry was staring at Fawkes, where the phoenix sat on its golden perch. Fawkes fluttered his bright red golden wings like the flickering of a flame, and dipped his head in a measured nod to the boy. Harry turned to stare at Dumbledore. Dumbledore winked at him. Minerva felt she was missing something. Sudden uncertainty crossed Harry's face. His coolness wavered. Fear showed in his eyes, then anger, and then the boy was calm again. A chill went down Minerva's spine. Something was not right here.
Please sit down,
said Dumbledore. His face was now serious once more. Harry sat.
So, Harry, said Dumbledore, I've heard one report of this day from Professor Snape. Would you care to tell me what happened in your own words?
Harry's gaze flickered dismissively to Severus.
It's not complicated,
said the boy, smiling thinly.
He tried bullying me the way he's been bullying every non-Slytherin in the school since the day Lucius foisted him off on you. As for the other details, I request a private conversation with you concerning them. A student who is reporting abusive behaviour from a professor can hardly be expected to speak frankly in front of that same professor, after all.
This time Minerva couldn't stop herself from gasping out loud. Severus simply laughed, and the headmaster's face grew grave.
Mr. Potter, the headmaster said, one does not speak of a Hogwarts professor in such terms. I fear that you labour under a terrible misapprehension. Professor Severus Snape has my fullest confidence, and serves Hogwarts at my own behest, not Lucius Malfoy's.
There was silence for a few moments. When the boy spoke again, his voice was icy.
Am I missing something here?
Quite a number of things, Mr. Potter, said the headmaster. You should understand, to start with, that the purpose of this meeting is to discuss how to discipline you for the events of this morning.
This man has terrorized your school for years. I spoke to students and collected stories to make sure there would be enough for a newspaper campaign to rally the parents against him. Some of the younger students cried while they told me. I almost cried when I heard them. You allowed this abuser to run free. You did this to your students. Why?
Minerva swallowed a lump in her throat. She had thought that, sometimes, but somehow she'd never quite.
Mr. Potter, said the headmaster, his voice now stern. This meeting is not about Professor Snape. It is about you and your disregard for school discipline. Professor Snape has suggested, and I have agreed, that 3 full months of detention will be appropriate.
Declined,
Harry said icily. Minerva was speechless.
This is not a request, Mr. Potter, the headmaster said.
The full entire force of the wizard's gaze was turned on the boy.
This is your punishment.
You will explain to me why you allowed this man to hurt the children placed in your care, and if your explanation is not sufficient, then I will begin my newspaper campaign with you as the target.
Minerva's body swayed with the force of that blow, with the sheer raw lèse-majesté. Even Severus looked shocked.
That, Harry, would be most extremely unwise, Dumbledore said slowly. I am the primary piece opposing Lucius on the game board. For you to do such a thing would strengthen him greatly, and I did not think that was your chosen side.
The boy was still for a long moment.
This conversation grows private,
Harry said. His hand flicked in Severus's direction. Dumbledore shook his head.
Harry, did I not tell you that Severus Snape has my fullest confidence?
The boy's face showed the shock of it.
This man's bullying makes you vulnerable. I'm not the only one who could start a newspaper campaign against you. This is insane. Why are you doing this?
Dumbledore sighed.
I'm sorry, Harry. It has to do with things that you are not, at this time, ready to hear.
The boy stared at Dumbledore. Then he turned to look at Severus. Then back to Dumbledore again.
It is insanity,
the boy said slowly.
You haven't reined him in because you think he's part of the pattern, that Hogwarts needs an evil potions master to be a proper magical school, just as it needs a ghost to teach history.
That does sound like the sort of thing I would do, doesn't it?
Said Dumbledore, smiling.
Unacceptable,
Harry said flatly. His gaze was now cold and dark.
I will not tolerate bullying
or abuse. I had always considered many possible ways of dealing with this problem, but I will make it simple. Either this man goes, or I do."
Minerva gasped again. Something strange flickered in Severus's eyes. Now Dumbledore's gaze was also growing cold.
"Expulsion, Mr. Potter, is the final threat which may be used against a student. It is not customarily used as a threat by students against the headmaster. This is the best magical school in the entire world, and an education here is not an opportunity given to everyone. Are you under the impression that Hogwarts cannot get along without you?"
And Harry sat there, smiling thinly. Sudden horror dawned on Minerva. Surely Harry wouldn't.
"You forget,"
Harry said,
"that you're not the only one who can see patterns. This grows private. Now send him."
Harry flicked a hand at Severus again, and then stopped in mid-sentence and mid-gesture. Minerva could see it on Harry's face. The moment when he remembered. She told him, after all.
"Mr. Potter," said the headmaster, "once again, Severus Snape has my fullest confidence."
"You told him,"
whispered the boy.
"You utter fool."
Dumbledore didn't react to the insult.
"Told him what?"
"That the Dark Lord is alive."
"What in Merlin's name are you on about, Potter?" cried Severus in tones of sheer astonishment and outrage.
Harry glanced briefly at him, smiling grimly.
"Oh, so we are a Slytherin then," Harry said. "I was starting to wonder."
And then there was silence. Finally, Dumbledore spoke. His voice was mild.
"Harry, what are you talking about?"
Sorry, Albus,"
Minerva whispered. Severus and Dumbledore turned to look at her.
"Professor McGonagall didn't tell me,"
said Harry's voice, swiftly and less calm than it had been.
"I guessed. I told you I can see the patterns too. I guessed, and she controlled her reaction just as Severus did, but her control fell a shade short of perfection, and I could tell it was control, not genuine." "And I told him,"
said Minerva, her voice trembling a little,
"that you and I and Severus were the only ones who knew." "Which she did as a concession to prevent me from simply going around asking questions, as I threatened to do if she didn't talk,"
Harry said. The boy chuckled briefly.
"I really should have gotten one of you alone and told you that she told me everything, to see if you let anything slip. Probably wouldn't have worked, but would have been worth a shot."
The boy smiled again.
"Threats still on the table, and I do expect to be briefed fully at some point."
Severus was giving her a look of utter contempt. Minerva raised her chin and bore it. She knew it was deserved. Dumbledore leaned back in his padded throne. His eyes were as cold as anything Minerva had seen from him since the day his brother died.
And you threaten to abandon us to Voldemort if we do not comply with your wishes."
Harry's voice was razor sharp.
"I regret to inform you that you are not the center of the universe. I'm not threatening to walk out on magical Britain. I'm threatening to walk out on you. I'm not a meek little Frodo. This is my quest, and if you want in, you will play by my rules."
Dumbledore's face was still cold.
"I am beginning to doubt your suitability as the hero, Mr. Potter."
Harry's return gaze was equally icy.
"I am beginning to doubt your suitability as my Gandalf, Mr. Dumbledore. Boromir was at least a plausible mistake. What is this Nazgul doing in my fellowship?"
Minerva was completely lost. She looked at Severus to see if he was following this, and she saw that Severus had turned his face away from Harry's field of vision and was smiling.
"I suppose,"
Dumbledore said slowly,
"that from your perspective it is a reasonable question. So, Mr. Potter, if Professor Snape is to leave you alone henceforth, will that be the last time this issue arises, or will I find you here every week with a new demand?"
"Leave me alone?"
Harry's voice was outraged.
"I am not his only victim, and certainly not the most vulnerable. Have you forgotten how defenseless children are? How much they hurt? Henceforth, Severus will treat every student of Hogwarts with appropriate and professional courtesy, or you will find another potions master, or you will find another hero."
Dumbledore started laughing. Full-throated, warm, humorous laughter, as if Harry had just performed a comic dance in front of him. Minerva didn't dare move. Her eyes flickered, and she saw that Severus was equally motionless. Harry's visage grew even colder.
"You mistake me, Headmaster, if you think that this is a joke. This is not a request. This is your punishment." "Mr. Potter!"
Minerva said. She didn't even know what she was going to say. She simply couldn't let that go by. Harry made a shushing gesture at her and continued to speak to Dumbledore.
"And if that seems impolite to you,"
Harry said, his voice now a little less hard,
"it seemed no less impolite when you said it to me. You wouldn't say such a thing to anyone who you considered a real human being instead of a subordinate child, and I will treat you with just the same courtesy as you treat me."
Oh, indeed. Oh, in very deed. This is my punishment, if ever there was one. Of course, you're in here blackmailing me to save your fellow students. Not save yourself. I can't imagine why I would have thought otherwise.
Dumbledore was now laughing even harder. He pounded his fist on the desk 3 times. Harry's gaze grew uncertain. His face turned toward her, addressing her for the first time.
"Excuse me,"
Harry said. His voice seemed to be wavering.
Does he need to take his medication or something?
Minerva had no idea what she could possibly say.
Well,
said Dumbledore. He wiped away tears that had formed in his eyes.
Pardon me. I'm sorry for the interruption. Please continue with the blackmail.
Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again. He now seemed a little unsteady.
He's also to stop reading students' minds.
Minerva, Severus said, his voice deadly.
Your sorting hat warned me,
said Harry. What?
I can't say anything else. Anyway, I think that's it. I'm done.
Silence.
No, what?
Minerva said when it became apparent that no one else was going to say anything.
Now what?
Dumbledore echoed.
Why, now the hero wins, of course.
What? Said Severus, Minerva, and Harry.
Well, he certainly seems to have backed us into a corner,
Dumbledore said, smiling happily.
But Hogwarts does need an evil potions master, or it just wouldn't be a proper magical school now, would it? So, how about if Professor Snape is only awful towards students in their 5th year and higher?
What? Said all three of them again.
If it's the most vulnerable victims about whom you're concerned, maybe you're right, Harry. Maybe I have forgotten over the decades what it's like to be a child. So let's compromise. Severus will continue to unfairly award points to Slytherin and impose lax discipline on his house, and he will be awful to non-Slytherin students in their 5th year and higher. To others, he will be scary, but not abusive. He will promise to only read minds when the safety of a student requires it. Hogwarts will have its evil potions master, and the most vulnerable victims, as you put it, will be safe.
Minerva McGonagall was as shocked as she'd ever been in her life. She glanced uncertainly at Severus, whose face had been left completely neutral, as though he couldn't decide what sort of expression he ought to be wearing.
I suppose that is acceptable,
Harry said. His voice sounded a bit odd. You can't be serious, Severus said, his voice as expressionless as his face.
I am very much in favour of this,
Minerva said slowly. She was so much in favour that her heart was pounding wildly beneath her robes.
But what could we possibly tell the students? They might not have questioned this while Severus was being awful to everyone, but...
Harry can tell the other students that he discovered a terrible secret of Severus's and did a bit of blackmail, said Dumbledore. It's true, after all. He discovered that Severus was reading minds, and he certainly did blackmail us. "This is insanity," exploded Severus. said Dumbledore. Said Harry uncertainly. "And if anyone asks me why 5th years and above got shafted, I wouldn't blame them for being irate, and that part wasn't exactly my idea." "Tell them," said Dumbledore, "that it wasn't you who suggested the compromise, that it was all you could get, and then refuse to say anything more. That, too, is true. There's an art to it. You'll pick it up with practice." Harry nodded slowly. "And the points he took from Ravenclaw?"
"They must not be given back."
It was Minerva who said it. Harry looked at her.
Sorry, Mr. Potter,"
she said. She was sorry, but it had to be done.
"There must be some consequences for your misbehaviour, or this school will fall to pieces."
Harry shrugged.
"Acceptable,"
he said flatly.
"But in the future, Severus will not strike at my house connections by taking points from me, nor will he waste my valuable time with detentions. Should he feel that my behaviour requires correction, he may communicate his concerns to Professor McGonagall."
"Harry,"
Minerva said,
"will you continue to submit to school discipline, or are you to be above the law now, as Severus was?"
Harry looked at her. Something warm touched his gaze, briefly, before it was quashed.
"I will continue to be an ordinary student to every member of the staff who is not insane or evil, provided that they do not come under pressure from others who are."
Harry glanced briefly at Severus, then turned back to Dumbledore.
"Leave Minerva alone, and I'll be a regular Hogwarts student in her presence. No special privileges or immunities."
"Beautiful," Dumbledore said sincerely. "Spoken like a true hero."
"And,"
she said,
"Mr. Potter must publicly apologise for his actions of today."
Harry gave her another look. This one was a bit sceptical.
"The discipline of the school has been gravely injured by your actions, Mr. Potter,"
Minerva said.
"It must be restored."
"I think, Professor McGonagall, that you considerably overestimate the importance of what you call school discipline, as compared to having history taught by a live teacher or not torturing your students. Maintaining the current status hierarchy and enforcing its rules seems ever so much more wise and moral and important when you are on the top and doing the enforcing than when you are on the bottom, and I can cite studies to this effect if required. I could go on for several hours about this point, but I'll leave it at that."
Minerva shook her head.
"Mr. Potter, you underestimate the importance of discipline because you are not in need of it yourself."
She paused. That hadn't come out right, and Severus, Dumbledore, and even Harry were giving her strange looks.
"To learn I mean, not every child can learn in the absence of authority, and it is the other children who will be hurt, Mr. Potter, if they see your example as one to be followed.
Harry's lips curved into a twisted smile.
The first and last resort is the truth. The truth is that I shouldn't have gotten angry. I shouldn't have disrupted the class. I shouldn't have done what I did. And I set a bad example for everyone. The truth is also that Severus Snape behaved in a fashion unbecoming a Hogwarts professor, and that from now on he will be more mindful of the injured feelings of students in their 4th year and under. The two of us could both get up and speak the truth. I could live with that.
In your dreams, Potter, spat Severus.
After all,
said Harry, smiling grimly,
if the students see that rules are for everyone, for professors too, not just for poor helpless students who get nothing but suffering out of the system, why, the positive effects on school discipline should be tremendous.
There was a brief pause, and then Dumbledore chuckled.
Minerva is thinking that you're righter than you have any right to be.
Harry's gaze jerked away from Dumbledore down to the floor.
Are you reading her mind?
Common sense is often mistaken for legitimacy, said Dumbledore. I shall talk over this matter with Severus, and no apology will be required from you unless he apologizes as well. And now I declare this matter concluded, at least until lunchtime.
He paused.
Although, Harry, I'm afraid that Minerva wished to speak with you about an additional matter, and that is not the result of any pressure on my part. Minerva, if you would.
Minerva rose from her chair and almost fell. There was too much adrenaline in her blood. Her heart was beating too fast.
Fawkes, said Dumbledore. Accompany her, please.
I don't...
she started to say. Dumbledore shot her a look, and she fell silent. The phoenix soared across the room like a smooth tongue of flame leaping out and landed on her shoulder. She felt the warmth through her robes, all through her body.
Please follow me, Mr. Potter,
she said, firmly now, and they left through the door. They stood on the rotating stairs, descending in silence. Minerva didn't know what to say. She didn't know this person who stood beside her. And Fawkes began to croon. It was tender and soft, like a fireplace would sound if it had melody, and it washed over Minerva's mind, easing, soothing, gentling what it touched.
What is that?
Harry whispered beside her. His voice was unstable, wobbling, changing pitch.
The Song of the Phoenix,
said Minerva, not really aware of what she was saying. Her attention was all on that strange, quiet music.
It, too, heals.
Harry turned his face from her, but she caught a glimpse of something agonized. The descent seemed to take a very long time. Or maybe it was only that the music seemed to take a very long time, and when they stepped out through the gap where the gargoyle had been, she was holding Harry's hand firmly in hers. As the gargoyle stepped back into place, Fawkes left her shoulder and swooped to hover in front of Harry. Harry stared at Fawkes like someone hypnotized by the ever-changing light of a fire.
"What am I to do, Fawkes?" whispered Harry. "I couldn't have protected them if I hadn't been angry."
The phoenix's wings continued flapping. It continued hovering in place. There was no sound but the beating of wings. Then there was a flash like a fire flaring up and going out, and Fawkes was gone. Both of them blinked, like waking up from a dream, or maybe like falling asleep again. Minerva looked down. Harry Potter's bright young face looked up at her.
"Are phoenixes people?" said Harry. "I mean, are they smart enough to count as people? Could I talk with Fawkes if I knew how?"
Minerva blinked hard. Then she blinked again.
"No,"
Minerva said. Her voice was wavering.
"Phoenixes are creatures of powerful magic. That magic gives their existence a weight of meaning which no simple animal could possess. They are fire, light, healing, rebirth, but in the end, no."
"Where can I get one?"
Minerva leaned down and hugged him.
She hadn't meant to, but she didn't seem to have much choice in the matter.
When she stood up, she found it hard to speak, but she had to ask.
"What happened today, Harry?"
"I don't know the answers to any of the important questions either. Aside from that, I'd really rather not think about it for a while."
Minerva took his hand in hers again, and they walked the rest of the way in silence. It was only a short trip, since, naturally, the office of the deputy was close to the office of the headmaster. Minerva sat behind her desk. Harry sat in front of her desk.
"So,"
Minerva whispered. She would have given almost anything not to do this, or not to be the one who had to do it, or for it to be any time but right now.
"there is a matter of school discipline from which you are not exempt."
"Namely?"
said Harry. He didn't know. He hadn't figured it out yet. She felt her throat tighten, but there was work to be done, and she would not shirk it.
"Mr. Potter,"
said Professor McGonagall,
"I need to see your time turner, please."
All of the peace of the phoenix vanished from his face in an instant, as Minerva felt like she had just stabbed him.
"No!"
Harry said. His voice was panicked.
"I need it! I won't be able to attend Hogwarts! I won't be able to sleep!"
"You'll be able to sleep,"
she said.
"The Ministry has delivered the protective shell for your time turner. I will enchant it to open only between the hours of 9 p.m. and midnight."
Harry's face twisted.
But I...
"Mr. Potter, how many times have you used the time turner since Monday? How many hours?"
Harry said.
Hold on.
Let me add it up.
He glanced down at his watch. Minerva felt a rush of sadness. She'd thought so.
It wasn't just 2 per day, then. I suspect that if I asked your dorm mates, I would find that you were struggling to stay up long enough to go to sleep at a reasonable time, and waking up earlier and earlier every morning. Correct?
Harry's face said everything she needed to know.
Mr. Potter,
She said gently.
There are students who cannot be entrusted with time turners because they become addicted to them. We give them a potion which lengthens their sleep cycle by the necessary amount, but they end up using the time turner for more than just attending their classes. And so, we must take them back. Mr. Potter, you have taken to using the time turner as your solution to everything, often very foolishly so. You used it to get back a remember all. You vanished from a closet in a fashion apparent to other students, instead of going back after you were out and getting me or someone else to come and open the door.
From the look on Harry's face, he hadn't thought of that.
And more importantly,
She said,
you should have simply sat in Professor Snape's class and watched, and left at the end of class, as you would have done if you had not possessed a time turner. There are some students who cannot be entrusted with time turners, Mr. Potter. You are one of them. I am sorry.
But I need it,
Harry blurted.
What if there are Slytherins threatening me and I have to escape? It keeps me safe.
Every other student in this castle runs the same risk, and I assure you that they survive. No student has died in this castle for 50 years. Mr. Potter, you will hand over your time turner, and do so now.
Harry's face twisted in agony, but he drew out the time turner from under his robes and gave it to her. From her desk, Minerva drew out one of the protective shells that had been sent to Hogwarts. She snapped the cover into place around the time turner's turning hourglass, and then she laid her wand on the cover to complete the enchantment.
This isn't fair,
Harry shrieked.
I saved half of Hogwarts from Professor Snape today. Is it right that I be punished for it? I saw the look on your face. You hated what he was doing.
Minerva didn't speak for a few moments. She was enchanting. When she finished and looked up, she knew that her face was stern. Maybe it was the wrong thing to do. And then again, maybe it was the right thing to do. There was an obstinate child in front of her, and that didn't mean the universe was broken.
There, Mr. Potter,
She snapped.
I have had to file 2 reports with the Ministry on public use of a time turner in 2 successive days. Be extremely grateful you were allowed to retain the time turner, even in restricted form. The headmaster made a flu call to plead with them personally, and if you were not the boy who lived, even that would not have sufficed.
Harry gaped at her. She knew that he was seeing the angry face of Professor McGonagall. Harry's eyes filled up with tears. "I'm sorry," he whispered, voice now choked and broken. "I'm sorry to have
disappointed you."
"I'm sorry too, Mr. Potter,"
she said sternly, and handed him the newly restricted time turner.
"You may go."
Harry turned and fled from her office, sobbing. She heard his feet pattering away down the hall, and then the sound cut off as the door swung closed.
"I'm sorry too, Harry,"
she whispered to the quiet room.
"I'm sorry too."
15 minutes into lunch hour. No one was speaking to Harry. Some of the Ravenclaws were shooting him looks of anger, others of sympathy. A few of the younger students even had looks of admiration, but no one was talking to him. Even Hermione hadn't tried to come over. Fred and George had gingerly stepped near. They hadn't said anything. The offer was clear, and its optionality. Harry had told them that he would come over when dessert started, no earlier. They had nodded and quickly walked away. It was probably the utterly expressionless look on Harry's face that was doing it. The others probably thought he was controlling anger or dismay. They knew, because they'd seen Flitwick come and get him, that he'd been called to the headmaster's office. Harry was trying not to smile, because if he smiled, he would start laughing, and if he started laughing, he wouldn't stop until the nice people in white jackets came to haul him away. It was just too much. It was just all too much. Harry had almost gone over to the dark side. His dark side had done things that seemed, in retrospect, insane. His dark side had won an impossible victory that might have been real and might have been a pure whim of a crazy headmaster. His dark side had protected his friends. He just couldn't handle it anymore. He needed Fawkes to sing to him again. He needed to use the time turner to go off and take a quiet hour to recover, but that wasn't an option anymore, and the loss was like a hole in his existence. But he couldn't think about that, because then he might start laughing. 20 minutes. All the students who were going to eat lunch had arrived. Almost none had departed. The tapping of a spoon rang through the great hall.
"If I may have your attention, please," Dumbledore said. "Harry Potter has something he would like to share with us."
Harry took a deep breath and got up. He walked over to the head table, with every eye staring at him. Harry turned and looked out at the 4 tables. It was becoming harder and harder not to smile, but Harry kept his face expressionless as he spoke his brief and memorized speech.
"The truth is sacred,"
Harry said tonelessly.
"One of my most treasured possessions is a button which reads, 'Speak the truth, even if your voice trembles.' This, then, is the truth. Remember that. I am not saying it because I am being forced to say it. I am saying it because it is true. What I did in Professor Snape's class was foolish, stupid, childish, and an inexcusable violation of the rules of Hogwarts. I disrupted the classroom and deprived my fellow students of their irreplaceable learning time. All because
I failed to control my temper. I hope that not a single one of you will ever follow my example. I certainly intend to try never to follow it again."
Many of the students gazing at Harry now had solemn, unhappy looks upon their faces, such as one might see at a ceremony marking the loss of a fallen champion. At the younger parts of the Gryffindor table, the look was almost universal. Until Harry raised his hand. He didn't raise it high. That might have appeared peremptory. He certainly didn't raise it toward Severus. Harry simply raised his hand to chest level and softly snapped his fingers, a gesture that was seen more than heard. It was possible that most of the head table wouldn't see it at all. This seeming gesture of defiance won sudden smiles from the younger students and Gryffindors, and coldly superior sneers from Slytherin, and frowns and worried looks from all others. Harry kept his face expressionless.
"Thank you," he said. "That's all."
"Thank you, Mr. Potter," said the headmaster. "And now Professor Snape has something to share with us as well."
Severus smoothly stood up from his place at the head table.
"It has been brought to my attention," he said, "that my own actions played a part in provoking the admittedly inexcusable anger of Mr. Potter, and in the ensuing discussion I realized that I had forgotten how easily injured are the feelings of the young and immature."
There was the sound of many people emitting muffled chokes at the same time. Severus continued as if he had not heard.
"The potions classroom is a dangerous place, and I still feel that strict discipline is necessary, but henceforth I will be more aware of the emotional fragility of students in their 4th year and younger. My deduction of points from Ravenclaw still stands, but I will revoke Mr. Potter's detention. Thank you."
There was a single clap from the direction of Gryffindor, and faster than lightning, Severus's wand was in his hand and
"Quietus!"
silenced the offender.
"I will still demand discipline and respect in all my classes," Severus said coldly, "and anyone who trifles with me will regret it."
He sat down.
"Thank you, too,"
Headmaster Dumbledore said cheerfully.
"Carry on."
And Harry, still expressionless, began to walk back to his seat in Ravenclaw. There was an explosion of conversation. 2 words were clearly identifiable in the beginning. The first was an initial "What?" beginning many different sentences, such as "What just happened?" and "What the hell?" The second was "Scourgify!" as students cleaned up the dropped food and spit out drinks from themselves, the tablecloth, and each other. Some students were weeping openly. So was Professor Sprout. At the Gryffindor table, where a cake waited with 51 unlit candles, Fred whispered,
I think we may be out of our league here, George.
And from that day onward, no matter what Hermione tried to tell anyone, it would be an accepted legend of Hogwarts that Harry Potter could make absolutely anything happen by snapping his fingers. Chapter 19. Delayed Gratification. Draco had a stern expression on his face, and his green-trimmed robes somehow looked far more formal, serious, and well turned out than the same exact robes as worn by the two boys behind him.
"Talk,"
said Draco.
"Yeah, talk." "You heard the boss. Talk." "You two, on the other hand, shut up."
The last session of classes on Friday was about to start in that vast auditorium where all four houses learned battle magic. The last session of classes on Friday. Harry was hoping that this class would be non-stressful, and that the brilliant Professor Quirrell would realise this was perhaps not the best time to single out Harry for anything. Harry had recovered a little, but just in case, it was probably best to get in a bit of stress relief first. Harry leaned back in his chair and bestowed a look of great solemnity upon Draco and his minions.
"You ask, what is our aim?"
Harry declaimed.
"I can answer in one word. It is victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terrors. Victory, however long and hard the road may be, for without victory there is no—"
"Talk about Snape," Draco hissed. "What did you do?" Harry wiped away the fake solemnity and gave Draco a more serious look.
"You saw it," Harry said. "Everyone saw it. I snapped my fingers."
"Harry, stop teasing me." So, he'd been promoted to Harry now. Interesting. And, in fact, Harry was fairly sure that he was meant to notice that, and feel bad if he didn't respond somehow. Harry tapped his ears and gave a significant glance at the minions.
"They won't talk,"
said Draco.
"Draco," Harry said, "I'm going to be 100% honest here and say that yesterday I was not particularly impressed with Mr. Goyle's cunning."
Mr. Goyle winced.
"Me neither,"
said Draco.
"I explained to him that I ended up owing you a favour because of it."
Mr. Goyle winced again.
"But there is a big difference between that sort of mistake and being indiscreet. That really is something they've been trained for from childhood, understand?" "All right, then," Harry said.
He lowered his voice, even though the background noises had gone to blurs in Draco's presence.
"I deduced one of Severus's secrets and did a bit of blackmail."
Draco's expression hardened.
"Good. Now, tell me something you didn't tell in strict confidence to the idiots in Gryffindor, meaning that was the story you wanted to get all over the school."
Harry grinned involuntarily, and he knew that Draco had caught it.
"What is Severus saying?" Harry said. "That he realised how sensitive the feelings of young children were," Draco said. Even in Slytherin. Even to me. Are you sure, Harry said, that you want to know something your head of house would rather you not know? Yes, Draco said without hesitation.
Interesting.
Then you really are going to send your minions away first, because I'm not sure I can believe everything you believe about them.
Draco nodded.
Okay.
Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle looked very unhappy.
Bush,
said Mr. Crabbe.
You've given Mr. Potter no reason to trust you, Draco said. Go.
They left.
In particular, Harry said, lowering his voice even further, I'm not entirely sure that they wouldn't just report what I said to Lucius. Father wouldn't do that, Draco said, looking genuinely aghast. They're mine. I'm sorry, Draco, Harry said. I'm just not sure I can believe everything you believe about your father. Imagine it was your secret and me telling you my father wouldn't do that.
Draco nodded slowly.
You're right. I'm sorry, Harry. It was wrong of me to ask it of you. How did I get this promoted? Shouldn't he hate me now?
Harry had the feeling he was looking at something exploitable. He just wished his brain wasn't so exhausted. Ordinarily, he would have loved to try his hand at some complicated plotting.
Anyway, Harry said, trade. I tell you a fact that isn't on the grapevine and does not go on the grapevine, and in particular does not go to your father, and in return you tell me what you and Slytherin think about the whole business. Deal.
Now, to make this as vague as possible, something that wouldn't hurt much, even if it did get out.
What I said was true. I did discover one of Severus's secrets, and I did do some blackmail. But Severus wasn't the only person involved. I knew it,
Draco said exultantly. Harry's stomach sank. He had apparently said something very significant, and he didn't know why. This was not a good sign.
All right,
Draco said. He was grinning widely now.
So, here's what the reaction was like in Slytherin. First, all the idiots were like, "We hate Harry Potter, let's go beat him up."
Harry choked.
What is wrong with the Sorting Hat? That's not Slytherin, it's Gryffindor. Not all children are prodigies,
Draco said, though he was smiling in a sort of nasty conspiratorial way, as though to suggest that he privately agreed with Harry's opinion.
And it took around 15 seconds for someone to explain to them why this might not be such a favour to Snape. So, you're fine. Anyway, after that was the second wave of idiots, the ones who were saying, "Looks like Harry Potter was just another do-gooder after all." And then, Harry said, smiling even though he had no idea why that was stupid. And then the actual smart people started talking. It's obvious that you found a way to put a lot of pressure on Snape. And while that could be more than one thing, The obvious next thought is that it was something to do with Snape's unknown hold over Dumbledore. Am I right?
No comment, Harry said. At least his brain was processing this part correctly. How Slytherin had wondered why Severus wasn't getting fired, and they had concluded that Severus was blackmailing Dumbledore. Could that actually be true? But Dumbledore hadn't seemed to act like it. Draco went on talking.
And the next thing the smart people pointed out was that if you could put enough pressure on Snape to make him leave half of Hogwarts alone, that meant you probably had enough power to get rid of him entirely if you wanted. What you did to him was a humiliation, just the same way he tried to humiliate you. But you left us our head of house.
Harry made his smile wider.
And then the really smart people,
Draco said, his face now serious,
went off and had a little discussion by themselves. And someone pointed out that it would be a very stupid thing to leave an enemy around like that. If you could break his hold over Dumbledore, the obvious thing would be to just do it. Dumbledore would kick Snape out of Hogwarts and maybe even have him killed. He'd be very grateful to you, and you wouldn't have to worry about Snape sneaking into your dorm room at night with interesting potions.
Harry's face was now neutral. He had not thought of that, and he really should have.
And from this, you concluded? Snape's hold was some secret of Dumbledore's, and you've got the secret.
Draco was looking exultant.
It can't be powerful enough to destroy Dumbledore entirely, or Snape would have used it by now. Snape refuses to use his hold for anything except staying king of Slytherin House in Hogwarts, and he doesn't always get what he wants even then, so it must have limits. But it's got to be really good. Father's been trying to get Snape to tell him for years.
And, Harry said, now Lucius thinks maybe I can tell him. Did you already get an owl?
I will tonight,
Draco said, and laughed.
It will say...
His voice took on a different, more formal cadence.
My beloved son, I've already told you of Harry Potter's potential importance. As you have already realized, his importance has now become greater and more urgent. If you see any possible avenue of friendship or point of pressure with him, you must pursue it, and the full resources of Malfoy are at your disposal if needed.
Gosh.
Well, Harry said, not commenting on whether or not your whole complicated edifice of theory is true, let me just say that we're not quite such good friends as yet.
I know, Draco said. Then his face turned very serious, and his voice grew quiet, even with the blur.
Harry, has it occurred to you that if you know something Dumbledore doesn't want known, Dumbledore might simply have you killed, and it would turn the boy who lived from a potential competing leader into a valuable martyr, too?
No comment, Harry said yet again. He hadn't thought of that last part either. It didn't seem to be Dumbledore's style, but...
Harry, Draco said, you've obviously got incredible talent, but you've got no training, and no mentors, and you do stupid things sometimes, and you really need an advisor who knows how to do this, or you're going to get hurt.
Draco's face was fierce.
Ah, Harry said. An advisor? Like Lucius?
Like me, said Draco.
I'll promise to keep your secrets from Father, from everyone. I'll just help you figure out whatever you want to do.
Wow. Harry saw that Zombie Quirrell was staggering in through the doors.
Class is about to start, said Harry. I'll think about what you said. There's lots of times I do wish I had all your training. It's just I don't know how I can trust you so quickly.
You shouldn't, Draco said.
It's too soon. See? I'll give you good advice, even if it hurts me. But we should maybe hurry up and become closer friends. I'm open to that, said Harry, who was already trying to figure out how to exploit it.
Another bit of advice, Draco said hurriedly as Quirrell slouched toward his desk.
Right now, everyone in Slytherin's wondering about you, so if you're courting us, which I think you are, you should do something that signals friendship to Slytherin. Soon. Like today. Or tomorrow. Letting Severus go on awarding extra house points to Slytherin wasn't enough.
No reason Harry couldn't take credit for it. Draco's eyes flickered with realization. Then he said rapidly,
It's not the same, trust me. It's got to be something obvious. Push your mudblood rival Granger into a wall or something. Everyone in Slytherin will know what that means. That's not how it works in Ravenclaw, Draco. If you have to push someone into a wall, it means your brain is too weak to beat them the right way, and everyone in Ravenclaw knows that.
The screen on Harry's desk flickered on, provoking a sudden wash of nostalgia for television and computers.
Ahem,
said Professor Quirrell's voice, seeming to speak personally to Harry out of the screen.
Please take your seats.
And the children were all seated and staring at the repeater screens on their desks, or looking down directly at the great white marble stage where Professor Quirrell stood, leaning on his desk atop the small dais of darker marble.
Today, said Professor Quirrell, I had planned to teach you your first defensive spell, a small shield that was the ancestor of today's Protego. But on second thought, I have changed today's lesson plan in the light of recent events.
Professor Quirrell's gaze searched the rows of seats. Harry winced from where he was sitting in the back row. He had a feeling he knew who was about to be called on.
Draco of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy, said Professor Quirrell.
Phew.
Yes, Professor, said Draco.
His voice was amplified, seeming to come from the repeater screen on Harry's desk, which showed Draco's face as he spoke. Then the screen shifted back to Professor Quirrell, who said,
Is it your ambition to become the next Dark Lord? That's an odd question, Professor, said Draco. I mean, who'd be dumb enough to admit it?
A few students laughed, but not many.
Indeed, said Professor Quirrell. So, while there's no point in asking any of you, it would not surprise me in the slightest if there was a student or two in my classes who harbored ambitions of being the next Dark Lord.
After all, I wanted to be the next Dark Lord when I was a young Slytherin."
This time the laughter was much more widespread.
"Well, it is the House of the Ambitious, after all," Professor Quirrell said, smiling. "I didn't realize until later that what I really enjoyed was battle magic, and that my true ambition was to become a great fighting wizard and someday teach at Hogwarts. In any case, when I was 13 years old, I read through the historical sections of the Hogwarts Library, scrutinizing the lives and fates of past Dark Lords, and I made a list of all the mistakes that I would never make when I was a Dark Lord."
Harry giggled before he could stop himself.
"Yes, Mr. Potter, very amusing. So, Mr. Potter, can you guess what was the very first item on that list?"
"Great."
Never use a complicated way of dealing with an enemy when you could just abracadabra them."
"The term, Mr. Potter, is Avada Kedavra."
Professor Quirrell's voice sounded a bit sharp for some reason.
"And no, that was not on the list I made at age 13. Would you care to guess again?"
Never brag to anyone about your evil master plan."
Professor Quirrell laughed.
"Ha! Now, that was number 2. My, Mr. Potter, have we been reading the same books?"
There was more laughter, with an undertone of nervousness. Harry clenched his jaw tightly shut and said nothing. A denial would accomplish nothing.
"But no, the first item was, I will not go around provoking strong, vicious enemies. The history of the world would be very different if Monolith Falconsbane or Hitler had grasped that elementary point. Now, if, Mr. Potter, just if by some chance you harbour an ambition similar to the one I held as a young Slytherin, even so, I hope it is not your ambition to become a stupid Dark Lord."
"Professor Quirrell,"
Harry said, gritting his teeth,
"I am a Ravenclaw, and it is not my ambition to be stupid, period. I know that what I did today was dumb, but it wasn't dark. I was not the one who threw the first punch in that fight."
"You, Mr. Potter, are an idiot. But then, so was I at your age. Thus, I anticipated your answer and altered today's lesson plan accordingly. Mr. Gregory Goyle, if you would come forward, please."
There was a surprised pause in the classroom. Harry hadn't been expecting that. Neither, from the looks of it, had Mr. Goyle, who looked rather uncertain and worried as he mounted the marble stage and approached the dais. Professor Quirrell straightened from where he was leaning on the desk. He looked suddenly stronger, and his hands formed fists, and he drew himself up into a clearly recognizable martial arts stance. Harry's eyes widened at the sight, and he realized why Mr. Goyle had been called up.
"Most wizards," Professor Quirrell said, "do not bother much with what a muggle would term martial arts. Is not a wand stronger than a fist? This attitude is stupid. Wands are held in fists. If you want to be a great fighting wizard, you must learn martial arts to a level which would impress even a muggle. I will now demonstrate a certain vitally important technique which I learned in a dojo, a muggle school of martial arts of which I shall speak more shortly. For now."
Professor Quirrell took several steps forward, still in stance, advancing on where Mr. Goyle stood.
"Mr. Goyle, I will ask you to attack me."
"Professor Quirrell,"
said Mr. Goyle, his voice now amplified as the Professor's was,
"can I ask what level?"
"Sixth Dan. You will not be hurt, and neither will I. And if you see an opening, please take it."
Mr. Goyle nodded, looking much relieved.
"Note," Professor Quirrell said, "that Mr. Goyle was afraid to attack someone who did not know martial arts to an acceptable level, for fear that I or he would be hurt. Mr. Goyle's attitude is exactly correct, and he has earned 3 Quirrell points for it. Now, fight!"
The young boy blurred forward, fists flying, and the Professor blocked every blow, dancing backward. Quirrell kicked, and Goyle blocked and spun, and tried to trip Quirrell with a sweeping leg, and Quirrell hopped over it, and it was all happening too fast for Harry to make sense of what was going on. And then Goyle was on his back with his legs pushing, and Quirrell was actually flying through the air, and then he hit the ground shoulder first and rolled.
"Stop!"
cried Professor Quirrell from the ground, sounding a little panicked.
"You win!"
Mr. Goyle pulled up so sharply he staggered, almost tripping and falling from the aborted momentum of his headlong charge toward Professor Quirrell. His face showed utter shock. Professor Quirrell arched his back and bounced to his feet, using a peculiar spring motion that made no use of his hands. There was a silence in the classroom, a silence born of total confusion.
"Mr. Goyle," said Professor Quirrell, "what vitally important technique did I demonstrate?"
"How to fall correctly when someone throws you,"
said Mr. Goyle.
"It's one of the very first lessons you learnt."
"That, too,"
said Professor Quirrell. There was a pause.
"The vitally important technique which I demonstrated," said Professor Quirrell, "was how to lose. You may go, Mr. Goyle. Thank you."
Mr. Goyle walked off the platform, looking rather bewildered. Harry felt the same way. Professor Quirrell walked back to his desk and resumed leaning on it.
"Sometimes we forget the most basic things, since it has been too long since we learned them. I realized I had done the same thing with my own lesson plan. You do not teach students to throw until you have taught them to fall. And I must not teach you to fight if you do not understand how to lose."
Professor Quirrell's face hardened, and Harry thought he saw a hint of pain, a touch of sorrow in those eyes.
"I learned how to lose in a dojo in Asia, which, as any muggle knows, is where all the good martial artists live. This dojo taught a style which had a reputation among fighting wizards as adapting well to magical dueling. The master of that dojo, an old man by muggle standards, was that style's greatest living teacher. He had no idea that magic existed, of course. I applied to study there, and was one of the few students accepted that year, from among many contenders. There might have been a tiny bit of special influence involved."
There was some laughter in the classroom. Harry didn't share it. That hadn't been right at all.
In any case, during one of my first fights, after I had been beaten in a particularly humiliating fashion, I lost control and attacked my sparring partner.
Yikes.
Thankfully, with my fists rather than my magic. The master, surprisingly, did not expel me on the spot, but he told me that there was a flaw in my temperament. He explained it to me, and I knew he was right. And then he said that I would learn how to lose.
Professor Quirrell's face was expressionless.
Upon his strict orders, all of the students of the dojo lined up. One by one, they approached me. I was not to defend myself. I was only to beg for mercy. One by one, they slapped me or punched me and pushed me to the ground. Some of them spat on me. They called me awful names in their language, and to each one I had to say, "I lose," and similar such things such as "I beg you to stop" and "I admit you're better than me."
Harry was trying to imagine this and simply failing. There was no way something like that could have happened to the dignified Professor Quirrell.
I was a prodigy of battle magic. Even then, with wandless magic alone, I could have killed everyone in that dojo. I did not do so. I learned to lose. To this day, I remember it as one of the most unpleasant hours of my life. And when I left that dojo 8 months later, which was not nearly enough time, but was all I could afford to spend, the master told me that he hoped I understood why that had been necessary. And I told him that it was one of the most valuable lessons I had ever learned, which was, and is, true.
Professor Quirrell's face turned bitter.
You are wondering where this marvelous dojo is, and whether you can study there. You cannot, for not long afterward, another would-be student came to that hidden place, to that remote mountain. He who must not be named.
There was the sound of many breaths being drawn in simultaneously. Harry felt sick to his stomach. He knew what was coming.
The Dark Lord came to that school openly, without disguise, glowing red eyes and all. The students tried to bar his way, and he simply apparated through. There was terror there, but discipline, and the master came forth. And the Dark Lord demanded, not asked, but demanded to be taught.
Professor Quirrell's face was very hard.
Perhaps the master had read too many books, telling the lie that a true martial artist could defeat even demons. For whatever reason, the master refused. The Dark Lord asked why he could not be a student. The master told him he had no patience, and that was when the Dark Lord ripped his tongue out.
There was a collective gasp.
You can guess what happened next. The students tried to rush the Dark Lord, and fell over, stunned where they stood. And then...
Professor Quirrell's voice faltered for a moment, then resumed.
There is an unforgivable curse, the Cruciatus curse, which produces unbearable pain. If the Cruciatus is extended for longer than a few minutes, it produces permanent insanity. One by one, the Dark Lord crucioed the Master's students into insanity, and then finished them off with the killing curse, while the Master was forced to watch. When all his students had died in this way, the Master followed. I learned this from the single surviving student whom the Dark Lord had left alive to tell the tale, and who had been a friend of mine.
Professor Quirrell turned away, and when he turned back a moment later, he once again seemed calm and composed.
Dark wizards cannot keep their tempers, Professor Quirrell said quietly. It is a near-universal flaw of the species, and anyone who makes a habit of fighting them soon learns to rely on it. Understand that the Dark Lord did not win that day. His goal was to learn martial arts, and yet he left without a single lesson. The Dark Lord was foolish to wish that story retold. It did not show his strength, but rather an exploitable weakness.
Professor Quirrell's gaze focused on a single child in the classroom.
Harry Potter,
Professor Quirrell said.
Yes?
Harry said, his voice hoarse.
What precisely did you do wrong today, Mr. Potter?
Harry felt like he was going to throw up.
I lost my temper.
That is not precise, said Professor Quirrell. I will describe it more exactly. There are many animals which have what are called dominance contests. They rush at each other with horns, trying to knock each other down, not gore each other. They fight with their paws, with claws sheathed. But why with their claws sheathed? Surely, if they used their claws, they would stand a better chance of winning. But then their enemy might unsheathe their claws as well, and instead of resolving the dominance contest with a winner and a loser, both of them might be severely hurt.
Professor Quirrell's gaze seemed to come straight out at Harry from the repeater screen.
What you demonstrated today, Mr. Potter, is that, unlike those animals who keep their claws sheathed and accept the results, you do not know how to lose a dominance contest. When a Hogwarts professor challenged you, you did not back down. When it looked like you might lose, you unsheathed your claws, heedless of the danger. You escalated, and then you escalated again. It started with a slap at you from Professor Snape, who was obviously dominant over you. Instead of losing, you slapped back and lost 10 points from Ravenclaw. Soon you were talking about leaving Hogwarts. The fact that you escalated even further in some unknown direction and somehow won at the end does not change the fact that you are an idiot.
I understand,
Harry said. His throat was dry. That had been precise. Frighteningly precise. Now that Professor Quirrell had said it, Harry could see in hindsight that it was an exactly accurate description of what had happened. When someone's model of you was that good, you had to wonder whether they were right about other things too, like your intent to kill.
The next time, Mr. Potter, that you choose to escalate a contest rather than lose, you may lose all the stakes you place on the table. I cannot guess what they were today. I can guess that they were far, far too high for the loss of 10 house points.
Like the fate of magical Britain. That was what he'd done.
You will protest that you are trying to help all of Hogwarts, a much more important goal, worthy of great risks. That is a lie. If you had been... I would have taken the slap, waited, and picked the best possible time to make my move.
Harry said, his voice hoarse.
But that would have meant losing, letting him be dominant over me. It was what the Dark Lord couldn't do with the master he wanted to learn from.
Professor Quirrell nodded.
I see that you have understood perfectly. And so, Mr. Potter, today you are going to learn how to lose. I will not hear any objections, Mr. Potter. It is evident both that you need this and that you are strong enough to take it. I assure you that your experience will not be so harsh as what I went through, though you may well remember it as the worst 15 minutes of your young life.
Harry swallowed.
Professor Quirrell,
he said in a small voice.
Can we do this some other time?
No,
Professor Quirrell said simply.
You are 5 days into your Hogwarts education, and already this has happened. Today is Friday. Our next defense class is on Wednesday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. No, we do not have time to wait.
There were a few laughs at this, but very few.
Please consider it an order from your professor, Mr. Potter. What I would like to say is that otherwise I will not teach you any offensive spells, because I would then hear that you had severely hurt or even killed someone. Unfortunately, I am told that your fingers are already powerful weapons. Do not snap them at any time during this lesson.
More scattered laughter, sounding rather nervous. Harry felt like he might cry.
Professor Quirrell, if you do anything like what you talked about, it's going to make me angry, and I really would rather not get angry again today.
The point is not to avoid getting angry,
Professor Quirrell said, his face looking grave.
Anger is natural. You need to learn how to lose, even when you are angry. Or at least pretend to lose so that you can plan your vengeance. As I did with Mr. Goyle today, unless, of course, any of you think he really is better.
I'm not,
shouted Mr. Goyle from his desk, sounding a little frantic.
I know you didn't really lose. Please don't plan any vengeances.
Harry felt sick to his stomach. Professor Quirrell didn't know about his mysterious dark side.
Professor, we really need to talk about this after class.
We will, Professor Quirrell said in tones of a promise. After you learn how to lose. His face was serious. It should go without saying that I will exclude anything which could injure you or even cause you significant pain. The pain will come from the difficulty of losing, instead of fighting back and escalating the battle until you win. Harry's breath was coming in short, panicky pants. He was more frightened than he'd been after leaving the potions classroom.
Professor Quirrell, he managed to say, I don't want you to get fired over this.
I will not be, Professor Quirrell said. If you tell them afterward that it was necessary, and this I trust you to do. For a moment, Professor Quirrell's voice turned very dry. Believe me, they have tolerated worse in their hallways. This case will be exceptional only in that it happens in a classroom.
Professor Quirrell,
Harry whispered, but he thought his voice was still being repeated everywhere.
Do you really believe that if I don't do this, I might hurt someone?
Yes,
Professor Quirrell said simply.
Then
Harry felt nauseous.
I'll do it.
Professor Quirrell turned to regard the Slytherins.
So, with the full approval of your teacher, and in such a fashion that Snape cannot be blamed for your actions, do any of you wish to show your dominance over the boy who lived? Shove him around, push him to the ground, hear him beg for your mercy.
5 hands went up.
Everyone with your hand raised. You are an absolute idiot. What part of pretending to lose did you not understand? If Harry Potter does become the next Dark Lord, he will hunt you down and kill you after he graduates.
The 5 hands dropped abruptly back to their desks.
I won't,
Harry said, his voice coming out rather weakly.
I swear never to take vengeance upon those who help me learn to lose. Professor Quirrell, would you please stop that?
Professor Quirrell sighed.
I am sorry, Mr. Potter. I realize that you must find this equally annoying, whether you intend to become a Dark Lord or not. But those children also had an important life lesson to learn. Would it be acceptable if I awarded you a Quirrell point in apology?
Make it 2,
Harry said. There was a current of surprised laughter, diffusing some of the tension.
Done,
Professor Quirrell said.
And after I graduate, I'm going to hunt you down and tickle you.
There was more laughter, although Professor Quirrell didn't smile. Harry felt like he was wrestling an anaconda, trying to force the conversation through the narrow course that would make people realize he wasn't a Dark Lord after all. Why was Professor Quirrell so suspicious of him?
Professor,
said Draco's unamplified voice.
It's also not my own ambition to become a stupid Dark Lord.
There was a shocked silence in the classroom.
You don't have to do this,
Harry almost blurted out, but checked himself in time. Draco might not wish it known that he was doing this out of friendship for Harry, or out of the desire to appear friendly. Calling that a desire to appear friendly made Harry feel small and mean. If Draco had intended to impress him, it was working perfectly. Professor Quirrell was regarding Draco gravely.
You worry that you cannot pretend to lose, Mr. Malfoy. That this flaw which describes Mr. Potter also describes you. Surely your father taught you better.
When it comes to talking, maybe, said Draco, now on the repeater screen. Not when it comes to being shoved around and pushed to the ground. I want to be fully as strong as you, Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell's eyebrows went up and stayed up.
I am afraid, Mr. Malfoy, he said after a time, that the arrangements I made for Mr. Potter, involving some older Slytherins who would be told afterward how stupid they were, would not carry over onto you. But it is my professional opinion that you are already very strong. Should I hear that you have failed, as Mr. Potter failed today, I will make the appropriate arrangements and apologize to you and whomever you have hurt. I do not think this will be necessary, however.
I understand, Professor, said Draco. Professor Quirrell looked over the class.
Does anyone else wish to become strong?
Some students glanced around nervously. Some, Harry thought from his back row, looked like they were opening their mouths but not saying anything. In the end, no one spoke.
Draco Malfoy will be one of the generals in your year's armies, said Professor Quirrell, should he deign to engage in that after-school activity. And now, Mr. Potter, please come forward.
Yes, Professor Quirrell had said, it must be in front of everyone, in front of your friends, because that is where Snape confronted you, and that is where you must learn to lose. So now, the first year watched, in magically enforced silence and with requests from both Harry and the Professor not to intervene. Hermione had her face turned away, but she hadn't spoken out or even given him any sort of significant look, maybe because she'd been there in potions too. Harry stood on a soft blue mat, such as might be found in a Muggle dojo, which Professor Quirrell had laid out upon the floor for when Harry was pushed down. Harry was frightened of what he might do. If Professor Quirrell was right about his intent to kill. Harry's wand lay on Professor Quirrell's desk, not because Harry knew any spells that could defend him, but because otherwise, Harry thought, he might have tried to jam it through someone's eye socket. His pouch lay there, now containing his protected but still potentially fragile time-turner. Harry had pleaded with Professor Quirrell to transfigure him some boxing gloves and lock them on his hands. Professor Quirrell had given him a look of silent understanding and refused.
I will not go for their eyes. I will not go for their eyes. I will not go for their eyes. It would be the end of my life in Hogwarts. I'll be arrested.
Harry chanted to himself, trying to hammer the thought into his brain, hoping it would stay there if his intent to kill took over. Professor Quirrell returned, escorting 13 older Slytherins of different years. Harry recognized one of them as the one he'd hit with a pie. 2 others from that confrontation were also present. The one who'd said to stop, they really shouldn't do this, was missing.
I repeat,
Professor Quirrell said, sounding very stern. "Potter is not to be really hurt. Any and all accidents will be treated as deliberate. Do you understand?" The older Slytherins nodded, grinning. "Then please feel free to take the boy who lived down a few pegs," Professor Quirrell said with a twisted smile that only the first years understood. By some form of mutual consent, the pie target was at the front of the group. "Potter," said Professor Quirrell, "meet Mr. Peregrine Derek. He is better than you, and he is about to show you that." Derek strode forward, and Harry's brain screamed discordantly, "He must not run away. He must not fight back." Derek stopped an arm's length away from Harry. Harry wasn't angry yet, just frightened. And that meant he beheld a teenage boy, fully half a metre taller than himself, with clearly defined muscles, facial hair, and a grin of terrible anticipation. "Ask him not to hurt you," Professor Quirrell said. "Perhaps if he sees that you're pathetic enough, he'll decide that you're boring and go away." There was laughter from the watching older Slytherins.
"Please,"
Harry said, his voice faltering.
"Don't hurt me."
"That didn't sound very sincere," said Professor Quirrell. Derek's smile widened. The clumsy imbecile was looking very superior, and Harry's blood temperature was dropping.
"Please don't hurt me."
Harry tried again. Professor Quirrell shook his head. "How in Merlin's name did you manage to make that sound like an insult, Potter? There is only one response you can possibly expect from Mr. Derek." Derek stepped forward deliberately and bumped into Harry. Harry staggered back a few feet and, before he could stop himself, straightened up icily. "Wrong!" said Professor Quirrell. "Wrong, wrong, wrong!" "You bumped into me, Potter," Derek said. "Apologize." Chapter 19. Delayed Gratification. Draco had a stern expression on his face, and his green-trimmed robes somehow looked far more formal, serious, and well turned out than the same exact robes as worn by the two boys behind him. "Talk," said Draco.
"Yeah, talk."
"You heard the boss. Talk."
"You two, on the other hand, shut up."
The last session of classes on Friday was about to start in that vast auditorium where all four houses learned battle magic. The last session of classes on Friday. Harry was hoping that this class would be non-stressful, and that the brilliant Professor Quirrell would realize this was perhaps not the best time to single out Harry for anything. Harry had recovered a little, but just in case, it was probably best to get in a bit of stress relief first. Harry leaned back in his chair and bestowed a look of great solemnity upon Draco and his minions.
"You ask, what is our aim?"
Harry declaimed.
"I can answer in one word. It is victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terrors. Victory, however long and hard the road may be, for without victory there is no..."
talk about Snape," Draco hissed. "What did you do?" Harry wiped away the fake solemnity and gave Draco a more serious look. "You saw it," Harry said. "Everyone saw it. I snapped my fingers." "Harry, stop teasing me." So, he'd been promoted to Harry now. Interesting. And, in fact, Harry was fairly sure that he was meant to notice that, and feel bad if he didn't respond somehow. Harry tapped his ears and gave a significant glance at the minions. "They won't talk," said Draco. "Draco," Harry said, "I'm going to be 100% honest here and say that yesterday I was not particularly impressed with Mr. Goyle's cunning." Mr. Goyle winced. "Me neither," said Draco. "I explained to him that I ended up owing you a favour because of it." Mr. Goyle winced again. "But there is a big difference between that sort of mistake and being indiscreet. That really is something they've been trained for from childhood, understand?" "All right, then," Harry said. He lowered his voice, even though the background noises had gone to blurs in Draco's presence. "I deduced one of Severus's secrets and did a bit of blackmail." Draco's expression hardened. "Good. Now, tell me something you didn't tell in strict confidence to the idiots in Gryffindor, meaning that was the story you wanted to get all over the school." Harry grinned involuntarily, and he knew that Draco had caught it. "What is Severus saying?" Harry said. "That he realized how sensitive the feelings of young children were," Draco said. "Even in Slytherin. Even to me." "Are you sure," Harry said, "that you want to know something your head of house would rather you not know?" "Yes," Draco said without hesitation. "Interesting." "Then you really are going to send your minions away first, because I'm not sure I can believe everything you believe about them." Draco nodded. "Okay." Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle looked very unhappy. "Bush," said Mr. Crabbe, "you've given Mr. Potter no reason to trust you," Draco said. "Go." They left. "In particular," Harry said, lowering his voice even further, "I'm not entirely sure that they wouldn't just report what I said to Lucius." "Father wouldn't do that," Draco said, looking genuinely aghast. "They're mine." "I'm sorry, Draco," Harry said. "I'm just not sure I can believe everything you believe about your father. Imagine it was your secret and me telling you my father wouldn't do that." Draco nodded slowly. "You're right. I'm sorry, Harry. It was wrong of me to ask it of you." "How did I get this promoted? Shouldn't he hate me now?" Harry had the feeling he was looking at something exploitable. He just wished his brain wasn't so exhausted. Ordinarily, he would have loved to try his hand at some complicated plotting. "Anyway," Harry said, "trade. I tell you a fact that isn't on the grapevine and does not go on the grapevine, and in particular does not go to your father, and in return you tell me what you and Slytherin think about the whole business. Deal. Now, to make this as vague as possible, something that wouldn't hurt much, even if it did get out. What I said was true. I did discover one of Severus's secrets, and I did do some blackmail. But Severus wasn't the only person involved. I knew it, Draco said exultantly. Harry's stomach sank. He had apparently said something very significant, and he didn't know why. This was not a good sign. "All right," Draco said. He was grinning widely now. "So, here's what the reaction was like in Slytherin. First, all the idiots were like, 'We hate Harry Potter, let's go beat him up.' Harry choked. 'What is wrong with the Sorting Hat? That's not Slytherin, it's Gryffindor.' 'Not all children are prodigies,' Draco said, though he was smiling in a sort of nasty conspiratorial way, as though to suggest that he privately agreed with Harry's opinion. And it took around 15 seconds for someone to explain to them why this might not be such a favour to Snape. So, you're fine. Anyway, after that was the second wave of idiots, the ones who were saying, 'Looks like Harry Potter was just another do-gooder after all.' And then," Harry said, smiling even though he had no idea why that was stupid, "and then the actual smart people started talking. It's obvious that you found a way to put a lot of pressure on Snape. And while that could be more than one thing, the obvious next thought is that it was something to do with Snape's unknown hold over Dumbledore. Am I right?" "No comment," Harry said. At least his brain was processing this part correctly. House Slytherin had wondered why Severus wasn't getting fired, and they had concluded that Severus was blackmailing Dumbledore. Could that actually be true? But Dumbledore hadn't seemed to act like it. Draco went on talking. "And the next thing the smart people pointed out was that if you could put enough pressure on Snape to make him leave half of Hogwarts alone, that meant you probably had enough power to get rid of him entirely if you wanted. What you did to him was a humiliation, just the same way he tried to humiliate you. But you left us our head of house." Harry made his smile wider. "And then, the really smart people," Draco said, his face now serious, "went off and had a little discussion by themselves. And someone pointed out that it would be a very stupid thing to leave an enemy around like that. If you could break his hold over Dumbledore, the obvious thing would be to just do it. Dumbledore would kick Snape out of Hogwarts and maybe even have him killed. He'd be very grateful to you, and you wouldn't have to worry about Snape sneaking into your dorm room at night with interesting potions." Harry's face was now neutral. He had not thought of that, and he really should have. "And from this, you concluded?" "Snape's hold was some secret of Dumbledore's, and you've got the secret." Draco was looking exultant. "It can't be powerful enough to destroy Dumbledore entirely, or Snape would have used it by now. Snape refuses to use his hold for anything except staying king of Slytherin House in Hogwarts, and he doesn't always get what he wants even then, so it must have limits. But it's got to be really good. Father's been trying to get Snape to tell him for years. And, Harry said, now Lucius thinks maybe I can tell him. Did you already get an owl? I will tonight, Draco said, and laughed. It will say... His voice took on a different, more formal cadence. My beloved son, I've already told you of Harry Potter's potential importance. As you have already realized, his importance has now become greater and more urgent. If you see any possible avenue of friendship or point of pressure with him, you must pursue it, and the full resources of Malfoy are at your disposal if needed.
Gosh.
Well, Harry said, not commenting on whether or not your whole complicated edifice of theory is true, let me just say that we're not quite such good friends as yet. I know, Draco said. Then his face turned very serious, and his voice grew quiet, even with the blur. Harry, has it occurred to you that if you know something Dumbledore doesn't want known, Dumbledore might simply have you killed? And it would turn the boy who lived from a potential competing leader into a valuable martyr, too. No comment, Harry said yet again.
He hadn't thought of that last part either. It didn't seem to be Dumbledore's style, but...
Harry, Draco said, you've obviously got incredible talent, but you've got no training and no mentors, and you do stupid things sometimes, and you really need an advisor who knows how to do this, or you're going to get hurt.
Draco's face was fierce.
Ah, Harry said. An advisor? Like Lucius? Like me, said Draco. I'll promise to keep your secrets from Father, from everyone. I'll just help you figure out whatever you want to do.
Wow. Harry saw that Zombie Quirrell was staggering in through the doors.
Class is about to start, said Harry. I'll think about what you said. There's lots of times I do wish I had all your training. It's just I don't know how I can trust you so quickly. You shouldn't, Draco said. It's too soon. See? I'll give you good advice, even if it hurts me. But we should maybe hurry up and become closer friends. I'm open to that, said Harry, who was already trying to figure out how to exploit it. Another bit of advice, Draco said hurriedly as Quirrell slouched toward his desk. Right now, everyone in Slytherin's wondering about you, so if you're courting us, which I think you are, you should do something that signals friendship to Slytherin. Soon. Like today. Or tomorrow. Letting Severus go on awarding extra house points to Slytherin wasn't enough.
No reason Harry couldn't take credit for it. Draco's eyes flickered with realization. Then he said rapidly,
It's not the same, trust me. It's got to be something obvious. Push your mudblood rival Granger into a wall or something. Everyone in Slytherin will know what that means. That's not how it works in Ravenclaw, Draco. If you have to push someone into a wall...
Chapter 20. Bayes' Theorem. Harry stared up at the grey ceiling of the small room, from where he lay on the portable, yet soft, bed that had been placed there. He'd eaten quite a lot of Professor Quirrell's snacks, intricate confections of chocolate and other substances, dusted with sparkling sprinkles and jewelled with tiny sugar gems, looking highly expensive and proving, in fact, to be quite tasty. Harry hadn't felt the least bit guilty about it either. This he had earned. He hadn't tried to sleep. Harry had a feeling that he wouldn't like what happened when he closed his eyes. He hadn't tried to read. He wouldn't have been able to focus. Funny how Harry's brain just seemed to keep on running and running, never shutting down no matter how tired it got. It got stupider, but it refused to switch off. But there really and truly was a feeling of triumph. Anti-Dark Lord Harry program plus 1 point didn't begin to cover it. Harry wondered what the Sorting Hat would say now if he could put it on his head. No wonder Professor Quirrell had accused Harry of heading down the path of a Dark Lord. Harry had been too slow on the uptake. He should have seen the parallel right away.
Understand that the Dark Lord did not win that day. His goal was to learn martial arts, and yet he left without a single lesson.
Harry had entered the potions class with the intent to learn potions. He had left without a single lesson. And Professor Quirrell had heard and understood with frightening precision, and reached out and yanked Harry off that path, the path that led to his becoming a copy of you-know-who. There was a knock at the door.
"Classes are over,"
said Professor Quirrell's quiet voice. Harry approached the door and found himself suddenly nervous. Then, the tension diminished as he heard Professor Quirrell's footsteps moving away from the door.
What on earth is that about? Is it what's going to get him fired eventually?
Harry opened the door and saw that Professor Quirrell was now waiting several body lengths away.
Does Professor Quirrell feel it too?
They walked across the now deserted stage to Professor Quirrell's desk, which Professor Quirrell leaned on, and Harry, as before, stopped short of the dais.
"So,"
Professor Quirrell said. There was a friendly sense about him now, even though his face still kept its usual seriousness.
"What was it you wanted to talk to me about, Mr. Potter?"
"I have a mysterious dark side."
But Harry couldn't just blurt it out like that.
Professor Quirrell,
Harry said,
am I off the path to becoming a Dark Lord now?
Professor Quirrell looked at Harry.
"Mr. Potter,"
he said solemnly with only a slight grin,
"a word of advice. There is such a thing as a performance which is too perfect. Real people who have just been beaten and humiliated for 15 minutes do not stand up and graciously forgive their enemies. It is the sort of thing you do when you are trying to convince everyone you're not dark, not...
I can't believe this! You can't have every possible observation confirm your theory.
And that was a trifle too much indignation.
What on earth do I have to do to convince you?
To convince me that you harbour no ambitions of becoming a Dark Lord?
said Professor Quirrell, now looking outright amused. "I suppose you could just raise your right hand."
"What?"
Harry said blankly.
"But I can raise my right hand whether or not I—"
Harry stopped, feeling rather stupid.
"Indeed," said Professor Quirrell. "You can just as easily do it either way. There is nothing you can do to convince me, because I would know that was exactly what you were trying to do. And if we are to be even more precise, then while I suppose it is barely possible that perfectly good people exist, even though I have never met one, it is nonetheless improbable that someone would be beaten for 15 minutes and then stand up and feel a great surge of kindly forgiveness for his attackers. On the other hand, it is less improbable that a young child would imagine this as the role to play in order to convince his teacher and classmates that he is not the next Dark Lord. The import of an act lies not in what that act resembles on the surface, Mr. Potter, but in the state of mind which makes that act more or less probable."
Harry blinked. He'd just had the dichotomy between the representative heuristic and the Bayesian definition of evidence explained to him by a wizard.
"But then again," said Professor Quirrell, "anyone can want to impress their friends. That need not be dark. So, without it being any kind of admission, Mr. Potter, tell me honestly, what thought was in your mind at the moment when you forbade any vengeance? Was that thought a true impulse to forgiveness, or was it an awareness of how your classmates would see the act?"
"Sometimes we make our own Phoenix song."
But Harry didn't say it out loud. It was clear that Professor Quirrell wouldn't believe him, and would probably respect him less for trying to utter such a transparent lie. After a few moments of silence, Professor Quirrell smiled with satisfaction.
"Believe it or not, Mr. Potter," said the Professor, "you need not fear me for having discovered your secret. I am not going to tell you to give up on becoming the next Dark Lord. If I could turn back the hands of time and somehow remove that ambition from the mind of my child self, the self of this present time would not benefit from the alteration. For as long as I thought that was my goal, it drove me to study and learn and refine myself and become stronger. We become what we are meant to be by following our desires wherever they lead. That is the insight of Salazar. Ask me to show you to the library section which holds those same books I read as a 13-year-old, and I will happily lead the way."
"For the love of crap!"
Harry said, and sat down on the hard marble floor, and then lay back on the floor, staring up at the distant arches of the ceiling. It was as close as he could come to collapsing in despair without hurting himself.
"Still too much indignation," observed Professor Quirrell.
Harry wasn't looking, but he could hear the suppressed laughter in the voice. Then Harry realized.
"Actually, I think I know what's confusing you here,"
Harry said.
"That was what I wanted to talk to you about, in fact. Professor Quirrell, I think that what you're seeing is my mysterious dark side."
There was a pause. "Your dark side?" Harry sat up. Professor Quirrell was regarding him with one of the strangest expressions Harry had seen on anyone's face, let alone anyone as dignified as Professor Quirrell.
"It happens when I get angry," Harry explained. "My blood runs cold. Everything gets cold. Everything seems perfectly clear. In retrospect, it's been with me for a while. In my first year of Muggle school, someone tried to take away my ball during recess, and I held it behind my back and kicked him in the solar plexus, which I'd read was a weak point, and the other kids didn't bother me after that. And I bit a maths teacher when she wouldn't accept my dominance. And it's only just recently that I've been under enough stress to notice that it's an actual, mysterious dark side, and not just an anger management problem like the school psychologist said. And I don't have any super magical powers when it happens. That was one of the first things I checked."
Professor Quirrell rubbed his nose. "Let me think about this," he said. Harry waited in silence for a full minute. He used that time to stand up, which was more difficult than he'd expected. "Well," Professor Quirrell said after a while, "I suppose there was something you could say that would convince me."
"I have already guessed that my dark side is really just another part of me, and that the answer isn't to never become angry, but to learn to stay in control by accepting it. I'm not dumb or anything, and I've seen this story enough times to know where it's going, but it's hard, and you seem like the person to help me."
"Well, yes. Very perspicacious of you, Mr. Potter, I must say. That side of you is, as you seem to have already surmised, your intent to kill, which, as you say, is a part of you."
"And needs to be trained,"
Harry said, completing the pattern. "And needs to be trained, yes." That strange expression was still on Professor Quirrell's face. "Mr. Potter, if you truly do not wish to be the next Dark Lord, then what was the ambition which the Sorting Hat tried to convince you to abandon, the ambition for which you were sorted into Slytherin?"
"I was sorted into Ravenclaw."
"Mr. Potter," said Professor Quirrell, now with a much more usual-looking dry smile, "I know you are accustomed to everyone around you being a fool, but please do not mistake me for one of them. The likelihood that the Sorting Hat would play its first prank in 800 years while it was upon your head is so small as to not be worth considering. I suppose it is barely possible that you snapped your fingers and invented some simple and clever way to defeat the anti-tampering spells upon the hat, though I myself can think of no such method. But by far the most probable explanation is that Dumbledore decided he was not happy with the hat's choice for the boy who lived. This is evident to anyone with the tiniest smidgen of common sense, so your secret is safe at Hogwarts." Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again with a feeling of complete helplessness. Professor Quirrell was wrong, but wrong in such a convincing way that Harry was starting to think that it simply was the rational judgment given the evidence available to Professor Quirrell. There were times, never predictable times, but still sometimes, when you would get improbable evidence and the best knowable guess would be wrong. If you had a medical test that was only wrong 1 time in 1,000, sometimes it would still be wrong anyway.
Can I ask you never to repeat what I'm about to say?
Said Harry.
Absolutely, said Professor Quirrell. Consider me asked.
Harry wasn't a fool either.
Can I consider you to have said yes?
Very good, Mr. Potter. You may indeed so consider.
Professor Quirrell?
I won't repeat what you're about to say,
Professor Quirrell said, smiling. They both laughed. Then Harry turned serious again.
The Sorting Hat did seem to think I was going to end up as a Dark Lord unless I went to Hufflepuff,
Harry said.
But I don't want to be one.
Mr. Potter, said Professor Quirrell, don't take this the wrong way. I promise you will not be graded on the answer. I only want to know your own honest reply. Why not?
Harry had that helpless feeling again. Thou shalt not become a Dark Lord was such an obvious theorem in his moral system that it was hard to describe the actual proof steps.
People would get hurt?
Surely you've wanted to hurt people, said Professor Quirrell. You wanted to hurt those bullies today. Being a Dark Lord means that people you want to hurt get hurt.
Harry floundered for words and then decided to simply go with the obvious.
First of all, just because I want to hurt someone doesn't mean it's right.
What makes something right if not your wanting it?
Ah,
Harry said.
Preference utilitarianism.
Pardon me, said Professor Quirrell.
It's the ethical theory that the good is what satisfies the preference of the most people.
No,
Professor Quirrell said. His fingers rubbed the bridge of his nose.
I don't think that's quite what I was trying to say. Mr. Potter, in the end, people all do what they want to do. Sometimes people give names like right to things they want to do. But how could we possibly act on anything but our own desires?
Well, obviously,
Harry said.
I couldn't act on moral considerations if they lacked the power to move me. But that doesn't mean my wanting to hurt those Slytherins has the power to move me more than moral considerations.
Professor Quirrell blinked.
Not to mention,
Harry said,
being a Dark Lord would mean that a lot of innocent bystanders got hurt too.
Why does that matter to you? Professor Quirrell said. What have they done for you?
Harry laughed.
Oh, now that was around as subtle as Atlas Shrugged.
Pardon me?
Professor Quirrell said again.
It's a book that my parents wouldn't let me read because they thought it would corrupt me. So, of course, I read it anyway, and I was offended they thought I would fall for any traps that obvious. Blah, 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 appeal to my sense of superiority. Other people are trying to keep me down. Blah, blah, blah.
So you're saying I need to make my traps less obvious? Said Professor Quirrell.
He tapped a finger on his cheek, looking thoughtful.
I can work on that.
They both laughed.
But To stay with the current question, said Professor Quirrell, what have all these other people done for you?
Other people have done huge amounts for me, Harry said. My parents took me in when my parents died because they were good people, and to become a Dark Lord is to betray that.
Professor Quirrell was silent for a time.
I confess, said Professor Quirrell quietly, when I was your age, that thought could not have ever come to me.
I'm sorry,
Harry said.
Don't be, said Professor Quirrell. It was long ago, and I resolved my parental issues to my own satisfaction. So, you are held back by the thought of your parents' disapproval? Does that mean that if they died in an accident, there would be nothing left to stop you from?
No,
Harry said.
Just no. It is their impulse to kindness which sheltered me. That impulse is not only in my parents, and that impulse is what would be betrayed.
In any case, Mr. Potter, you have not answered my original question, said Professor Quirrell finally. What is your ambition?
Oh,
said Harry. He organised his thoughts.
To understand everything important there is to know about the universe. Apply that knowledge to become omnipotent, and use that power to rewrite reality because I have some objections to the way it works now.
There was a slight pause.
Forgive me if this is a stupid question, Mr. Potter, said Professor Quirrell. But are you sure you did not just confess to wanting to be a Dark Lord?
That's only if you use your power for evil,
explained Harry.
If you use the power for good, you're a Light Lord.
I see,
Professor Quirrell said. He tapped his other cheek with a finger.
I suppose I can work with that. But, Mr. Potter, while the scope of your ambition is worthy of Salazar himself, how exactly do you propose to go about it? Is step 1 to become a great fighting wizard, or head unspeakable, or Minister of Magic, or...
Step 1 is to become a scientist.
Professor Quirrell was looking at Harry as if he'd just turned into a cat.
A scientist, Professor Quirrell said after a while.
Harry nodded.
A scientist?
Repeated Professor Quirrell.
Yes,
Harry said.
I shall achieve my objectives through the power of science.
A scientist?
Said Professor Quirrell. There was genuine indignation on his face, and his voice had grown stronger and sharper.
You could be the best of all my students, the greatest fighting wizard to have come out of Hogwarts in 5 decades. I cannot picture you wasting your days in a white lab coat doing pointless things to rats.
Hey,
said Harry.
There's more to science than that. Not that there's anything wrong with experimenting on rats, of course, but science is how you go about understanding and controlling the universe.
Fool,
said Professor Quirrell in a voice of quiet, bitter intensity.
You are a fool, Harry Potter.
He passed a hand over his face, and when that hand had passed, his face was calmer.
Or, more likely, you have not yet found your true ambition. May I strongly recommend that you try to become a Dark Lord instead? I will do anything I can to help as a matter of public service.
You don't like science? Harry said slowly. Why not?
Those fool muggles will kill us all some day.
Professor Quirrell's voice had grown louder.
They will end it. End all of it.
Harry was feeling a bit lost here.
What are we talking about here? Nuclear weapons?
Yes, nuclear weapons.
Professor Quirrell was almost shouting now.
Even he who must not be named never used those. Perhaps because he didn't want to rule over a heap of ash. They never should have been made, and it will only get worse with time.
Professor Quirrell was standing up straight instead of leaning on his desk.
There are gates you do not open. There are seals you do not breach. The fools who can't resist meddling are killed by the lesser perils early on, and the survivors all know that there are secrets you do not share with anyone who lacks the intelligence and the discipline to discover them for themselves. Every powerful wizard knows that. Even the most terrible dark wizards know that. And those idiot muggles can't seem to figure it out. The eager little fools who discovered the secret of nuclear weapons didn't keep it to themselves. They told their fool politicians, and now we must live under the constant threat of annihilation.
This was a rather different way of looking at things than Harry had grown up with. It had never occurred to him that nuclear physicists should have formed a conspiracy of silence to keep the secret of nuclear weapons from anyone not smart enough to be a nuclear physicist. The thought was intriguing, if nothing else. Would they have had secret passwords? Would they have had masks? Actually, for all Harry knew, there were all sorts of incredibly destructive secrets which physicists kept to themselves, and the secret of nuclear weapons was the only one that had escaped into the wild. The world would look the same to him either way.
I'll have to think about that,
Harry said to Professor Quirrell.
It's a new idea to me, and one of the hidden secrets of science passed down from a few rare teachers to their grad students is how to avoid flushing new ideas down the toilet the instant you hear one you don't like.
Professor Quirrell blinked again.
Is there any sort of science you do approve of?
Said Harry.
Medicine, maybe.
Space travel, said Professor Quirrell. But the muggles seem to be dragging their feet on the one project which might have let wizardkind escape this planet before they blow it up.
Harry nodded.
I'm a big fan of the space program too. At least we have that much in common.
Professor Quirrell looked at Harry. Something flickered in the professor's eyes.
I will have your word, your promise, and your oath never to speak of what follows.
You have it,
Harry said immediately.
See to it that you keep your oath, or you will not like the results, said Professor Quirrell. I will now cast a rare and powerful spell, not on you, but on the classroom around us. Stand still so that you do not touch the boundaries of the spell once it has been cast. You must not interact with the magic which I am maintaining. Look only, otherwise I will end the spell.
Professor Quirrell paused.
And try not to fall over.
Harry nodded, puzzled and anticipatory. Professor Quirrell raised his wand and said something that Harry's ears and mind couldn't grasp at all, words that bypassed awareness and vanished into oblivion. The marble in a short radius around Harry's feet stayed constant. All the other marble of the floor vanished. The walls and ceilings vanished. Harry stood on a small circle of white marble in the midst of an endless field of stars, burning terribly bright and unwavering. There was no earth, no moon, no sun that Harry recognized. Professor Quirrell stood in the same place as before, floating in the midst of the star field. The Milky Way was already visible as a great wash of light, and it grew brighter as Harry's vision adjusted to the darkness. The sight wrenched at Harry's heart like nothing he had ever seen.
Are we in space?
No, said Professor Quirrell. His voice was sad and reverent. But it is a true image. Tears came into Harry's eyes. He wiped them away frantically. He would not miss this for some stupid water blurring his vision. The stars were no longer tiny jewels set in a giant velvet dome, as they were in the night sky of Earth. Here, there was no sky above, no surrounding sphere. Only points of perfect light against perfect blackness. An infinite and empty void with countless tiny holes through which shone the brilliance from some unimaginable realm beyond. In space, the stars looked terribly, terribly, terribly far away. Harry kept on wiping his eyes, over and over. Sometimes, Professor Quirrell said in a voice so quiet it almost wasn't there, when this flawed world seems unusually hateful, I wonder whether there might be some other place, far away, where I should have been. I cannot seem to imagine what that place might be, and if I can't even imagine it, then how can I believe it exists? And yet, the universe is so very, very wide, and perhaps it might exist anyway. But the stars are so very, very far away. It would take a long, long time to get there, even if I knew the way. And I wonder what I would dream about if I slept for a long, long time. Though it felt like sacrilege, Harry managed to whisper,
Please, let me stay here a while.
Professor Quirrell nodded, where he stood unsupported against the stars. It was easy to forget the small circle of marble on which you stood, and your own body, and become a point of awareness which might have been still, or might have been moving. With all distances incalculable, there was no way to tell. There was a time of no time. And then the stars vanished, and the classroom returned. I'm sorry, said Professor Quirrell, but we're about to have company.
It's fine,
Harry whispered.
It was enough.
He would never forget this day, and not because of the unimportant things that had happened earlier. He would learn how to cast that spell if it was the last thing he ever learned. Then The heavy oaken doors of the classroom blasted off their hinges and skittered across the marble floor with a high-pitched shriek.
"Quirinius, how dare you!"
Like a vast thundercloud, an ancient and powerful wizard blew into the room, a look of such incandescent rage upon his face that the stern look he had earlier turned upon Harry seemed like nothing. There was a wrench of disorientation in Harry's mind as the part that wanted to run away screaming from the scariest thing it had ever seen ran away, rotating into place a part of him which could take the shock. None of Harry's facets were happy about having their stargazing interrupted.
"Headmaster Albus Percival,"
Harry started to say in icy tones. Wham! Professor Quirrell's hand came down hard upon his desk. "Mr. Potter!" barked Professor Quirrell. "This is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and you are a mere student. You will address him appropriately." Harry looked at Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell was giving Harry a stern glare. Neither of them smiled. Dumbledore's long stride had come to a halt before where Harry stood in front of the dais and Professor Quirrell stood by his desk. The headmaster stared in shock at both of them.
"I'm sorry," Harry said in meekly polite tones. "Headmaster, thank you for wanting to protect me, but Professor Quirrell did the right thing."
Slowly, Dumbledore's expression changed from something that would vaporize steel into something merely angry.
"I heard students saying that this man had you abused by older Slytherins, that he forbade you from defending yourself."
Harry nodded.
"He knew exactly what was wrong with me, and he showed me how to fix it."
"Harry, what are you talking about?"
"I was teaching him how to lose," Professor Quirrell said dryly. "It's an important life skill." It was apparent that Dumbledore still didn't understand, but his voice had lowered in register.
"Harry," he said slowly, "if there's any threat the defense professor has offered you to prevent you from complaining—"
"You lunatic! After today of all days, do you really think I—" "Headmaster," Harry said, trying to look abashed. "What's wrong with me isn't that I keep quiet about abusive professors."
Professor Quirrell chuckled.
"Not perfect, Mr. Potter, but good enough for your first day. Headmaster, did you stay long enough to hear about the 51 points for Ravenclaw, or did you storm out as soon as you heard the first part?"
A brief look of disconcernment crossed Dumbledore's face, followed by surprise.
51 points for Ravenclaw?"
Professor Quirrell nodded.
"He wasn't expecting them, but it seemed appropriate. Tell Professor McGonagall that I think the story of what Mr. Potter went through to earn back the lost points will do just as well to make her point. No, Headmaster, Mr. Potter didn't tell me anything. It's easy to see which part of today's events are her work, just as I know that the final compromise was your own suggestion. Though I wonder how on earth Mr. Potter was able to gain the upper hand over both Snape and you, and then Professor McGonagall was able to gain the upper hand over him."
Somehow Harry managed to control his face. Was it that obvious to a real Slytherin? Dumbledore came closer to Harry, scrutinizing.
"Your colour looks a little off, Harry,"
the old wizard said. He peered closely at Harry's face.
"What did you have for lunch today?"
What?
Harry said, his mind wobbling in sudden confusion. Why would Dumbledore be asking about deep-fried lamb and thin-sliced broccoli when that was just about the last probable cause of— The old wizard straightened up.
"Never mind, then. I think you're fine."
Professor Quirrell coughed loudly and deliberately. Harry looked at the professor and saw that Professor Quirrell was staring sharply at Dumbledore.
"Ahem,"
Professor Quirrell said again. Dumbledore and Professor Quirrell locked eyes, and something seemed to pass between them.
"If you don't tell him,"
Professor Quirrell said,
"then I will, even if you fire me for it."
Dumbledore sighed and turned back to Harry.
"I apologize for invading your mental privacy, Mr. Potter,"
the headmaster said formally.
"I had no purpose except to determine if Professor Quirrell had done the same."
What?
The confusion lasted just exactly as long as it took Harry to understand what had just happened.
You!
"Gently, Mr. Potter,"
said Professor Quirrell. His face was hard, however, as he stared at Dumbledore.
"Legitimacy is sometimes mistaken for common sense,"
said the headmaster.
"but it leaves traces which another skillful legilimens can detect. That was all I looked for, Mr. Potter, and I asked you an irrelevant question to ensure you wouldn't think about anything important while I looked."
You should have asked first.
Professor Quirrell shook his head.
"No, Mr. Potter. The headmaster had some justification for his concerns, and had he asked for permission, you would have thought of exactly those things you did not wish him to see."
Professor Quirrell's voice grew sharper.
"I am rather more concerned, headmaster, that you saw no need to tell him afterward. You have now made it more difficult to confirm his mental privacy on future occasions,"
Dumbledore said. He favoured Professor Quirrell with a cold look.
"Was that your intention, I wonder?"
Professor Quirrell's expression was implacable.
"There are too many legilimens in this school. I insist that Mr. Potter receive instruction in occlumency. Will you permit me to be his tutor?" "Absolutely not,"
Dumbledore said at once.
"I did not think so. Then, since you have deprived him of my free services, you will pay for Mr. Potter's tutoring by a licensed occlumency instructor." "Such services do not come cheaply,"
Dumbledore said, looking at Professor Quirrell in some surprise.
"Although I do have certain connections."
Professor Quirrell shook his head firmly.
"No, Mr. Potter will ask his account manager at Gringotts to recommend a neutral instructor. With respect, Headmaster Dumbledore, after the events of this morning, I must protest you and your friends having access to Mr. Potter's mind. I must also insist that the instructor have taken an unbreakable vow to reveal nothing, and that he agree to be obliviated of each session immediately afterward."
Dumbledore was frowning.
"Such services are extremely expensive, as you well know. and I cannot help but wonder why you deem them necessary."
"If it's money that's the problem," Harry spoke up, "I have some ideas for making large amounts of money quickly."
"Thank you, Cronus. Your wisdom is now quite evident, and I am sorry for disputing it. Your concern for Harry Potter does you credit as well." "You're welcome," said Professor Quirrell. "I hope you will not object if I go on making him a particular focus of my attentions."
Professor Quirrell's face was now very serious and very still. Dumbledore looked at Harry.
"It is my own wish also,"
Harry said.
"So, that's how it is to be,"
the old wizard said slowly. Something strange passed across his face.
"Harry, you must realize that if you choose this man as your teacher and your friend, your first mentor, then one way or another you will lose him, and the manner in which you lose him may or may not allow you to ever get him back."
That hadn't occurred to Harry. But there was that jinx on the defence position, one which had apparently worked with perfect regularity for decades.
"Probably," said Professor Quirrell quietly, "but he will have the full use of me while I last."
Dumbledore sighed.
"I suppose it is economical, at least, since as the defense professor, you're already doomed in some unknown fashion."
Harry had to work hard to suppress his expression as he realized what Dumbledore had actually been implying.
"I will inform Madam Pince that Mr. Potter is allowed to obtain books on occlumency," said Dumbledore. "There is preliminary training which you must do on your own," said Professor Quirrell to Harry, "and I do suggest that you hurry up on it."
Harry nodded.
"I'll take my leave of you, then," said Dumbledore.
He nodded to both Harry and Professor Quirrell and departed, walking a bit slowly.
"Can you cast the spell again?"
Harry said the moment Dumbledore was gone.
"Not today," said Professor Quirrell quietly. "And not tomorrow either, I'm afraid. It takes a lot out of me to cast, though less to keep going, and so I usually prefer to maintain it as long as possible. This time I cast it on impulse, and I thought and realized we might be interrupted."
Dumbledore was now Harry's least favourite person in the entire world. They both sighed.
"Even if I only ever see it once," Harry said, "I will never stop being grateful to you."
Professor Quirrell nodded.
"Have you heard of the Pioneer program?" Harry said. "They were probes that would fly by different planets and take pictures. 2 of the probes would end up on trajectories that took them out of the solar system and into interstellar space. So they put a golden plaque on the probes with a picture of a man and a woman and showing where to find our sun in the galaxy."
Professor Quirrell was silent for a moment, then smiled.
"Tell me, Mr. Potter, can you guess what thought went through my mind when I finished assembling the 37 items on the list of things I would never do as a Dark Lord? Put yourself in my shoes. Imagine yourself in my place, and guess."
Harry imagined himself looking over a list of 37 things not to do once he became a Dark Lord.
You decided that if you had to follow the whole list all the time, there wouldn't be much point in becoming a Dark Lord in the first place,
Harry said.
Precisely, said Professor Quirrell. He was grinning. So, I'm going to violate Rule 2, which was simply don't brag, and tell you about something I have done. I don't see how the knowledge could do any harm, and I strongly suspect you would have figured it out anyway, once we knew each other well enough. Nonetheless, I shall have your oath never to speak of what I'm about to tell.
You have it,
Harry said, with a feeling this was going to be really good.
I subscribe to a Muggle bulletin which keeps me informed of progress on space travel. I didn't hear about Pioneer 10 until they reported its launch. But when I discovered that Pioneer 11 would also be leaving the solar system forever,
Professor Quirrell said, with his grin the widest that Harry had yet seen from him,
I snuck into NASA, I did, and I cast a lovely little spell on that lovely golden plaque which will make it last a lot longer than it otherwise would.
Yes, Professor Quirrell said, who now seemed to be standing around 50 feet taller.
I thought that was how you might react. Mr. Potter?
I can't think of anything to say.
You win? Seems appropriate,
said Professor Quirrell.
You win,
Harry said immediately.
See, said Professor Quirrell. We can only imagine what giant heap of trouble you would have gotten into if you had been unable to say that.
They both laughed. A further thought occurred to Harry.
You didn't add any extra information to the plaque, did you?
Extra information?
Sounding as if the idea had never occurred to him before, and he was quite intrigued, which made Harry rather suspicious, considering that it had taken less than a minute for Harry to think of it.
Maybe you included a holographic message, like in Star Wars,
said Harry.
Or HM? A portrait seems to store a whole human brain's worth of information. You couldn't have added any extra mass to the probe, but maybe you could have turned an existing part into a portrait of yourself? Or you found a volunteer dying of a terminal illness, snuck them into NASA and cast a spell to make sure their ghost ended up in the plaque.
Mr. Potter,
Professor Quirrell said, his voice suddenly sharp,
a spell requiring a human death would certainly be classified by the Ministry as dark arts, regardless of circumstances. Students should not be heard talking about such things.
And the amazing thing about the way Professor Quirrell said it was how perfectly it maintained plausible deniability. It had been said in exactly the appropriate tone for someone who wasn't willing to discuss such things and thought students should steer away from them. Harry honestly didn't know whether Professor Quirrell was just waiting to talk about it until after Harry had learned to protect his mind.
Got it,
Harry said.
I won't talk with anyone else about that idea.
Please be discreet about the whole matter, Mr. Potter, Professor Quirrell said. I prefer to go through my life without attracting public notice. You will find nothing in the newspapers about Quirrellus Quirrell until I decided it was time for me to teach defense at Hogwarts.
That seemed a little sad, but Harry understood. Then Harry realized the implications.
So, just how much awesome stuff have you done that no one else knows about?
"Oh, some," said Professor Quirrell. "But I think that's quite enough for today, Mr. Potter. I confess I'm feeling a bit tired."
I understand, and thank you for everything.
Professor Quirrell nodded, but he was leaning harder on his desk. Harry quickly took his leave. Chapter 21. Rationalization. Hermione Granger had worried she was turning bad. The difference between good and bad was usually easy to grasp. She'd never understood why other people had so much trouble. At Hogwarts, good was Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout. Bad was Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell and Draco Malfoy. Harry Potter was one of those unusual cases where you couldn't tell just by looking. She was still trying to figure out where he belonged. But when it came to herself, Hermione was having too much fun crushing Harry Potter. She'd done better than him in every single class they'd taken, except for broomstick riding, which was like gym class. It didn't count. She'd gotten real house points almost every day of their first week, not for weird heroic things, but smart things like learning spells quickly and helping other students. She knew those kinds of house points were better, and the best part was, Harry Potter knew it too. She could see it in his eyes every time she won another real house point. If you were good, you weren't supposed to enjoy winning this much. It had started on the day of the train ride, though it had taken a while for the whirlwind to sink in. It wasn't until later that night that Hermione had begun to realize just how much she'd let that boy walk all over her. Before she'd met Harry Potter, she hadn't had anyone she'd wanted to crush. If someone wasn't doing as well as her in class, it was her job to help them, not rub it in. That was what it meant to be good. And now she was winning. Harry Potter was flinching every time she got another house point, and it was so much fun. Her parents had warned her against drugs, and she suspected this was more fun than that. She'd always liked the smiles that teachers gave her when she did something right. She'd always liked seeing the long row of check marks on a perfectly answered test. But now, when she did well in class, she would casually glance around and catch a glimpse of Harry Potter gritting his teeth, and it made her want to burst into song like a Disney movie. That was bad, wasn't it? Hermione had worried she was turning bad, and then a thought had come to her which wiped away all her fears. She and Harry were getting into a romance. Of course! Everyone knew what it meant when a boy and a girl started fighting all the time. They were courting one another. There was nothing bad about that. It couldn't be that she just enjoyed beating the living scholastic daylights out of the most famous student in the school, someone who was in books and talked like books, the boy who had somehow vanquished the Dark Lord and even smushed Professor Snape like a sad little bug, the boy who was, as Professor Quirrell would have put it, dominant over everyone else in first-year Ravenclaw except for Hermione Granger, who was utterly squishing the boy who lived in all his classes, besides broomstick riding. Because that would have been bad. No, it was romance. That was it. That was why they were fighting. Hermione was glad she'd figured this out in time for today, when Harry would lose their book-reading contest, which the whole school knew about, and she wanted to start dancing with the sheer overflowing joy of it. It was 2:45 p.m. on Saturday, and Harry Potter had half of Bathilda Bagshot's A History of Magic left to read, and she was staring at her pocket watch as it ticked with dreadful slowness toward 2:47 p.m. And the entire Ravenclaw common room was watching. It wasn't just the first years. News had spread like spilled milk, and fully half of Ravenclaw was crowded into the room, squeezed into sofas and leaning on bookcases and sitting on the arms of chairs. All 6 prefects were there, including the head girl of Hogwarts. Someone had needed to cast an air-freshening charm just so that there would be enough oxygen, and the din of conversation had died into whispers, which had now faded into utter silence. 2:46 p.m. The tension was unbearable. If it had been anyone else, his defeat would have been a foregone conclusion. But this was Harry Potter, and you couldn't rule out the possibility that he would, sometime in the next few seconds, raise a hand and snap his fingers. With sudden terror, she realized how Harry Potter might be able to do exactly that. It would be just like him to have already finished reading the second half of the book earlier. Hermione's vision began to swim. She tried to make herself breathe and found that she simply couldn't. 10 seconds left, and he still hadn't raised his hand. 5 seconds left. 2:47 p.m. Harry Potter carefully placed a bookmark into his book, closed it, and laid it aside.
"I would like to note for the benefit of posterity,"
said the boy who lived in a clear voice,
"that I had only half a book left, and that I ran into a number of unexpected delays." "You lost!"
shrieked Hermione.
"You did! You lost our contest!"
There was a collective exhalation as everyone started breathing again. Harry Potter shot her a look of flaming fire, but she was floating in a halo of pure white happiness, and nothing could touch her.
"Do you realize what kind of week I've had?"
said Harry Potter.
"Any lesser being would have been hard-pressed to read 8 Dr. Seuss books."
"You set the time limit!"
Harry's look of flaming fire grew even hotter.
"I didn't have any logical way of knowing I'd have to save the entire school from Professor Snape or get beaten up in defense class. And if I told you how I lost all the time between 5 p.m. and dinner on Thursday, you'd think I was insane."
"Aw, sounds like someone fell prey to the planning fallacy."
Raw shock showed on Harry Potter's face.
"Oh, that reminds me. I finished reading the first batch of books you lent me,"
Hermione said with her best innocent look. A couple of them had been hard books, too. She wondered how long it had taken him to finish reading them.
"Someday," said the boy who lived, "when the distant descendants of Homo sapiens are looking back over the history of the galaxy and wondering how it all went so wrong, they will conclude that the original mistake was when someone taught Hermione Granger how to read."
"But you still lose,"
said Hermione. She held a hand to her chin and looked contemplative.
Now, what exactly should you lose, I wonder?
What?
You lost the bet,
Hermione explained.
So you have to pay a forfeit.
I don't remember agreeing to this.
Really?
Said Hermione Granger. She put a thoughtful look on her face. Then, as if an idea had only just then occurred to her,
Well, take a vote then. Everyone in Ravenclaw who thinks Harry Potter has to pay up, raise your hand.
What?
shrieked Harry Potter again. He spun around and saw that he was surrounded by a sea of raised hands. And if Harry Potter had looked more carefully, he would have noticed that an awful lot of the onlookers seemed to be girls, and that practically every female in the room had their hand raised.
Stop!
Wailed Harry Potter.
You don't know what she's going to ask. Don't you realise what she's doing? She's getting you to make an advanced commitment now, and then the pressure of consistency will make you agree with whatever she says afterward.
Don't worry,
said the prefect Penelope Clearwater.
If she asks for something unreasonable, we can just change our minds. Right, everyone?
And there were eager nods from all the girls whom Penelope Clearwater had told about Hermione's plan. A silent figure quietly slipped through the chilled halls of the Hogwarts dungeons. He was to be present in a certain room at 6 p.m. to meet a certain someone, and if at all possible it was best to be early, to show respect. But when his hand turned the doorknob and opened the door into that dark, silent, unused classroom, there was a silhouette already standing there amid the rows of dusty old desks, a silhouette which had a small green glowing rod, casting a pale light which hardly illuminated even he who held it, let alone the surrounding room. The light of the hallway died as the door closed and shut behind him, and Draco's eyes began the process of adjusting to the dim glow. The silhouette slowly turned to behold him, revealing a shadowed face, only partially lit by the eerie green light. Draco liked this meeting already. Keep the chill green light, make them both taller, give them hoods and masks, move them from a classroom to a graveyard, and it would be just like the start of half the stories his father's friends told about the Death Eaters.
I want you to know, Draco Malfoy,
said the silhouette in tones of deadly calm,
that I do not blame you for my recent defeat.
Draco opened his mouth in unthinking protest. There was no possible reason why he should be blamed.
It was due, more than anything else, to my own stupidity,
continued that shadowy figure.
There were many other things I could have done, at any step along the way. You did not ask me to do exactly what I did. You only asked for help. I was the one who unwisely chose that particular method. But the fact remains that I lost the contest by half a book. The actions of your pet idiot, and the favour you asked for, and, yes, my own foolishness in going about it, caused me to lose time. More time than you know. Time which, in the end, proved critical. The fact remains, Draco Malfoy, that if you had not asked that favour, I would have won, and not, instead, lost.
Draco had already heard about Harry's loss and the forfeit Granger had claimed from him. The news had spread faster than owls could have carried it.
I understand, Draco said. I'm sorry.
There was nothing else he could say if he wanted Harry Potter to be friends with him.
I am not asking for understanding or sorrow,
said the dark silhouette, still with that deadly calm.
But I have just spent 2 full hours in the presence of Hermione Granger, dressed in such clothing as was provided me, visiting such fascinating places in Hogwarts as a tiny burbling waterfall of what looked to me like snot, accompanied by a number of other girls who insisted on such helpful activities as strewing our path with transfigured rose petals. I have been on a date, Scion of Malfoy, my first date, and when I call that favour due, you will pay it.
Draco nodded solemnly. Before arriving, he had taken the wise precaution of learning every available detail of Harry's date, so that he could get all of his hysterical laughing done before their appointed meeting time, and would not commit a faux pas by giggling continuously until he lost consciousness.
Do you think, Draco said, that something sad ought to happen to the Granger girl? Spread the word in Slytherin that the Granger girl is mine, and anyone who meddles in my affairs will have their remains scattered over an area wide enough to include 12 different spoken languages. And since I'm not in Gryffindor, and I use cunning rather than immediate frontal attacks, they should not panic if I'm seen smiling at her. Or if you're seen on a second date,
Draco said, allowing just a tiny note of skepticism into his voice.
There will be no second date,
said the green-lit silhouette in a voice so fearsome that it sounded not only like a Death Eater, but like Amicus Carrow that one time just before Father told him to stop it, he wasn't the Dark Lord. Of course, it was still a young boy's high, unbroken voice, and when you combined that with the actual words, well, it just didn't work. If Harry Potter did become the next Dark Lord someday, Draco would use a pensive to store a copy of this memory somewhere safe, and Harry Potter would never dare betray him.
But let us talk of happier matters, said the green-shadowed figure. Let us talk of knowledge and of power. Draco Malfoy, let us talk of science. Yes, said Draco. Let us speak.
Draco wondered how much of his own face could be seen, and how much was in shadow, in that eerie green light. And though Draco kept his face serious, there was a smile in his heart. He was finally having a real grown-up conversation.
I offer you power, said the shadowy figure, and I will tell you of that power and its price. The power comes from knowing the shape of reality and so gaining control over it. What you understand, you can command, and that is power enough to walk upon the moon. The price of that power is that you must learn to ask questions of nature, and far more difficult, accept nature's answers. You will do experiments, perform tests, and see what happens. And you must accept the meaning of those results when they tell you that you are mistaken. You will have to learn how to lose, not to me, but to nature.
When you find yourself arguing with reality, you will have to let reality win. You will find this painful, Draco Malfoy, and I do not know if you are strong in that way. Knowing the price, is it still your wish to learn the human power?
Draco took a deep breath. He had thought about this, and it was hard to see how he could answer any other way. He had been instructed to take every avenue of friendship with Harry Potter. It was just learning. He wasn't promising to do anything. He could always stop the lessons at any time. There were certainly any number of things about the situation which made it look like a trap, but in all honesty, Draco didn't see how this could go wrong. Plus, Draco did kind of want to rule the world. "Yes," said Draco.
"Excellent,"
said the shadowy figure.
"I have had something of a crowded week, and it will take time to plan your curriculum."
"I've got a lot of things I need to do myself to consolidate my power in Slytherin," said Draco. "Not to mention homework. Maybe we should just start in October?"
"Sounds sensible," said the shadowy figure. "But what I meant to say is that to plan your curriculum, I need to know what I will be teaching you. 3 thoughts come to me. The first is that I teach you of the human mind and brain. The second option is that I teach you of the physical universe, those arts which lie on the pathway to visiting the moon. This involves a great deal of numbers, but to a certain kind of mind, those numbers are more beautiful than anything else science has to teach. Do you like numbers, Draco?"
Draco shook his head.
"Then, so much for that. You will learn your mathematics eventually, but not right away, I think. The third option is that I teach you of genetics and evolution and inheritance, what you would call blood—"
"That one," said Draco. The figure nodded.
"I thought you might say as much, but I think it will be the most painful path for you, Draco. What if your family and friends, the blood purists, say one thing, and you find the experimental test says another?"
"Then I'll figure out how to make the experimental test say the right answer." There was a pause as the shadowy figure stood there with its mouth open for a short while.
Said the shadowy figure. "It doesn't really work like that. That's what I was trying to warn you about here, Draco. You can't make the answer come out to be anything you like."
"You can always make the answer come out your way," said Draco. That had been practically the first thing his tutors had taught him. "It's just a matter of finding the right arguments."
"No,"
said the shadowy figure, voice rising in frustration.
No. Then you get the wrong answer, and you can't go to the moon that way. Nature isn't a person. You can't trick them into believing something else. If you try to tell the moon it's made of cheese, you can argue for days and it won't change the moon. What you're talking about is rationalization, like starting with a sheet of paper, moving straight down to the bottom line, using ink to write, and therefore the moon is made of cheese, and then moving back up to write all sorts of clever arguments above. But either the moon is made of cheese, or it isn't. The moment you wrote the bottom line, it was already true or already false. Whether or not the whole sheet of paper ends up with the right conclusion or the wrong conclusion is fixed the instant you write down the bottom line. If you're trying to pick between two expensive trunks and you like the shiny one, it doesn't matter what clever argument you come up with for buying it. The real rule you used to choose which trunk to argue for was, pick the shiny one. And however effective that rule is at picking good trunks, that's the kind of trunk you'll get. Rationality can't be used to argue for a fixed side. Its only possible use is deciding which side to argue. Science isn't for convincing anyone that the blood purists are right. That's politics. The power of science comes from finding out the way nature really is that can't be changed by arguing. What science can do is tell us how blood really works, how wizards really inherit their powers from their parents, and whether muggleborns are really weaker or stronger.
Stronger? Said Draco. He had been trying to follow this, a puzzled frown on his face. He could see how it sort of made sense, but it certainly wasn't like anything he'd ever heard before. And then Harry Potter had said something Draco couldn't possibly let pass. You think mudbloods are stronger?
I think nothing, said the shadowy figure. I know nothing. I believe nothing. My bottom line is not yet written. I will figure out how to test the magical strength of muggleborns and the magical strength of purebloods. If my tests tell me that muggleborns are weaker, I will believe they are weaker. If my tests tell me that muggleborns are stronger, I will believe they are stronger. Knowing this, and other truths, I will gain some measure of power.
And you expect me to believe whatever you say? Draco demanded hotly.
I expect you to perform the tests personally, said the shadowy figure quietly. Are you afraid of what you will find?
Draco stared at the shadowy figure for a while, his eyes narrowed. Nice trap, Harry, he said. I'll have to remember that one. It's new. The shadowy figure shook his head.
It's not a trap, Draco. Remember, I don't know what we'll find, but you don't understand the universe by arguing with it or telling it to come back with a different answer next time. When you put on the robes of a scientist, you must forget all your politics and arguments and factions and sides. Silence the desperate clingings of your mind and wish only to hear the answer of nature.
The shadowy figure paused.
Most people can't do it. That's why this is difficult. Are you sure you wouldn't rather just learn about the brain?
And if I tell you I'd rather learn about the brain, Draco said, his voice now hard, you'll go around telling people that I was afraid of what I'd find.
No, said the shadowy figure. I will do no such thing.
But you might do the same sort of test yourself, and if you got the wrong answer, I wouldn't be there to say anything before you showed it to someone else. Draco's voice was still hard.
I would still ask you first, Draco,
the shadowy figure said quietly. Draco paused. He hadn't been expecting that. He'd thought he saw the trap, but... You would?
Of course. How would I know who to blackmail or what we could ask from them? Draco, I say again that this is not a trap I set for you. At least not for you personally. If your politics were different, I would be saying, what if the test showed that purebloods are stronger?
Really?
Yes, that's the price anyone has to pay to become a scientist.
Draco held up a hand. He had to think. The shadowy, green-lit figure waited. It didn't take long to think about, though. If you discarded all the confusing parts, then Harry Potter was planning to mess around with something that could cause a gigantic political explosion, and it would be insane to just walk away and let him do it on his own.
"We'll study blood," said Draco.
Excellent,
said the figure, and smiled.
Congratulations on being willing to ask the question.
"Thanks," Draco said, not quite managing to keep the irony out of his voice.
Hey, did you think going to the moon was easy? Be glad this just involves changing your mind sometimes and not a human sacrifice.
There was a slight pause, and then the figure nodded.
"Fair point. Look, Harry," said Draco without much hope, "I thought the idea was to take all the things that muggles know, combine them with things that wizards know, and become masters of both worlds. Wouldn't it be a lot easier to just study all the things that muggles already found out, like the moon stuff, and use that power?"
"No,"
said the figure with a sharp shake of his head, sending green shadows moving around his nose and eyes. His voice had turned very grim.
"If you cannot learn the scientist's art of accepting reality, then I must not tell you what that acceptance has discovered. It would be like a powerful wizard telling you of those gates which must not be opened, and those seals which must not be broken, before you had proven your intelligence and discipline by surviving the lesser perils."
A chill went down Draco's spine, and he shuddered involuntarily. He knew it had been visible even in the dim light.
"All right," said Draco. "I understand."
Father had told him that many times. When a more powerful wizard told you that you weren't ready to know, you didn't pry any further if you wanted to live. The figure inclined his head.
"Indeed, but there is something else you should understand. The first scientists, being muggles, lacked your traditions. In the beginning, they simply did not comprehend the notion of dangerous knowledge and thought that all things known should be spoken freely. When their searches turned dangerous, they told their politicians of things that should have stayed secret. Don't look like that, Draco. It wasn't simple stupidity. They did have to be smart enough to uncover the secret in the first place. But they were muggles. It was the first time they'd found anything really dangerous, and they didn't start out with a tradition of secrecy. There was a war going on, and the scientists on one side worried that if they didn't talk, the scientists of the enemy country would tell their politicians first.
The voice trailed off significantly.
They didn't destroy the world, but it was close, and we are not going to repeat that mistake.
"Right," Draco said, his voice now very firm. "We won't. We're wizards, and studying science doesn't make us muggles."
"As you say,"
said the green-lit silhouette.
We will establish our own science, a magical science, and that science will have smarter traditions from the very start.
The voice grew hard.
The knowledge I share with you will be taught alongside the disciplines of accepting truth. The level of this knowledge will be keyed to your progress in those disciplines, and you will share that knowledge with no one else who has not learned those disciplines. Do you accept this?
Yes, said Draco. What was he supposed to do? Say no?
Good. And what you discover for yourself, you will keep to yourself, unless you think that other scientists are ready to know it. What we do share among ourselves, we will not tell the world unless we agree it is safe for the world to know. And whatever our own politics and allegiances, we will all punish any of our number who reveal dangerous magics or give away dangerous weapons, no matter what sort of war is going on. From this day onward, that will be the tradition and the law of science among wizards. Are we agreed on that?
Yes, said Draco. Actually, this was starting to sound pretty attractive. The Death Eaters had tried to take power by being scarier than everyone else, and they hadn't actually won yet. Maybe it was time to try ruling using secrets instead. And our group stays hidden for as long as possible, and everyone in it has to agree to our rules.
Of course, definitely.
There was a very short pause.
We're going to need better robes,
said the shadowy figure.
With hoods and so on.
I was just thinking that, said Draco.
We don't need whole new robes, though. Just cowled cloaks to put on. I have a friend in Slytherin. She'll take your measurements. Don't tell her what it's for, though. I'm not stupid. And no masks for now, not when it's just you and me,
said the shadowy figure.
Right, but later on, we should have some sort of special mark that all our servants have. The mark of science, like a snake eating the moon on their right arms. It's called a PhD, and wouldn't that make it too easy to identify our people?
Huh?
I mean, what if someone is like, okay, now everyone pull up their robes over their right arms, and our guy's like, whoops, sorry, looks like I'm a spy.
Forget I said anything, said Draco, sweat suddenly springing out all over his body. He needed a distraction, fast.
And what do we call ourselves? The Science Eaters? No,
said the shadowy figure slowly.
That doesn't sound right.
Draco wiped his robed arm across his forehead, wiping away beads of moisture. What had the Dark Lord been thinking? Father had said the Dark Lord was smart.
I've got it,
said the shadowy figure suddenly.
You won't understand yet, but trust me, it fits.
Right now, Draco would have accepted Malfoy Munchers, as long as it changed the subject.
What is it?
And, standing amid the dusty desks in an unused classroom in the dungeons of Hogwarts, the green-lit silhouette of Harry Potter spread his arms dramatically and said,
"This day shall mark the dawn of the Bayesian conspiracy."
A silent figure trudged wearily through the halls of Hogwarts in the direction of Ravenclaw. Harry had gone straight from the meeting with Draco to dinner, and stayed at dinner barely long enough to choke down a few fast gulps of food before going off to bed. It wasn't even 7 p.m. yet, but it was well past bedtime for Harry. He had realised last night that he wouldn't be able to use the time-turner on Saturday until after the book-reading contest was already over, but he could still use the time-turner on Friday night and gain time that way. So, Harry had pushed himself to stay awake until 9 p.m. on Friday, when the protective shell opened, and then used the 4 hours remaining on the time-turner to spin back to 5 p.m., and collapse into sleep. He'd woken up around 2 a.m. on Saturday morning, just as planned, and read for the next 12 hours straight. And it still hadn't been enough. And now Harry would be going to sleep rather early for the next few days until his sleep cycle caught up again. The portrait on the door asked Harry some dumb riddle meant for 11-year-olds that he answered without the words even passing through his conscious mind, and then Harry staggered up the stairs to his dorm room, changed into his pyjamas and collapsed into bed, and found that his pillow seemed rather lumpy. Harry groaned. He sat up reluctantly, twisted in bed, and lifted up his pillow. This revealed a note, 2 golden galleons, and a book titled Occlumency, the Hidden Art. Harry picked up the note and read, "My, you do get yourself into trouble, and quickly. Your father was no match for you. You have made a powerful enemy. Snape commands the loyalty, admiration, and fear of all House Slytherin. You cannot trust any of that house now, whether they come to you in friendly guise or fearsome. From now on, you must not meet Snape's eyes. He is a legilimens, and can read your mind if you do. I have enclosed a book which may help you learn to protect yourself, though there is only so far you can get without a tutor. Still, you may hope to at least detect intrusion. So that you may find some extra time in which to study occlumency, I have enclosed 2 galleons, which is the price of answer sheets and homework for the first year History of Magic class, Professor Binns having given the same tests and the same assignments every year since he died. Your newfound friends, the Weasley twins, should be able to sell you a copy. It goes without saying that you must not get caught with it in your possession. Of Professor Quirrell I know little. He is a Slytherin, and a defense professor, and that is 2 marks against him. Consider carefully any advice he gives you, and tell him nothing you do not wish known. Dumbledore only pretends to be insane. He is extremely intelligent, and if you continue to step into closets and vanish, he will certainly deduce your possession of an invisibility cloak if he has not done so already. Avoid him whenever possible. Hide the cloak of invisibility somewhere safe, not your pouch, any time you cannot avoid him, and step with great care in his presence. Please be more careful in the future, Harry Potter. Santa Claus." Harry stared at the note. It did seem to be pretty good advice. Of course, Harry wasn't going to cheat in history class, even if they gave him a dead monkey for a professor, but Severus's legilimency... Whoever sent this note knew a lot of important, secret things and was willing to tell Harry about them. The note was still warning him against Dumbledore stealing the cloak, but at this point Harry honestly had no clue if that was a bad sign. It could just be an understandable mistake. There seemed to be some sort of intrigue going on inside Hogwarts. Maybe if Harry compared stories between Dumbledore and the note sender, he could work out a combined picture that would be accurate. Like if they both agreed on something, then... whatever. Harry stuffed everything into his pouch and turned up the quieter and pulled the cover over his head and died. It was Sunday morning, and Harry was eating pancakes in the great hall, sharp, quick bites, glancing nervously at his watch every few seconds. It was 8:02 a.m., and in precisely 2 hours and 1 minute, it would be exactly 1 week since he'd seen the Weasleys and crossed over onto platform 9 3/4. And the thought had occurred to him. Harry didn't know if this was a valid way to think about the universe. He didn't know anything anymore, but it seemed possible that not enough interesting things had happened to him over the last week. When he was done eating breakfast, Harry planned to go straight up to his room and hide in the bottom level of his trunk and not talk to anyone until 10:03 a.m. And that was when Harry saw the Weasley twins walking toward him. One of them was carrying something concealed behind his back. He should scream and run away. He should scream and run away. Whatever this was, it could very well be the grand finale. He really should just scream and run away. With a resigned feeling that the universe would come and get him anyway, Harry continued slicing at the pancake with his fork and knife. He couldn't muster the energy. That was the sad truth. Harry now knew how people felt when they were tired of running, tired of trying to escape fate, and they just fell to the ground and let the horrifically befanged and tentacled demons of the darkest abyss drag them off to their unspeakable destiny. The Weasley twins drew closer, and yet closer. Harry ate another bite of pancake. The Weasley twins arrived, grinning brightly. "Hello, Fred," Harry said dully. One of the twins nodded. "Hello, George." The other twin nodded.
"You sound tired,"
said George.
"You should cheer up,"
said Fred.
"Look what we got you."
And George took from behind Fred's back a cake with 12 flaming candles. There was a pause as the Ravenclaw tables stared at them.
"That's not right,"
said someone.
"Harry Potter was born on the 31st of July."
"He is coming!" said a huge, hollow voice that cut through all conversation like a sword of ice. "The one who will tear apart the very—" Dumbledore had leapt out of his throne and run straight over the head table and seized hold of the woman speaking those awful words. Fawkes had appeared in a flash, and all three of them vanished in a crack of fire. There was a shocked pause, followed by heads turning in the direction of Harry Potter.
"I didn't do it,"
Harry said in a tired voice.
"That was a prophecy,"
someone at the table hissed.
"And I bet it's about you."
Harry sighed. He stood up from his seat, raised his voice, and said very loudly over the conversations that were starting up,
"It's not about me. Obviously, I'm not coming here. I'm already here."
He sat back down again. The people who had been looking at him turned away again. Someone else at the table said,
"Then who is it about?"
And with a dull, leaden sensation, Harry realized who wasn't already at Hogwarts. Call it a wild guess, but Harry had a feeling the undead Dark Lord would be showing up one of these days.
The conversation continued on around him.
Not to mention tear apart the very what? I thought I heard Trelawney start to say something with an S just before the headmaster grabbed her.
Like Saul?
Sun! If someone's gonna tear apart the sun, we're really in trouble.
That seemed rather unlikely to Harry, unless the world contained scary things which had heard of David Criswell's ideas about starlifting.
So,
Harry said in tired tones,
this happens every Sunday breakfast, does it?
No, said a student who might have been in his 7th year, frowning grimly.
It doesn't.
Harry shrugged.
Whatever. Anyone want some birthday cake? But it's not your birthday,
said the same student who'd objected last time. That was the cue for Fred and George to start laughing, of course. Even Harry managed a weary smile. As the first slice was served to him, Harry said,
I've had a really long week.
And Harry was sitting in the cavern level of his trunk, slid shut and locked so no one could get in, a blanket pulled over his head, waiting for the week to be over. 10:01. 10:02. 10:03. But, just to be sure, 10:04. And the first week was done. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and gingerly pulled the blanket off his head. A few moments later, he had emerged into the bright sunlit air of his dorm. Shortly after, and he was in the Ravenclaw common room. A few people looked at him, but no one said anything or tried to talk to him. Harry found a nice, wide writing desk, pulled back a comfortable chair, and sat down. From his pouch he drew a sheet of paper and a pencil. Mum and Dad had told Harry in no uncertain terms that while they understood his enthusiasm for leaving home and getting away from his parents, he was to write them every week, without fail, just so that they knew he was alive, unharmed, and not in prison. Harry stared down at the blank sheet of paper.
Let's see.
After leaving his parents at the train station, he'd gotten acquainted with a boy raised by Darth Vader, become friends with the 3 most infamous pranksters at Hogwarts, met Hermione, then there'd been the incident with the sorting hat. Monday, he'd been given a time machine to treat his sleep disorder, gotten a legendary invisibility cloak from an unknown benefactor, rescued 7 Hufflepuffs by staring down 5 scary older boys, one of whom had threatened to break his finger, realised that he possessed a mysterious dark side, learned to cast Frigidaire in Charms class, and gotten started on his rivalry with Hermione. Tuesday had introduced astronomy, taught by Professor Aurora Sinistra, who was nice, and history of magic, taught by a ghost who ought to be exorcised and replaced with a tape recorder. Wednesday, he'd been pronounced the most dangerous student in the classroom. Thursday, let's not even think about Thursday. Friday, the incident in potions class, followed by his blackmailing the headmaster, followed by the defence professor having him beaten up in class, followed by the defence professor turning out to be the most awesome human being who still walked the face of the earth. Saturday, he'd lost a bet and gone on his first date and started redeeming Draco. And then, this morning, Professor Trelawney's unheard prophecy might or might not indicate that an immortal Dark Lord was about to attack Hogwarts. Harry mentally organised his material and started writing.
Dear Mum and Dad, Hogwarts is a lot of fun.
I learned how to violate the second law of thermodynamics in Chan's class, and I met a girl named Hermione Granger who reads faster than I do. I'd better leave it at that. Your loving son, Harry James Potter Evans Verus.
Hello, thank you so much for listening so far. This is the end of the first section of Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality. You are a hero for making it this far. I love this book. It's crazy, it's wild, it's well written. If you would like to listen to these chapters being recorded live, we do it every week on Monday at 8 p.m. GMT. Come and join us, we have a good laugh, you can see how the sausage is made, and I enjoy having people there. People help me by telling me mistakes I've made, giving suggestions for voices, generally discussing the story, although there's obviously spoilers are hidden behind a spoiler tag. Come join us. It's great fun. Voraces Tavern, the Discord server, we've got loads of stuff. Dubbed comics, other free audiobooks, Audible releases that you can come and have a look at. Come and join us. Chapter 22. The Scientific Method. A small study room near, but not in, the Ravenclaw dorm, one of the many unused rooms of Hogwarts. Grey stone the floors, red brick the walls, dark-stained wood the ceiling, 4 glowing glass globes set into the 4 walls of the room. A circular table that looked like a wide slab of black marble set on thick black marble legs for columns, but which had proven to be very light, weight and mass both, and wasn't difficult to pick up and move around if necessary. 2 comfortably cushioned chairs, which had seemed at first to be locked to the floor in inconvenient places, but which would, the 2 of them had finally discovered, scoot around to where you stood as soon as you leaned over in a posture that looked like you were about to sit down. There also seemed to be a number of bats flying around the room. That was where future historians would one day record, if the whole project ever actually amounted to anything, the scientific study of magic had begun, with 2 young first-year Hogwarts students. Harry James Potter Evans Verus, theorist, and Hermione Jean Granger, experimenter and test subject. Harry was doing better in classes now, at least the classes he considered interesting. He'd read more books, and not books for 11-year-olds either. He'd practiced Transfiguration over and over during one of his extra hours every day, taking the other hour for beginning occlumency. He was taking the worthwhile classes seriously, not just turning in his homework every day, but using his free time to learn more than was required, to read other books beyond the given textbooks, looking to master the subjects and not just memorize a few test answers to excel. You didn't see that much outside Ravenclaw. And now, even within Ravenclaw, his only remaining competitors were Padma Patil, whose parents came from a non-English-speaking culture and thus had raised her with an actual work ethic, Anthony Goldstein, out of a certain tiny ethnic group that won 25% of the Nobel Prizes, and, of course, striding far above everyone like a titan strolling through a pack of puppies, Hermione Granger. To run this particular experiment, you needed the test subject to learn 16 new spells, on their own, without help or correction. That meant the test subject was Hermione, period. It should be mentioned at this point that the bats flying around the room were not glowing. Harry was having trouble accepting the implications of this.
"Oogly boogly!"
Hermione said again. Again, at the tip of Hermione's wand there was the abrupt, transitionless appearance of a bat. One moment, empty air. The next moment, bat. Its wings seemed to be already moving in the instant when it appeared. And it still wasn't glowing.
"Can I stop now?"
said Hermione.
"Are you sure?"
Harry said through what seemed to be a block in his throat.
"That maybe, with a bit more practice, you couldn't get it to glow?"
He was violating the experimental procedure he'd written down beforehand, which was a sin, and he was violating it because he didn't like the results he was getting, which was a mortal sin. You could go to science hell for that, but it didn't seem to be mattering anyway.
"What did you change this time?"
Hermione said, sounding a little weary.
"The durations of the oo, and e sounds. It's supposed to be 3 to 2 to 2, not 3 to 1 to 1. "Oogly boogly,"
said Hermione. The bat materialized with only one wing and spun pathetically to the floor, flopping around in a circle on the grey stone.
"Now, what is it really?"
said Hermione.
3 to 2 to 1. "Oogly boogly,"
said Hermione. This time the bat didn't have any wings at all and fell with a plop like a dead mouse.
3 to 1 to 2.
And lo, the bat did materialize, and it did fly up at once toward the ceiling, healthy and glowing a bright green. Hermione nodded in satisfaction.
"Okay, what next?"
There was a long pause.
"Seriously? You seriously have to say oogly boogly with the duration of the oo, and e sounds having a ratio of 3 to 1 to 2, or the bat won't glow? Why? Why, for the love of all that is sacred? Why? Why not?"
Thud, thud, thud. Harry had thought about the nature of magic for a while, and then designed a series of experiments based on the premise that virtually everything wizards believed about magic was wrong. You couldn't really need to say Wingardium Leviosa in exactly the right way in order to levitate something because... Come on! Wingardium Leviosa? The universe was going to check that you said Wingardium Leviosa in exactly the right way, and otherwise it wouldn't make the quill float. No, obviously no, once you thought about it seriously. Someone, quite possibly an actual preschool child, but at any rate some English-speaking magic user who thought that Wingardium Leviosa sounded all flyish and floaty, had originally spoken those words while casting the spell for the first time, and then told everyone else it was necessary. But, Harry had reasoned, it didn't have to be that way. It wasn't built into the universe, it was built into you. There was an old story passed down among scientists, a cautionary tale. The story of Blondlot and the N-rays. Shortly after the discovery of X-rays, an eminent French physicist named Prosper René Blondlot, who had been first to measure the speed of radio waves and show that they propagated at the speed of light, had announced the discovery of an amazing new phenomenon, N-rays, which could induce a faint brightening of a screen. You had to look hard to see it, but it was there. N-rays had all sorts of interesting properties. They were bent by aluminium and could be focused by an aluminium prism into striking a treated thread of cadmium sulfide, which would then glow faintly in the dark. Soon, dozens of other scientists had confirmed Blondlot's results, especially in France. But there were still other scientists in England and Germany who said they weren't quite sure they could see that faint glow. Blondlot had said they were probably setting up the machinery wrong. One day, Blondlot had given a demonstration of N-rays. The lights had turned out, and his assistant had called off the brightening and darkening as Blondlot performed his manipulations. It had been a normal demonstration, all the results going as expected, even though an American scientist named Robert Wood had quietly stolen the aluminium prism from the center of Blondlot's mechanism. And that had been the end of N-rays. Reality, Philip K. Dick had once said, is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away. Blondlot's sin had been obvious in retrospect. He shouldn't have told his assistant what he was doing. Blondlot should have made sure the assistant didn't know what was being tried or when it was being tried before asking him to describe the screen's brightness. It could have been that simple. Nowadays, it was called blinding, and it was one of the things modern scientists took for granted. If you were doing a psychology experiment to see whether people got angrier when they were hit over the head with red truncheons than with green truncheons, you didn't get to look at the subjects yourself and decide how angry they were. You would snap photos of them after they'd been hit with the truncheon and send the photos off to a panel of raters who would rate on a scale of 1 to 10 how angry each person looked, obviously without knowing what colour of truncheon they'd been hit with. Indeed, there was no good reason to tell the raters what the experiment was about at all. You certainly wouldn't tell the experimental subject that you thought they ought to be angrier when hit by red truncheons. You'd just offer them £20, lure them into a test room, hit them with a truncheon, colour randomly assigned of course, and snap the photo. In fact, the truncheon hitting and photo snapping would be done by an assistant who hadn't been told about the hypothesis, so he couldn't look expectant, hit harder, or snap the photo at just the right time. Blondlot had destroyed his reputation with the sort of mistake that would get a failing grade and probably derisive laughter from the TA in a first-year undergraduate course on experimental design in 1991. This had been a bit longer ago, in 1904, and so it had taken months before Robert Wood had formulated the obvious alternative hypothesis and figured out how to test it, and dozens of other scientists had been sucked in. More than 2 centuries after science had gotten started, that late in scientific history, it still hadn't been obvious, which made it entirely plausible that in the tiny wizarding world, where science didn't seem much known at all, no one had ever tried the first, the simplest, the most obvious thing that any modern scientist could think to check. The books were full of complicated instructions for all the things you had to do exactly right in order to cast a spell, and Harry had hypothesized the process of obeying those instructions, of checking that you were following them correctly, probably did do something. It forced you to concentrate on the spell. Being told to just wave your wand and wish probably wouldn't work as well, and once you believed the spell was supposed to work a certain way, once you had practiced it that way, you might not be able to convince yourself that it could work any other way. If you did the simple but wrong thing and tried to test alternative forms yourself. But what if you didn't know what the original spell had been like? What if you gave Hermione a list of spells she hadn't studied yet, taken from a book of silly prank spells in the Hogwarts library, and some of those spells had the correct and original instructions, while others had one changed gesture, one changed word? What if you kept the instructions constant, but told her that a spell supposed to create a red worm was supposed to create a blue worm instead? Well, in that case, it had turned out Harry was having trouble believing his results here. If you told Hermione to say oogly boogly with the vowel durations in the ratio of 3:1:1 instead of the correct ratio of 3:1:2, you still got the bat, but it wouldn't glow anymore. Not that belief was irrelevant here, not that only the words and wand movements mattered. If you gave Hermione completely incorrect information about what a spell was supposed to do, it would stop working. If you didn't tell her at all what the spell was supposed to do, it would stop working. If she knew in very vague terms what the spell was supposed to do, or she was only partially wrong, then the spell would work as originally described in the book, not the way she'd been told it should. Harry was, at this moment, literally banging his head against the brick wall. Not hard. He didn't want to damage his precious brains. But if he didn't have some outlet for his frustration, he would spontaneously catch on fire. Thud. 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 It seemed the universe actually did want you to say Wingardium Leviosa, and it wanted you to say it in a certain exact way, and it didn't care what you thought the pronunciation should be any more than it cared about how you felt about gravity. Why? The worst part of it was the smug, amused look on Hermione's face. Hermione had not been okay with sitting around obediently following Harry's instructions without being told why. So, Harry had explained to her what they were testing. Harry had explained why they were testing it. Harry had explained why probably no wizard had tried it before them. Harry had explained that he was actually fairly confident of his prediction, because, Harry had said, there was no way that the universe actually wanted you to say Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione had pointed out that this was not what her book said. Hermione had asked if Harry really thought he was smarter, at 11 years old and just over a month into his Hogwarts education, than all the other wizards in the world who disagreed with him. Harry had said the following exact words.
Of course!
Now, Harry was staring at the red brick directly in front of him and contemplating how hard he would have to hit his head in order to give himself a concussion that would interfere with long-term memory formation and prevent him from remembering this later. Hermione wasn't laughing, but he could feel her intent to laugh radiating out from behind him like a dreadful pressure on his skin, sort of like knowing you were being stalked by a serial killer, only worse.
Say it,
Harry said.
I wasn't going to,
said the kindly voice of Hermione Granger.
It didn't seem nice.
Just get it over with,
said Harry.
Okay, so you gave me this whole long lecture about how hard it was to do basic science and how we might need to stay on the problem for 35 years, and then you went and expected us to make the greatest discovery in the history of magic in the first hour we were working together. You didn't just hope, you really expected it. You're silly.
Thank you. Now,
I've read all the books you gave me, and I still don't know what to call that. Overconfidence? planning fallacy, super-duper lake waboogon effect. They'll have to name it after you. Harry bias.
All right.
But it is cute. Such a boy thing to do.
Drop dead.
Ah, you say the most romantic things.
Thud, thud, thud.
So, what's next?
Said Hermione. Harry rested his head against the bricks. His forehead was starting to hurt where he'd been banging it.
Nothing. I have to go back and design different experiments.
Over the last month, Harry had carefully worked out, in advance, a course of experimentation for them that would have lasted until December. It would have been a great set of experiments if the very first test had not falsified the basic premise. Harry could not believe he had been this dumb.
Let me correct myself, said Harry. I need to design one new experiment. I'll let you know when I've got it, and we'll do it. And then I'll design the next one. How does that sound?
It sounds like someone wasted a whole lot of effort.
Thud. Ow. He'd done that a bit harder than he'd planned.
So?
Said Hermione. She was leaning back in her chair and the smug look was back on her face.
What did we discover today?
I discovered, said Harry through gritted teeth, that when it comes to doing truly basic research on a genuinely confusing problem where you have no clue what's going on, my books on scientific methodology aren't worth crap.
Language, Mr. Potter. Some of us are innocent young girls.
Fine, but if my books were worth a carp, that's a kind of fish, not anything bad, they would have given me the following important piece of advice. When there's a confusing problem and you're just starting out and you have a falsifiable hypothesis, go test it. Find some simple, easy way of doing a basic check and do it right away. Don't worry about designing an elaborate course of experiments that would make a grant proposal look impressive to a funding agency. Just check as fast as possible whether your ideas are false before you start investing huge amounts of effort into them. How does that sound for a moral?
Okay,
said Hermione.
But I was also hoping for something like, Hermione's books weren't worthless. They're written by wise old wizards who know way more about magic than I do. I should pay attention to what Hermione's books say. Can we have that as a moral too?
Harry's jaw seemed to be clenched too tightly to let any words out, so he just nodded.
Great,
Hermione said.
I liked this experiment. We learned a lot from it, and it only took me an hour or so.
In the dungeons of Slytherin, an unused classroom lit with eerie green light, much brighter this time and coming from a small crystal globe with a temporary enchantment, but eerie green light nonetheless, casting strange shadows from the dusty desks. 2 boy-sized figures in cowled grey cloaks, no masks, had entered in silence and sat down in 2 chairs opposite the same desk. It was the second meeting of the Bayesian conspiracy. Draco Malfoy hadn't been sure if he should look forward to it or not. Harry Potter, judging by the expression on his face, didn't seem to have any doubts on the appropriate mood. Harry Potter looked like he was ready to kill someone.
Hermione Granger,
said Harry Potter just as Draco was opening his mouth.
Don't ask. He couldn't have gone on another date, could he?
thought Draco, but that didn't make any sense. "Harry," said Draco, "I'm sorry, but I have to ask this anyway. Did you really order the Mudblood girl an expensive moleskin pouch for her birthday?"
"Yes, I did. You've already worked out why, of course."
Draco reached up and raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, his cowl brushing the back of his hand. He hadn't been quite sure why, but now he couldn't say so, and Slytherin knew he was courting Harry Potter. He'd made it obvious enough in defense class. "Harry," said Draco, "people know I'm friends with you. They don't know about the conspiracy, of course, but they know we're friends, and it makes me look bad when you do that sort of thing." Harry Potter's face tightened.
"Anyone in Slytherin who can't understand the concept of acting nice toward people you don't actually like should be ground up and fed to pet snakes."
"There are a lot of people in Slytherin who don't," said Draco, his voice serious. "Most people are stupid, and you have to look good in front of them anyway." Harry Potter had to understand that if he ever wanted to get anywhere in life.
"What do you care what other people think? Are you really going to live your life needing to explain everything you do to the dumbest idiots in Slytherin, letting them judge you? I'm sorry, Draco, but I'm not lowering my cunning plots to the level of what the dumbest Slytherins can understand, just because it might make you look bad otherwise. Not even your friendship is worth that. It would take all the fun out of life. Tell me, you haven't ever thought the same thing when someone in Slytherin is being too stupid to breathe, that it's beneath the dignity of a Malfoy to have to pander to them?"
Draco genuinely hadn't. Ever. Pandering to idiots was like breathing. You did it without thinking about it. "Harry," Draco said at last, "just doing whatever you want, without worrying about how it looks, isn't smart. The Dark Lord worried about how he looked. He was feared and hated, and he knew exactly what sort of fear and hate he wanted to create. Everyone has to worry about what other people think." The cowled figure shrugged.
"Perhaps. Remind me sometime to tell you about something called Ashk's conformity experiment. You might find it quite amusing. For now, I'll just note that it's dangerous to worry about what other people think on instinct, because you actually care, not as a matter of cold-blooded calculation. Remember, I was beaten and bullied by older Slytherins for 15 minutes, and afterward I stood up and graciously forgave them. Just like the good and virtuous boy who lived ought to do. But my cold-blooded calculations, Draco, tell me that I have no use for the dumbest idiots in Slytherin, since I don't own a pet snake. So I have no reason to care what they think about how I conduct my duel with Hermione Granger."
Draco did not clench his fists in frustration. "She's just some mudblood," Draco said, keeping his voice calm rather than shouting. "If you don't like her, push her down the stairs."
"Ravenclaw would know."
"Have Pansy Parkinson push her down the stairs. You wouldn't even have to manipulate her. Offer her a sickle and she'd do it."
"I would know. Hermione beat me in a book-reading contest. She's getting better grades than me. I have to defeat her with my brain or it doesn't count."
"She's just a mudblood. Why do you respect her that much?"
"She's a power among Ravenclaws. Why do you care what some powerless idiot in Slytherin thinks?"
"It's called
politics, and if you can't play it, you can't have power. Walking on the moon is power. Being a great wizard is power. There are kinds of power that don't require me to spend the rest of my life pandering to morons.
Both of them stopped and, in almost perfect unison, began taking deep breaths to calm themselves.
Sorry,
Harry Potter said after a few moments, wiping sweat from his forehead.
Sorry, Draco. You've got a lot of political power, and it makes sense for you to keep it. You should be calculating what Slytherin thinks. It's an important game, and I shouldn't have insulted it. But you can't ask me to lower the level of my game in Ravenclaw, just so that you don't look bad by associating with me. Tell Slytherin you're gritting your teeth while you pretend to be my friend.
That was exactly what Draco had told Slytherin, and he still wasn't sure whether it was true.
Anyway, Draco said, speaking of your image, I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Rita Skeeter heard some of the stories about you, and she's been asking questions.
Harry Potter raised his eyebrows.
Oh? She writes for the Daily Prophet, Draco said.
He'd tried to keep the worry out of his voice. The Daily Prophet was one of Father's primary tools. He used it like a wizard's wand.
That's the newspaper people actually pay attention to? Rita Skeeter writes about celebrities, and as she puts it, uses her quill to puncture their overinflated reputations. If she can't find any rumours about you, she'll just make up her own. I see,
said Harry Potter. His green-lit face looked very thoughtful beneath the cowl. Draco hesitated before saying what he had to say next. By now, someone had certainly reported to Father that he was courting Harry Potter, and Father would also know that Draco hadn't written home about it, and Father would understand that Draco didn't think he could actually keep it a secret, which sent a clear message that Draco was practicing his own game now, but still on Father's side, since if Draco had been tempted away, he would have been sending false reports. It followed that Father had probably anticipated what Draco was about to say next. Playing the game with Father for real was a rather unnerving sensation. Even if they were on the same side, it was, on the other hand, exhilarating. But Draco also knew that in the end it would turn out that Father had played the game better. There was no other way it could possibly go.
Harry, Draco finally said, this isn't a suggestion. This isn't my advice. Just the way it is. My father could almost certainly quash that article, but it would cost you.
That Father had been expecting Draco to tell Harry Potter exactly that was not something Draco said out loud. Harry Potter would work it out on his own, or not. But instead, Harry Potter shook his head, smiling beneath the cowl.
I have no intention of trying to quash Rita Skeeter.
Draco didn't even try to keep the incredulity out of his voice.
You can't tell me you don't care about what the newspaper says about you.
I care less than you might think,
said Harry Potter.
But I have my own ways of dealing with the likes of Skeeter. I don't need Lucius's help.
A worried look came over Draco's face before he could stop it. Whatever Harry Potter was about to do next, it would be something Father wasn't expecting, and Draco was feeling very nervous about where that might lead. Draco also realized that his hair was getting sweaty underneath the cowl. He'd never actually worn one of those before and hadn't realised that the Death Eater's cloaks probably had things like cooling charms. Harry Potter wiped some sweat from his forehead again, grimaced, took out his wand, pointed it upward, took a deep breath and said,
Frigidiro!
Moments later, Draco felt the cold draught.
Frigidiro! 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 Frigidiro!
Then Harry Potter lowered the wand, though his hand seemed a bit shaky, and put it back into his robes. The whole room seemed perceptibly cooler. Draco could have done that too, but still, not bad.
So, Draco said, science. You're going to tell me about blood.
We're going to find out about blood,
Harry Potter said,
by doing experiments.
All right,
Draco said.
What sort of experiments?
Harry Potter smiled evilly beneath his cowl and said,
You tell me.
Draco had heard of something called the Socratic method, which was teaching by asking questions, named after an ancient philosopher who had been too smart to be a real muggle and hence had been a disguised pure-blood wizard. One of his tutors had used Socratic teaching a lot. It had been annoying, but effective. Then there was the Potter method, which was insane. To be fair, Draco had to admit that Harry Potter had tried the Socratic method first, and it hadn't been working too well. Harry Potter had asked how Draco would go about disproving the blood purist hypothesis that wizards couldn't do the neat stuff now they'd done 8 centuries ago because they had interbred with muggleborns and squibs. Draco had said that he didn't understand how Harry Potter could sit there with a straight face and claim this was not a trap. Harry Potter had replied, still with a straight face, that if it was a trap, it would have been so pathetically obvious that he ought to be ground up and fed to pet snakes. But it was not a trap. It was simply a rule of how scientists operate that you have to try to disprove your own theories. And if you made an honest effort and failed, that was victory. Draco had tried to point out the staggering stupidity of this by suggesting the key to surviving a duel was to cast Avada Kedavra on your own foot and miss. Harry Potter had nodded. Draco had shaken his head. Harry Potter had then presented the idea that scientists watched ideas fight to see which ones won, and you couldn't fight without an opponent. So Draco needed to figure out opponents for the blood purist hypothesis to fight so that blood purism could win, which Draco understood a little better, even though Harry Potter had said it with a rather distasteful look. Like it was clear that if blood purism was the way the world really was, then the sky just had to be blue, and if some other theory was true, the sky just had to be green, and nobody had seen the sky yet, and then you went outside and looked, and the blood purists won, and after this had happened 6 times in a row, people would start noticing the trend. Harry Potter had then proceeded to claim that all the opponents Draco was inventing were too weak, so blood purism wouldn't get credit for defeating them because the battle wouldn't be impressive enough. Draco had understood that too. Wizards have gotten weaker because house elves are stealing our magic hadn't sounded impressive to him either. Though Harry Potter had said that one at least was testable, in that they could try to check if house elves had gotten stronger over time, and even draw a picture representing the increasing strength of house elves, and another picture representing the decreasing strength of wizards, and if the 2 pictures matched, that would point to the house elves. All said in such completely serious tones that Draco had felt an impulse to ask Dobby a few pointed questions under Veritaserum before snapping out of it. And Harry Potter had finally said that Draco couldn't fix the battle. Scientists weren't dumb. It would be obvious if you fixed the battle. It had to be a real fight between two different theories that might both really be true, with a test that only the true hypothesis would win. Something that actually would come out different ways depending on which hypothesis was actually correct. And there would be experienced scientists watching to make sure that was exactly what happened. Harry Potter had claimed that he himself just wanted to know how blood really worked, and for that he needed to see blood purism really win, and Draco wasn't going to fool him with theories that were just there to be knocked down. Even having seen the point, Draco hadn't been able to invent any plausible alternatives, as Harry Potter put it, to the idea that wizards were getting less powerful because they were mixing their blood with mud. It was too obviously true. It was then that Harry Potter had said, rather frustrated, that he couldn't imagine Draco was really this bad at considering different viewpoints. Surely there had been Death Eaters who had posed as enemies of blood purism and had come up with much more plausible-sounding arguments against their own side than Draco was offering. If Draco had been trying to pose as a member of Dumbledore's faction and come up with the house elf hypothesis, he wouldn't have fooled anyone for a second. Draco had been forced to admit this was a point. Hence the Potter method.
"Please, Dr. Malfoy," whined Harry Potter, "why won't you accept my paper?"
Harry Potter had needed to repeat the phrase,
"Just pretend to be pretending to be a scientist,"
3 times before Draco had understood. In that moment, Draco had realized that there was something deeply wrong with Harry Potter's brain, and anyone who tried legitimacy on it would probably never come back out again. Harry Potter had then gone into further and considerable detail. Draco was to pretend to be a Death Eater who was posing as the editor of a scientific journal, Dr. Malfoy, who wanted to reject his enemy, Dr. Potter's paper on the heritability of magical ability. And if the Death Eater didn't act like a real scientist would, he would be revealed as a Death Eater and executed, while Dr. Malfoy was also being watched by his own rivals and needed to appear to reject Dr. Potter's paper for neutral scientific reasons, or he would lose his position as journal editor. It was a wonder the Sorting Hat wasn't gibbering madly in St. Mungo's. It was also the most complicated thing anyone had ever asked Draco to pretend, and there was no possible way he could have refused the challenge. Right now, they were, as Harry Potter had put it, getting in the mood.
"I'm afraid, Dr. Potter, that you wrote this in the wrong colour of ink," Draco said. "Next!"
Dr. Potter's face did an excellent job of crumpling in despair, and Draco couldn't help but feel a flash of Dr. Malfoy's glee, even though the Death Eater was only pretending to be Dr. Malfoy. Well, this part was fun. He could have done this all day long. Dr. Potter got up from the chair, slumped over in dismay and trudged off, and turned into Harry Potter, who gave Draco a thumbs up, and then turned back into Dr. Potter again, now approaching with an eager smile. Dr. Potter sat down and presented Dr. Malfoy with a piece of parchment on which was written, "On the heritability of magical ability, Dr. H.J. Potter Evans Veris, Institute for Sufficiently Advanced Science. My observation. Today's wizards can't do things as impressive as what wizards used to do 800 years ago. My conclusion. Wizardkind has become weaker by mixing their blood with muggleborns and squibs."
"Dr. Malfoy,"
said Dr. Potter with a hopeful look,
"I was wondering if the Journal of Irreproducible Results could consider for publication my paper entitled On the Heritability of Magical Ability."
Draco looked at the parchment, smiling while he considered possible rejections. If he was a professor, he would have refused the essay as too short, so—
"It's too long, Dr. Potter,"
said Dr. Malfoy. For a moment there was genuine incredulity on Dr. Potter's face.
"Ah,"
said Dr. Potter.
"How about if I get rid of the separate lines for observations and conclusions and just put in a therefore?"
"Then it'll be too short."
"Next."
Dr. Potter trudged off.
"All right," said Harry Potter. "You're getting too good at this. 2 more times to practice, and then 3rd time is for real. No interruptions between. I'll just come in straight at you, and that time you'll reject the paper based on the actual content. Remember, your scientific rivals are watching."
Dr. Potter's next paper was perfect in every way, a marvel of its kind, but unfortunately had to be rejected because Dr. Malfoy's journal was having trouble with the letter E. Dr. Potter offered to rewrite it without those words, and Dr. Malfoy explained it was really more of a vowel problem. The paper after that was rejected because it was Tuesday. It was, in fact, Saturday. Dr. Potter tried to point this out and was told,
"Next."
Draco was starting to understand why Snape had used his hold over Dumbledore just to get a position that let him be awful to students. And then Dr. Potter was approaching with a superior smirk on his face.
"This is my latest paper on the heritability of magical ability,"
Dr. Potter stated confidently and thrust out the parchment.
"I have decided to allow your journal to publish it, and have prepared it in perfect accordance with your guidelines so that you may publish it quickly."
The Death Eater decided to track down and kill Dr. Potter after his mission was done. Dr. Malfoy kept a polite smile on his face, since his rivals were watching, and said— The pause stretched, with Dr. Potter looking at him impatiently.
"Let me look at that, please."
Dr. Malfoy took the parchment and perused it carefully. The Death Eater was starting to get nervous about the fact that he wasn't a real scientist, and Draco was trying to remember how to talk like Harry Potter.
"You, need to consider other possible explanations for your, observation besides just this one." "Really?"
interrupted Dr. Potter.
"Like what exactly? House elves are stealing our magic? My data admit of only one possible conclusion, Dr. Malfoy. There are no other plausible hypotheses."
Draco was trying furiously to order his brain to think. What would he say if he was posing as a member of Dumbledore's faction? What did they claim was the explanation for Wizardkind's decline? Draco had never bothered to actually ask that.
"If you can't think of any other way to explain my data, you'll have to publish my paper, Dr. Malfoy."
It was the sneer on Dr. Potter's face that did it.
"Oh, yeah?"
snapped Dr. Malfoy.
"How do you know that magic itself isn't fading away?"
Time stopped. Draco and Harry Potter exchanged looks of appalled horror. Then Harry Potter spat something that was probably an extremely bad word if you'd been raised by muggles.
"I didn't think of that,"
said Harry Potter.
And I should have. The magic goes away. Damn, damn, damn.
The alarm in Harry Potter's voice was contagious. Without even thinking about it, Draco's hand went into his robes and clutched at his wand. He'd thought the House of Malfoy was safe, so long as you only married into families that could trace their bloodlines back 4 generations, you were supposed to be safe. It had never occurred to him before that there might be nothing anyone could do to stop the end of magic. "Harry, what do we do?" Draco's voice was rising in panic. "What do we do?"
Let me think.
After a few moments, Harry grabbed from a nearby desk the same quill and roll of parchment he'd used to write his pretend paper and started scribbling something.
We'll figure it out,
Harry said, his voice tight.
If magic is fading out of the world, we'll figure out how fast it's fading and how much time we have left to do something, and then we'll figure out why it's fading, and then we'll do something about it. Draco, have wizarding powers been declining at a steady rate, or have there been sudden drops?
I don't know.
You told me that no one had matched the 4 founders of Hogwarts, so it's been going on for at least 8 centuries then. You can't remember hearing anything about the problems suddenly appearing 5 centuries ago or anything like that?
Draco was trying frantically to think.
I always heard that nobody was as good as Merlin, and then after that nobody was as good as the founders of Hogwarts. All right,
Harry said. He was still scribbling.
Because 3 centuries ago is when Muggles started to not believe in magic, which I thought might have something to do with it. And about 1.5 centuries ago was when Muggles began using a kind of technology that stops working around magic, and I was wondering if it might also go the other way around.
Draco exploded out of his chair, so angry he could hardly even speak.
It's the Muggles! Damn it!
Roared Harry.
Weren't you even listening to yourself? It's been going on for 8 centuries at least, and the Muggles weren't doing anything interesting then. We have to figure out the real truth. The Muggles might have something to do with this, but if they don't and you go on blaming everything on them, and that stops us from figuring out what's really going on, then one day you're going to wake up in the morning and find out that your wand is just a stick of wood.
Draco's breath stopped in his throat. His father often said, "Our wands will break in our hands," in his speeches. But Draco had never really thought before about what that meant. It wasn't going to happen to him after all. And now, suddenly, it seemed very real. Just a stick of wood. Draco could imagine just what it would be like to take out his wand and try to cast a spell and find that nothing was happening. That could happen to everyone. There would be no more wizards, no more magic, ever. Just Muggles who had a few legends about what their ancestors had been able to do. Some of the Muggles would be called Malfoy, and that would be all that was left of the name. For the first time in his life, Draco realized why there were Death Eaters. He'd always taken for granted that becoming a Death Eater was something you did when you grew up. Now Draco understood. He knew why Father and Father's friends had sworn to give their lives to prevent the nightmare from coming to pass. There were things you couldn't just stand by and watch happen. But what if it was going to happen anyway? What if all the sacrifices, all the friends they'd lost to Dumbledore, the family they'd lost, what if it had all been for nothing? "Magic can't be fading away," Draco said. His voice was breaking.
It wouldn't be fair.
Harry stopped scribbling and looked up. His face had an angry expression.
Your father never told you that life isn't fair?
Father had said that every single time Draco used the word.
But, it's too awful to believe that. Draco, let me introduce you to something I call the Litany of Yudkowsky. It changes every time you use it. On this occasion, it runs like so. If magic is fading out of the world, I want to believe that magic is fading out of the world. If magic is not fading out of the world, I want not to believe that magic is fading out of the world. Let me not become attached to beliefs I may not want. If we're living in a world where magic is fading, that's what we have to believe. We have to know what's coming, so we can stop it, or in the very worst case, be prepared to do what we can in the time we have. Not believing it won't stop it from happening. So, the only question we have to ask is whether magic is actually fading. And if that's the world we live in, then that's what we want to believe. Litany of Gwendolen. What's true is already so. Owning up to it doesn't make it worse. Got that, Draco? I'm going to make you memorize it later. It's something you repeat to yourself any time you start wondering if it's a good idea to believe something that isn't actually true. In fact, I want you to say it right now. What's true is already so. Owning up to it doesn't make it worse. Say it.
What's true is already so? Repeated Draco, his voice trembling. Owning up to it doesn't make it worse.
If magic is fading, I want to believe that magic is fading. If magic is not fading, I want not to believe that magic is fading. Say it.
Draco repeated back the words, the sickness churning in his stomach.
Good,
Harry said.
Remember, it might not be happening, and then you won't have to believe it either. First, we just want to know what's actually going on, which world we actually live in.
Harry turned back to his work, scribbling some more, and then turned the parchment so Draco could see it. Draco leaned over the desk, and Harry brought the green light closer. Observation. Wizardry isn't as powerful now as it was when Hogwarts was founded. Hypotheses. 1. Magic itself is fading. 2. Wizards are interbreeding with muggles and squibs. 3. Knowledge to cast powerful spells is being lost. 4. Wizards are eating the wrong foods as children, or something else besides blood is making them grow up weaker. 5. Muggle technology is interfering with magic. Since 800 years ago? 6. Stronger wizards are having fewer children. Draco equals only child. Check if 3 powerful wizards, Quirrell, Dumbledore, Dark Lord, had any children. Tests.
All right,
Harry said. His breathing sounded a little calmer.
Now, when you're dealing with a confusing problem and you have no idea what's going on, the smart thing to do is figure out some really simple tests, things you can look at right away. We need fast tests that distinguish between these hypotheses. Observations that would come out a different way for at least one of them compared to all the other ones.
Draco stared at the list in shock. He was suddenly realizing that he knew an awful lot of purebloods who were only children. Himself, Vincent, Gregory, practically everyone. The 2 most powerful wizards everyone talked about were Dumbledore and the Dark Lord, and neither had any children. just like Harry had suspected.
It's going to be really hard to distinguish between 2 and 6,
Harry said.
It's in the blood either way. You'd have to try and track the decline of wizardry and compare that to how many kids different wizards were having and measure the abilities of Muggleborns compared to purebloods.
Harry's fingers were tapping nervously on the desk.
Let's just lump 6 in with 2 and call them the blood hypothesis for now. 4 is unlikely because then everyone would notice a sudden drop when the wizards switched to new foods. It's hard to see what would have changed steadily over 800 years. 5 is unlikely for the same reason. No sudden drop. Muggles weren't doing anything 800 years ago. 4 looks like 2 and 5 looks like 1 anyway, so mainly we should be trying to distinguish between 1, 2 and 3.
Harry turned the parchment to himself, drew an ellipse around those 3 numbers, turned it black.
Magic is fading, blood is weakening, knowledge is disappearing. What test comes out differently depending on which of those is true? What could we see that would mean any of these was false?
I don't know,
blurted Draco.
Why are you asking me? You're the scientist.
Draco,
Harry said, a note of pleading desperation in his voice.
I only know what Muggle scientists know. You grew up in the wizarding world. I didn't. You know more magic than I do, and you know more about magic than I do. And you thought of this whole idea in the first place, so start thinking like a scientist and solve this.
Draco swallowed hard and stared at the paper. Magic is fading. Wizards are interbreeding with Muggles. Knowledge is being lost.
What does the world look like if magic is fading?
Said Harry Potter.
You know more about magic. You should be the one guessing, not me. Imagine you're telling a story about it. What happens in the story?
Draco imagined it.
Charms that used to work stop working. Wizards wake up and find that their wands are sticks of wood.
What does the world look like if the wizarding blood gets weaker?
People can't do things their ancestors could do.
What does the world look like if knowledge is being lost?
People don't know how to cast the charms in the first place, said Draco.
He stopped, surprised at himself.
That's a test, isn't it?
Harry nodded decisively.
That's 1.
He wrote it down on the parchment under tests. A. Are there spells we know but can't cast? 1 or 2, or are the lost spells no longer known? 3.
So, that distinguishes between 1 and 2 on the one hand, and 3 on the other,
said Harry.
Now we need some way to distinguish between 1 and 2. Magic fading, blood weakening. How could we tell the difference?
What kind of charms did students used to cast in their first year at Hogwarts?
Said Draco.
If they used to be able to cast much more powerful charms, the blood was stronger.
Harry shook his head.
Or magic itself was stronger. We have to figure out some way of telling the difference.
Harry stood up from his chair, began pacing nervously through the classroom.
No, wait, that might still work. Suppose different spells use up different amounts of magical energy. Then, if the ambient magic weakened, the powerful spells would die first. But if the spells everyone learns in their first year would stay the same...
Harry's nervous pacing sped up.
It's not a very good test. It's more about powerful wizardry being lost versus all wizardry being lost. Someone's blood could be too weak for powerful wizardry, but strong enough for easy spells. Draco, do you know if more powerful wizards within a single era, like powerful wizards from just this century, are more powerful as children? If the Dark Lord had cast the cooling charm when he was 11, could he have frozen the whole room?
Draco's face screwed up as he tried to recollect.
I can't remember hearing anything about the Dark Lord, but I think Dumbledore's supposed to have done something amazing in his Transfiguration OWLs in 5th year. I think other powerful wizards were good in Hogwarts too.
Harry scowled, still pacing.
They could just be studying hard. Still, if first-year students learned the same spells and seemed about as powerful then as now, we could call that weak evidence favouring 1 over 2. Wait, hold on.
Harry stopped where he stood.
I have another test that might distinguish between 1 and 2. It would take a while to explain. It uses some things that scientists know about blood and inheritance, but it's an easy question to ask, and if we combine my test and your test, and they both come out the same way, that's a strong hint at the answer.
Harry almost ran back to the desk, took the parchment and wrote. B. Did ancient first-year students cast the same sort of spells with the same power as now? Weak evidence for 1 over 2, but blood could also be losing powerful wizardry only. C. Additional test that distinguishes 1 and 2 using scientific knowledge of blood. We'll explain later.
Okay,
said Harry.
We can at least try to tell the difference between 1 and 2 and 3. So let's go with this right away. We can figure out more tests after we do the ones we already have. Now, it's going to look a little odd if Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter go around asking questions together, so here's my idea. You'll go through Hogwarts and find old portraits and ask them about what spells they learned to cast during their first years. They're portraits, so they won't know there's anything odd about Draco Malfoy doing that. I'll ask recent portraits and living people about spells we know but can't cast. No one will notice anything unusual if Harry Potter asks weird questions. And I'll have to do complicated research about forgotten spells, so I want you to be the one to gather the data I need for my own scientific question. It's a simple question, and you should be able to find the answer by asking portraits. You might want to write this down. Ready?
Draco sat down again and scrambled in his book bag for parchment and quill. When it was laid down on the desk, Draco looked up, face determined.
Go ahead.
Find portraits who knew a married squib couple. Don't make that face, Draco. It's important information. Just ask recent portraits who are Gryffindors or something. Find portraits who knew a married squib couple well enough to know the names of all their children. Write down the name of each child and whether that child was a wizard, a squib, or a muggle. If they don't know whether the child was a squib or a muggle, write down non-wizard. Write that down for every child the couple had. Don't leave any out. If the portrait only knows the name of the wizarding children, not the names of all the children, then don't write down any data from that couple. It's very important that you only bring me data from someone who knows all the children a squib couple had. Well, enough to know them all by name. Try to get at least 40 names total, if you can, and if you have time for more, even better. Have you got all that?
Repeat it, Draco said when he was done writing, and Harry repeated it.
I've got it,
Draco said.
But why?
It has to do with one of the secrets of blood that scientists already discovered. I'll explain when you get back. Let's split up and meet back here in an hour. 6:22 p.m. that should be. Are we ready to go?
Draco nodded decisively.
It was all very rushed, but he'd long since been taught how to rush.
"Then go!"
said Harry Potter, and yanked off his cowled cloak and shoved it into his pouch, which began eating it, and without even waiting for his pouch to finish, spun around and began striding rapidly toward the classroom door, bumping into a desk and almost falling over in his haste. By the time Draco had managed to get his own cloak off and stow it in his book bag, Harry Potter was gone. Draco almost ran out the door. Chapter 23. Belief in Belief.
"And then Janet was a squib,"
said the portrait of a short young woman with a gold-trimmed hat. Draco wrote it down. That was only 28, but it was time to go back and meet Harry. He'd needed to ask other portraits to help translating. English had changed a lot, but the oldest portraits had described first-year spells that sounded an awful lot like the ones they had now. Draco had recognized around half of them, and the other half didn't sound any more powerful. The sick feeling in his stomach had grown with each answer until, finally, unable to take it any more, he'd gone off and asked other portraits Harry Potter's strange question about squib marriages instead. The first 5 portraits hadn't known anyone, and, finally, he'd asked those portraits to ask their acquaintances to ask their acquaintances, and so managed to find some people who'd actually admit to being friends with squibs. The first-year Slytherin had explained he was working on an important project with a Ravenclaw, and the Ravenclaw had told him they needed this information and then run off without saying why. This had garnered many sympathetic looks. Draco's feet were heavy as he walked through the corridors of Hogwarts. He should have been running, but he couldn't seem to muster the energy. He kept on thinking that he didn't want to know about this. He didn't want to be involved in any of this. He didn't want this to be his responsibility. Just let Harry Potter do it. If magic was fading, let Harry Potter take care of it. But Draco knew that wasn't right. Chill, the dungeons of Slytherin, grey, the stone walls, Draco usually liked the atmosphere, but it now seemed too much like fading. His hand on the doorknob, Harry Potter already inside and waiting, wearing his cowled cloak.
"The ancient first-year spells," Harry Potter said. "What did you find?"
"They're no more powerful than the spells we use now." Harry Potter's fist struck a desk hard.
"Damn it! All right, my own experiment was a failure, Draco. There's something called the Interdict of Merlin."
Draco hit himself on the forehead, realizing.
"Which stops anyone from getting knowledge of powerful spells out of books. Even if you find and read a powerful wizard's notes, they won't make sense to you. It has to go from one living mind to another. I couldn't find any powerful spells that we had the instructions for but couldn't cast. But if you can't get them out of old books, why would anyone bother passing them on by word of mouth after they stopped working? Did you get the data on the squib couples?"
Draco started to hand the parchment over, but Harry held up a hand.
"Law of science, Draco. First, I tell you the theory and the prediction. Then you show me the data. That way you know I'm not just making up a theory to fit. You know that the theory actually predicted the data in advance. I have to explain this to you anyway, so I have to explain it before you show me the data. That's the rule, so put on your cloak and let's sit down."
Harry Potter sat down at a desk with torn scraps of paper arranged across its surface.
Draco drew his cloak out of his book bag, drew it on, and sat down across from Harry on the other side, giving the paper scraps a puzzled look. They were arranged in 2 rows, and the rows were about 20 scraps long.
"The secret of blood,"
said Harry Potter, an intense look on his face,
"is something called deoxyribonucleic acid. You don't say that name in front of anyone who's not a scientist. Deoxyribonucleic acid is the recipe that tells your body how to grow. 2 legs, 2 arms, short or tall, whether you have brown eyes or green. It's a material thing. You can see it if you have microscopes, which are like telescopes, only they look at things that are very small instead of very far away. And that recipe has 2 copies of everything, always, in case one copy is broken. Imagine 2 long rows of pieces of paper. At each place in the row, there are 2 pieces of paper. And when you have children, your body selects 1 piece of paper at random from each place in the row, and the mother's body will do the same, and so the child also gets 2 pieces of paper at each place in the row. 2 copies of everything. 1 from your mother, 1 from your father, and when you have children, they get 1 piece of paper from you at random in each place."
As Harry spoke, his fingers ranged over the paired scraps of paper, pointing to one part of the pair when he said, "From your mother," the other when he said, "From your father." And as Harry talked about picking a piece of paper at random, his hand pulled a knut out of his robes and flipped it. Harry looked at the coin, and then pointed to the top piece of paper, all without a pause in the speech.
"Now, when it comes to something like being short or tall, there's a lot of places in the recipe that make little differences. So, if a tall father marries a short mother, the child gets some pieces of paper saying tall and some pieces of paper saying short, and usually the child ends up middle-sized, but not always. By luck, the child might get a lot of pieces saying tall, and not many papers saying short, and grow up pretty tall. You could have a tall father with 5 papers saying tall, and a tall mother with 5 papers saying tall, and by amazing luck the child gets all 10 papers saying tall, and ends up taller than both of them. You see, blood isn't a perfect fluid. It doesn't mix perfectly. Deoxyribonucleic acid is made up of lots of little pieces, like a glass of pebbles instead of a glass of water. That's why a child isn't always exactly in the middle of the parents.
Draco listened with his mouth open. How in Merlin's name had the Muggles figured all this out? They could see the recipe?
"Now,"
Harry Potter said,
"suppose that, just like with tallness, there's lots of little pieces in the recipe where you can have a piece of paper that says magic or not magic. If you have enough pieces of paper saying magic, you're a wizard. If you have a lot of pieces of paper, you're a powerful wizard. If you have too few, you're a muggle. And in between, you're a squib. Then, when 2 squibs marry, most of the time the children should also be squibs. But once in a while, a child will get lucky and get most of the father's magic papers and most of the mother's magic papers, and be strong enough to be a wizard. But probably not a very powerful one. If you started out with a lot of powerful wizards and they married only each other, they would stay powerful. But if they started marrying Muggleborns who were just barely magical, or squibs, you see, The blood wouldn't mix perfectly. It would be a glass of pebbles, not a glass of water, because that's just the way blood works. There would still be powerful wizards now and then, when they got a lot of magic papers by luck, but they wouldn't be as powerful as the most powerful wizards from earlier.
Draco nodded slowly. He'd never heard it explained that way before. There was a surprising beauty to how exactly it fit.
But,
Harry said,
that's only one hypothesis. Suppose that instead there's only a single place in the recipe that makes you a wizard. Only one place where a piece of paper can say magic or not magic. And there are 2 copies of everything. Always. So then, there are only 3 possibilities. Both copies can say magic. One copy can say magic and one copy can say not magic, or both copies say not magic. Wizards, squibs, and muggles. 2 copies and you can cast spells. 1 copy and you can still use potions or magic devices. And 0 copies means you might even have trouble looking straight at magic. Muggleborns wouldn't really be born to muggles. They would be born to 2 squibs. 2 parents each with 1 magic copy who'd grown up in the muggle world. Now, imagine a witch marries a squib. Each child will get 1 paper saying magic from the mother. Always. It doesn't matter which piece gets picked at random, both say magic. But, like flipping a coin, half the time the child will get a paper saying magic from the father, and half the time the child will get the father's paper saying not magic. When a witch marries a squib, the result won't be a lot of weak wizarding children. Half the children will be wizards and witches just as powerful as their mother, and half the children will be squibs. Because if there's just 1 place in the recipe that makes you a wizard, then magic isn't like a glass of pebbles that can mix. It's like a single magical pebble. A sorcerer's stone.
Harry arranged 3 pairs of papers side by side. On 1 pair he wrote magic and magic. On another pair he wrote magic on the top paper only. And the 3rd pair he left blank.
In which case,
Harry said,
either you have 2 stones or you don't. Either you're a wizard or you're not. Powerful wizards would get that way by studying harder and practicing more. And if wizards get inherently less powerful, not because of spells being lost, but because people can't cast them, then maybe they're eating the wrong foods or something. But if it's gotten steadily worse over 800 years, then that could mean magic itself is fading out of the world.
Harry arranged another 2 pairs of papers side by side and took out a quill. Soon, each pair had 1 piece of paper saying magic and the other paper blank.
And that brings me to the prediction,
said Harry.
What happens when 2 squibs marry? Flip a coin twice. It can come up heads and heads, heads and tails, tails and heads, or tails and tails. So, 1/4 of the time you'll get 2 heads, 1/4 of the time you'll get 2 tails, and half the time you'll get 1 heads and 1 tail. Same thing if 2 squibs marry. 1/4 of the children would come up magic and be wizards. 1/4 would come up not magic and be muggles. The other half would be squibs. It's a very old and very classic pattern. It was discovered by Gregor Mendel, who is not forgotten, and it was the first hint ever uncovered for how the recipe worked. Anyone who knows anything about blood science would recognize that pattern in an instant. It wouldn't be exact, any more than if you flip a coin twice, 40 times, you'll always get exactly 10 pairs of 2 heads. But if it's 7 or 13 wizards out of 40 children, that'll be a strong indicator. That's the test I had you do. Now, let's see your data.
And before Draco could even think, Harry Potter had taken the parchment out of Draco's hand. Draco's throat was very dry. 28 children. He wasn't sure of the exact number, but he was pretty sure around a fourth had been wizards.
6 wizards out of 28 children,
Harry Potter said after a moment.
Well, that's that then. And first years were casting the same spells at the same power level 8 centuries ago too. Your test and my test both came out the same way.
There was a long silence in the classroom.
What now?
Draco whispered. He'd never been so terrified.
It's not definite yet,
said Harry Potter.
My experiment failed, remember? I need you to design another test, Draco.
I...
Draco said. His voice was breaking.
I can't do this, Harry. It's too much for me.
Harry's look was fierce.
Yes, you can, because you have to. I thought about it myself, too, after I found out about the interdict of Merlin. Draco, is there any way of observing the strength of magic directly? Some way that doesn't have anything to do with wizards' blood or the spells we learn?
Draco's mind was just blank.
Anything that affects magic affects wizards, said Harry. But then we can't tell if it's the wizards or the magic. What does magic affect that isn't a wizard?
Magical creatures, obviously,
said Draco without even thinking about it. Harry Potter slowly smiled.
Draco, that's brilliant.
It's the sort of dumb question you'd only ask in the first place if you'd been raised by muggles.
Then the sickness in Draco's stomach got even worse as he realized what it would mean if magical creatures were getting weaker. They would know for certain then that magic was fading, and there was a part of Draco that was already sure that was exactly what they would find. He didn't want to see this. He didn't want to know. Harry Potter was already halfway to the door.
Come on, Draco. There's a portrait not far from here. We'll just ask them to go get someone old and find out right away. We're cloaked. If someone sees us, we can just run away. Let's go.
It didn't take long after that. It was a wide portrait, but the 3 people in it were looking rather crowded. There was a middle-aged man from the 12th century, dressed in black swathes of cloth, who spoke to a sad-looking young woman from the 14th century, with hair that seemed to constantly frizz about her head as if she'd been charged up by a static spell. And she spoke to a dignified, wizened old man from the 17th century with a solid gold bow tie, and him they could understand. They had asked about Dementors. They had asked about phoenixes. They had asked about dragons and trolls and house elves. Harry had frowned, pointed out that creatures which needed the most magic could just be dying out entirely, and had asked for the most powerful magical creatures known. There wasn't anything unfamiliar on the list, except for a species of dark creature called Mind Flayers, which the translator noted had finally been exterminated by Harold Shear, and those didn't sound half as scary as Dementors. Magical creatures were as powerful now as they'd ever been, apparently. The sickness in Draco's stomach was easing, and now he just felt confused.
Harry,
Draco said in the middle of the old man translating a list of all the 11 powers of a beholder's eyes.
What does this mean?
Harry held up a finger, and the old man finished the list. Then Harry thanked all the portraits for helping. Draco pretty much on automatic did so as well, and more graciously, and they headed back to the classroom. And Harry brought out the original parchment with the hypothesis and began scribbling. Observation. Wizardry isn't as powerful now as it was when Hogwarts was founded. Hypothesis. 1. Magic itself is fading. 2. Wizards are interbreeding with muggles and squibs. 3. Knowledge to cast powerful spells is being lost. 4. Wizards are eating the wrong foods as children, or something else besides blood is making them grow up weaker. 5. Muggle technology is interfering with magic, since 800 years ago. 6. Stronger wizards are having fewer children. Draco is only child? Check if 3 powerful wizards, Quirrell, Dumbledore, Dark Lord, had any children. Tests. A. Are there spells we know but can't cast? 1 or 2. Or are the lost spells no longer known? 3. Result. Inconclusive due to interdict of Merlin. No known uncastable spell, but could simply have not been passed on. B. Did ancient first-year students cast the same sort of spells with the same power as now? Weak evidence for 1/2, but blood could also be losing powerful wizardry only. Result. Same level of first-year spells then as now. C. Additional test that distinguishes 1 and 2 using scientific knowledge of blood. We'll explain later. Result. There's only one place in the recipe that makes you a wizard, and either you have 2 papers saying magic, or you don't. D. Are magical creatures losing their powers? Distinguishes 1 from 2 or 3. Result. Magical creatures seem to be as strong as they ever were.
A failed, said Harry Potter. B is weak evidence for 1/2. C falsifies 2. D falsifies 1. 4 was unlikely, and B argues against 4 as well. 5 was unlikely, and D argues against it. 6 was falsified along with 2. That leaves 3. Interdict of Merlin or not, I didn't actually find any known spell that couldn't be cast. So, when you add it all up, it looks like knowledge is being lost.
And the trap snapped shut. As soon as the panic went away, as soon as Draco understood that magic wasn't fading out, it took all of 5 seconds to realize. Draco shoved himself away from the desk and stood up so hard that his chair skittered with a scraping noise across the floor and fell over.
So, it was all just a stupid trick then?
Harry Potter stared at him for a moment, still sitting. When he spoke, his voice was quiet.
It was a fair test, Draco. If it had come out a different way, I would have accepted it. That's not something I would ever cheat on. Ever. I didn't look at your data before I made my predictions. I told you up front when the interdict of Merlin invalidated the first experiment.
Oh,
Draco said, the anger starting to come into his voice.
You didn't know how the whole thing was going to come out?
I didn't know anything you didn't know,
Harry said, still quietly.
I admit that I suspected. Hermione Granger was too powerful. She should have been barely magical, and she wasn't. How can a Muggle-born be the best spellcaster in Hogwarts? And she's getting the best grades on her essays too.
It's too much coincidence for one girl to be the strongest magically and academically, unless there's a single cause. Hermione Granger's existence pointed to there being only one thing that makes you a wizard. Something you either have or you don't, and the power differences come from how much we know and how much we practice. And there weren't different classes for purebloods and muggleborns, and so on. There are too many ways the world didn't look the way it would look if you were right. But, Draco, I didn't see anything you couldn't see too. I didn't perform any tests I didn't tell you about. I didn't cheat, Draco. I wanted us to work out the answer together, and I never thought that magic might be fading out of the world until you said it. It was a scary idea for me too.
Whatever, Draco said. He was working very hard to control his voice and not just start screaming at Harry. You claim you're not going to run off and tell anyone else about this?
Not without consulting you first,
Harry said. He opened his hands in a pleading gesture.
Draco, I'm being as nice as I can, but the world turned out to just not be that way.
Fine. Then you and I are through. I'm going to just walk away and forget any of this ever happened. Draco spun around, feeling the burning sensation in his throat, the sense of betrayal, and that was when he realized he really had liked Harry Potter. And that thought didn't slow him down for a moment as he strode toward the classroom door. And Harry Potter's voice came, now louder and worried.
Draco, you can't forget. Don't you understand? That was your sacrifice.
Draco stopped in mid-stride and turned around. What are you talking about? But there was already a freezing coldness in Draco's spine. He knew, even before Harry Potter said it.
To become a scientist, you questioned one of your beliefs. Not just a small belief, but something that had great significance to you. You did experiments, gathered data, and the outcome proved the belief was wrong. You saw the results and understood what they meant.
Harry Potter's voice was faltering.
Remember, Draco, you can't sacrifice a true belief that way, because the experiments will confirm it instead of falsifying it. Your sacrifice to become a scientist was your false belief that wizard blood was mixing and getting weaker.
That's not true, said Draco. I didn't sacrifice the belief. I still believe that. His voice was getting louder, and the chill was getting worse. Harry Potter shook his head. His voice came in a whisper.
Draco, I'm sorry. Draco, you don't believe it anymore.
Harry's voice rose again.
I'll prove it to you. Imagine that someone tells you they're keeping a dragon in their house. You tell them you want to see it. They say it's an invisible dragon. You say, fine, you'll listen to it move. They say it's an inaudible dragon. You say you'll throw some cooking flour into the air and see the outline of the dragon. They say the dragon's permeable to flour. And the telling thing is that they know, in advance, exactly which experimental results they'll have to explain away. They know everything will come out the way it does if there's no dragon. They know, in advance, just which excuses they'll have to make. So maybe they say there's a dragon,
Maybe they believe there's a dragon. It's called belief in belief. But they don't actually believe it. You can't be mistaken about what you believe. Most people never realise there's a difference between believing something and thinking it's good to believe it.
Harry Potter had risen from the desk now and taken a few steps towards Draco.
And, Draco, you don't believe any more in blood purism. I'll show you that you don't. If blood purism is true, then Hermione Granger doesn't make sense. So what could explain her? Maybe she's a wizarding orphan raised by muggles, just like I was. I could go to Granger and ask to see pictures of her parents, to see if she looks like them. Would you expect her to look different? Should we perform that test?
They would have put her with relatives,
Draco said, his voice trembling.
They'll still look the same.
You see, you already know what experimental result you'll have to excuse. If you still believed in blood purism, you'd say, sure, let's go take a look. I bet she won't look like her parents. She's too powerful to be a real Muggle-born.
They would have put her with relatives.
Scientists can do tests to check for sure if someone is the true child of a father. Granger would probably do it if I paid her family enough. She wouldn't be afraid of the results. So, what do you expect that test to show? Tell me to run it and we will. But you already know what the test will say. You'll always know. You won't ever be able to forget. You might wish you believed in blood purism, but you'll always expect to see happen just exactly what would happen if there was only one thing that made you a wizard. That was your sacrifice to become a scientist.
Draco's breathing was ragged.
Do you realise what you've done?
Draco surged forward and he seized Harry by the collar of his robes. His voice rose to a scream. It sounded unbearably loud in the closed classroom and the silence.
Do you realise what you've done?
Harry's voice was shaky.
You had a belief. The belief was false. I helped you see that. What's true is already so. Owning up to it doesn't make it worse.
The fingers on Draco's right hand clenched into a fist, and that hand dropped down and blasted up unstoppably and punched Harry Potter in the jaw so hard that his body went crashing back into a desk and then to the floor.
"Idiot!"
screamed Draco.
"Idiot! Idiot!"
Draco,
whispered Harry from the floor.
Draco, I'm sorry. I didn't think this would happen for months. I didn't expect you to awaken as a scientist this quickly. I thought I would have longer to prepare you, teach you the techniques that make it hurt less to admit you're wrong.
"What about Father?"
Draco said. His voice trembled with rage.
"Were you going to prepare him, or did you just not care what happened after this?"
You can't tell him,
Harry said, his voice rising in alarm.
He's not a scientist. You promised, Draco.
For a moment, the thought of Father not knowing came as a relief. And then the real anger started to rise.
"So, you planned for me to lie to him and tell him I still believe?"
Draco said, voice shaking.
"I'll always have to lie to him. And now, when I grow up, I can't be a Death Eater, and I won't even be able to tell him why not."
If your father really loves you, whispered Harry from the floor, he'll still love you even if you don't become a Death Eater. And it sounds like your father does really love you, Draco.
Your stepfather is a scientist,
Draco said, the words coming out like biting knives.
If you weren't going to be a scientist, he would still love you. But you'd be a little less special to him.
Harry flinched. The boy opened his mouth as if to say, "I'm sorry," and then closed his mouth, seeming to think better of it, which was either very smart of him or very lucky, because Draco might have tried to kill him.
You should have warned me,
Draco said. His voice rose.
You should have warned me.
I did. Every time I told you about the power, I told you about the price. I said you have to admit you're wrong. I said this would be the hardest path for you, that this was the sacrifice anyone had to make to become a scientist. I said, what if the experiment says one thing and your family and friends say another?
You call that a warning?
Draco was screaming now.
You call that a warning when we're doing a ritual that calls for a permanent sacrifice?
The boy on the floor swallowed.
I guess maybe it wasn't clear. I'm sorry, but that which can be destroyed by the truth should be.
Hitting him wasn't enough.
You're wrong about one thing,
Draco said, his voice deadly.
Granger isn't the strongest student in Hogwarts. She just gets the best grades in class. You're about to find out the difference.
Sudden shock showed in Harry's face, and he tried to roll quickly to his feet. It was already too late for him.
Expelliarmus!
Harry's wand flew across the room.
Gom Jabbar!
A pulse of inky blackness struck Harry's left hand.
That's a torture spell, said Draco. It's for getting information out of people. I'm just going to leave it on you and lock the door behind me when I go. Maybe I'll set the lock spell to wear off after a few hours. Maybe it won't wear off until you die in here. Have fun.
Draco moved smoothly backward, wand still on Harry. Draco's hand dipped down and picked up his book bag without his aim wavering. The pain was already showing in Harry Potter's face as he spoke.
Malfoys are above the underage magic laws, I take it. It's not because your blood is stronger, it's because you already practiced. In the beginning, you were as weak as any of us. Is my prediction wrong?
Draco's hand whitened on his wand, but his aim stayed steady.
Just so you know,
Harry said through gritted teeth,
if you'd told me I was wrong, I would have listened. I won't ever torture you when you show me that I'm wrong. And you will. Someday. You're awakened as a scientist now, and even if you never learn to use your power, you'll always...
Harry gasped.
Be looking for ways to test your beliefs.
Draco's backing away was less smooth, now a little faster, and he had to work to keep his wand on Harry as he reached back to open the door and stepped back out of the classroom. Then Draco shut the door again. He cast the most powerful locking charm he knew. Draco waited until he heard Harry's first scream before casting the quietus. And then he walked away.
Fine-eyed incantatum!
Harry's left hand had been put into a pot of boiling cooking oil and left there. He'd put everything he had into the finite incantatum, and it still wasn't working. Some hexes required specific counters or you couldn't undo them. Or maybe it was just that Draco was that much stronger. Harry's hand was really starting to hurt now, and that was interfering with his attempts to think creatively. But a few screams later, Harry realized what he had to do. His pouch, unfortunately, was on the wrong side of his body, and it took some twisting to reach into it, especially with his other arm flailing around in a reflexive, unstoppable attempt to fling off the source of pain. By the time he managed it, his other arm had managed to throw away his wand again.
Medical kit! Medical kit!
On the floor, the green light was too dim to see by. Harry couldn't stand. He couldn't crawl. He rolled across the floor to where he thought his wand was, and it wasn't there. And with one hand he managed to raise himself high enough to see his wand, and he rolled there, and got the wand, and rolled back to where the medical kit was opened. There was also a good deal of screaming and a bit of throwing up. It took 8 tries before Harry could cast Lumos. And then, well, the package wasn't designed to be opened one-handed, because all wizards were idiots. That was why. Harry had to use his teeth, and so it took a while before Harry finally managed to wrap the numb cloth over his left hand. When all feeling in his left hand was finally gone, Harry let his mind come apart, and lay motionless on the floor and cried for a while. Well, Harry's mind said silently to itself, when it had recovered enough to think in words again, was it worth it? Slowly, Harry's functional hand reached up to a desk. Harry pulled himself to his feet, took a deep breath, exhaled, smiled. It wasn't much of a smile, but it was a smile nonetheless.
Thank you, Professor Quirrell. I couldn't have lost without you.
He hadn't redeemed Draco yet. Not even close. Contrary to what Draco himself might now believe, Draco was still the child of a Death Eater, through and through. Still a boy who'd grown up to think rape was something the cool older kids did. But it was one heck of a start. Harry couldn't claim it had all gone just as planned. It had all gone just as completely made up on the spot. The plan hadn't called for this to happen until December or thereabouts, after Harry had taught Draco the techniques not to deny the evidence when he saw it. But he'd seen the look of fear on Draco's face, realized that Draco was already taking an alternative hypothesis seriously, and seized the moment. One case of true curiosity had the same sort of redeeming power in Rationality that one case of true love had in movies. In retrospect, Harry had given himself hours to make the most important discovery in the history of magic, and months to break through the undeveloped mental barriers of an 11-year-old boy. This could indicate that Harry had some sort of major cognitive deficit with respect to estimating task completion times. Was Harry going to science hell for what he'd done? Harry wasn't sure. He'd contrived to keep Draco's mind on the possibility that magic was fading, made sure Draco would carry out the part of the experiment that would seem at first to point in that direction, He'd waited until after explaining genetics to prompt Draco into realizing about magical creatures, though Harry had thought in terms of ancient artifacts like the Sorting Hat, which no one could duplicate anymore, but which continued to function. But Harry hadn't actually exaggerated any evidence, hadn't distorted the meaning of any results. When the interdict of Merlin had invalidated the tests that should have been definitive, he'd told Draco up front. And then there was the part after that. But he hadn't actually lied to Draco. Draco had believed it, and that would make it true. The end, admittedly, had not been fun. Harry turned and staggered toward the door. Time to test Draco's locking spell. The first step was simply trying to turn the doorknob. Draco could have been bluffing. Draco hadn't been bluffing.
"Finite incantatem!"
Harry's voice came out rather hoarse, and he could feel that the spell hadn't taken. So Harry tried again, and that time it felt true. But another twist at the doorknob showed it hadn't worked. No surprise there. Time to bring out the big guns. Harry drew a deep breath. This spell was one of the most powerful he'd learned so far.
"Alohomora!"
Harry staggered a little after saying it, and the classroom door still didn't open. That shocked Harry. Harry hadn't been planning to go anywhere near Dumbledore's forbidden corridor, of course, but a spell to open magical locks had seemed like a useful sort of spell anyway, and so Harry had learned it. Was Dumbledore's forbidden corridor meant to lure people so stupid they didn't notice the security was worse than what Draco Malfoy could put on it? Fear was creeping back into Harry's system. The placard in the medical kit said the numb cloth could only safely be used for up to 30 minutes. After that, it would come off automatically and not be reusable for 24 hours. Right now, it was 6:51 p.m. He'd put on the numb cloth about 5 minutes ago. So, Harry took a step back and considered the door. It was a solid panel of dark oaken wood, interrupted only by the brass metal doorknob. Harry didn't know any explosive or cutting or smashing spells, and transfiguring explosives would have violated the rule against transfiguring things to be burned. Acid was a liquid and would have made fumes. But that was no obstacle to a creative thinker. Harry laid his wand against one of the door's brass hinges and concentrated on the form of cotton as a pure abstraction apart from any material, cotton, and also on the pure material apart from the pattern that made it a brass hinge, and brought the two concepts together, imposing shape on substance. An hour of transfiguration practice every day for a month had gotten Harry to the point where he could transfigure a subject of 5 cubic centimetres in just under a minute. After 2 minutes, the hinge hadn't changed at all. Whoever had designed Draco's locking spell, they'd thought of that too. Or the door was part of Hogwarts and the castle was immune. A glance showed the walls to be solid stone. So was the floor. So was the ceiling. You couldn't separately transfigure a part of something that was a solid whole. Harry would have needed to try transfiguring the whole wall, which would have taken hours, or maybe days of continuous effort, if he could have done it at all, and if the wall wasn't contiguous with the rest of the whole castle. Harry's time turner wouldn't open until 9 p.m. After that, he could go back to 6 p.m. before the door was locked. How long would the torture spell last? Harry swallowed hard. Tears were coming into his eyes again. His brilliantly creative mind had just offered the ingenious suggestion that Harry could cut his hand off using the hacksaw in the toolset stored in his pouch, which would hurt, obviously, but might hurt a lot less than Draco's pain spell, since the nerves would be gone, and he had tourniquets in the healer's kit. And that was obviously a hideously stupid idea that Harry would regret the rest of his entire life. But Harry didn't know if he could hold out for 2 hours under torture. He wanted out of this classroom. He wanted out of this classroom now. He didn't want to wait in here screaming for 2 hours until he could use the time turner. He needed to get out and find someone to get the torture spell off his hand.
Think!
Harry screamed at his brain.
Think! Think!
The Slytherin dorm was mostly empty. People were at dinner. For some reason, Draco himself wasn't feeling very hungry. Draco closed the door to his private room, locked it, charmed it shut, quieted it, sat down on his bed, and started to cry. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. It was the first time Draco had ever really lost before. Father had warned him that losing for real would hurt the first time it happened, but he'd lost so much. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair for him to lose everything the first time he lost. Somewhere in the dungeons, a boy Draco had actually liked was screaming in pain. Draco had never heard anyone he'd liked before. Punishing people who deserved it was supposed to be fun, but this just felt sick inside. Father hadn't warned him about that, and Draco wondered if it was a hard lesson everyone had to learn when they grew up, or if Draco was just weak. Draco wished it were Pansy screaming. That would have felt better. And the worst part was knowing that it might have been a mistake to hurt Harry Potter. Who else was there for Draco now? Dumbledore? After what he had done, Draco would sooner have been burned alive. Draco would have to go back to Harry Potter because there was nowhere else for him to go. And if Harry Potter said he didn't want him, then Draco would be nothing, just a pathetic little boy who could never be a Death Eater, never join Dumbledore's faction, never learn science. The trap had been perfectly set, perfectly executed. Father had warned Draco over and over that what you sacrificed to dark rituals couldn't be regained. But Father hadn't known that the accursed Muggles had invented rituals that didn't need wands. Rituals you could be tricked into doing without knowing it. And that was only one of the terrible secrets which scientists knew and which Harry Potter had brought with him. Draco started crying harder then. He didn't want this. He didn't want this. But there was no turning back. It was too late. He was already a scientist. Draco knew he should go back and free Harry Potter and apologize. It would have been the smart thing to do. Instead, Draco stayed in his bed and sobbed. He'd already hurt Harry Potter. It might be the only time Draco ever got to hurt him, and he would have to hold to that one memory for the rest of his life. Let him keep screaming. Harry dropped the remnants of his hacksaw to the ground. The brass hinges had proved impervious, not even scratched, and Harry was beginning to suspect that even the desperate act of trying to transfigure acid or explosives would have failed to open this door. On the plus side, the attempt had destroyed the hacksaw. His watch said it was 7:02 p.m., with less than 15 minutes left, and Harry tried to remember if there was any other sharp things in his pouch that needed destroying, and felt another fit of tears welling up. If only, when his time turner opened, he could go back and prevent... And that was when Harry realized he was being silly. It wasn't the first time he'd been locked in a room. Professor McGonagall had already told him the correct way to do this. She had also told him not to use the time turner for this sort of thing. Would Professor McGonagall realize that this occasion really did warrant a special exception, or just take away the time turner entirely? Harry gathered up all his things, all the evidence into his pouch. Scourgify took care of the vomit on the floor, though not the sweat that had soaked his robes. He left the overturned desks overturned. It wasn't important enough to be worth doing with one hand. When he was done, Harry glanced down at his watch. 7:04 p.m. And then Harry waited. Seconds passed, feeling like years. At 7:07 p.m., the door opened. Professor Flitwick's puff-bearded face looked rather concerned.
"Are you all right, Harry?"
said the squeaky voice of Ravenclaw's head of house.
"I got a note saying you'd been locked in here."
Chapter 24. Machiavellian Intelligence Hypothesis. Act 3. Draco waited in a small windowed alcove he'd found near the Great Hall, stomach churning. There would be a price, and it would not be small. Draco had known that as soon as he'd woken up and realized that he didn't dare enter the Great Hall for breakfast because he might see Harry Potter there, and Draco didn't know what would happen after that. Footsteps approached.
"Here you go," said Vincent's voice. "Now, the boss ain't in a good mood today, so you'd better watch your step."
Draco was going to skin that idiot alive and send back the flayed body with a request for a more intelligent servant, like a dead gerbil. One set of footsteps went off, and the other set of footsteps came closer. The churning in Draco's stomach got worse. Harry Potter came into sight. His face was carefully neutral, but his blue-trimmed robes looked oddly askew, as if they hadn't been put on quite right.
"Your hand,"
Draco said without thinking about it at all. Harry raised his left arm as though to look at it himself. The hand dangled limply from it, like something dead.
Madame Pomfrey said it's not permanent,
Harry said quietly.
She said it would mostly recover by the time classes started tomorrow.
For a single instant, the news came as a relief, and then Draco realized.
"You went to Madame Pomfrey?"
whispered Draco.
Of course I did,
said Harry Potter as though stating the obvious.
My hand wasn't working.
It was slowly dawning on Draco what an absolute fool he had been. Far worse than the older Slytherins he'd chewed out. He had just taken for granted that no one would go to the authorities when a Malfoy did something to them. That no one would want Lucius Malfoy's eye on them, ever. But Harry Potter wasn't a frightened little Hufflepuff trying to stay out of the game. He was already playing it, and Father's eye was already on him.
"What else did Madame Pomfrey say?" said Draco, his heart in his throat.
Professor Flitwick said that the spell cast on my hand had been a dark torture hex and extremely serious business, and that refusing to say who did it was absolutely unacceptable.
There was a long pause.
"And then?"
Draco said in a shaking voice. Harry Potter smiled slightly.
I apologized deeply, which made Professor Flitwick look very stern. And then I told Professor Flitwick that the whole thing was, indeed, extremely serious. A secret, delicate business, and that I'd already informed the headmaster about the project.
Draco gasped.
No, Flitwick isn't going to just accept that. He'll check with Dumbledore. Indeed, said Harry Potter. I was promptly hauled off to the headmaster's office.
Draco was trembling now. If Dumbledore brought Harry Potter before the Wizengamot, willingly or otherwise, and had the boy who lived testify under veritaserum that Draco had tortured him, too many people loved Harry Potter. Father could lose that vote. Father might be able to convince Dumbledore not to do that, but it would cost terribly. The game had rules now. You couldn't just threaten someone at random anymore. But Draco had walked into Dumbledore's hands of his own free will, and Draco was a very valuable hostage. Though, since Draco couldn't be a Death Eater now, he wasn't as valuable as Father thought. The thought tore at his heart like a cutting charm.
Then what?
Whispered Draco.
Dumbledore deduced immediately that it was you. He knew we'd been associating.
The worst possible scenario. If Dumbledore hadn't guessed who did it, he might not have risked using legitimacy just to find out. But if Dumbledore knew... And... Draco forced out the word.
We had a little chat. And...
Harry Potter grinned.
And I explained that it would be in his best interest not to do anything.
Draco's mind ran into a brick wall and splattered. He just stared at Harry Potter with his mouth hanging slack like a fool. It took that long for Draco to remember. Harry knew Dumbledore's mysterious secret, the one Snape used as his hold. Draco could just see it now. Dumbledore looking all stern, concealing his eagerness as he explained to Harry what a terribly serious matter this was. And Harry politely telling Dumbledore to keep his mouth shut if he knew what was good for him. Father had warned Draco against people like this, people who could ruin you and still be so likeable that it was hard to hate them properly.
After which, Harry said, the headmaster told Professor Flitwick that this was indeed a secret and delicate matter of which he had already been informed, and that he did not think pressing it at this time would help me or anyone. Professor Flitwick started to say something about the headmaster's usual plotting going much too far, and I had to interrupt at that point and explain that it had been my own idea, and not anything the headmaster forced me into. So, Professor Flitwick spun around and started lecturing me, and the headmaster interrupted him and said that, as the boy who lived, I was doomed to have weird and dangerous adventures, so I was safer if I got into them on purpose instead of waiting for them to happen by accident. And that was when Professor Flitwick threw up his little hands and started shrieking in a high-pitched voice at both of us about how he didn't care what we were cooking up together, but this wasn't ever to happen again for as long as I was in Ravenclaw House, or he would have me thrown out, and I could go to Gryffindor, which was where all this Dumbledoring belonged.
Harry was making it very hard for Draco to hate him.
Anyway, Harry said, I didn't want to be thrown out of Ravenclaw, so I promised Professor Flitwick that nothing like this would happen again, and if it did, I would just tell him who did it.
Harry's eyes should have been cold. They weren't. The voice should have made it a deadly threat. It wasn't. And Draco saw the question that should have been obvious, and it killed the mood in an instant.
Why didn't you?
Harry walked over to the window, into the small beam of sunlight shining into the alcove, and turned his head outward, toward the green grounds of Hogwarts. The brightness shone on him, on his robes, on his face.
Why didn't I?
Harry said, his voice caught.
I guess because I just couldn't get angry at you. I knew I'd hurt you first. I won't even call it fair, because what I did to you was worse than what you did to me.
It was like running into another brick wall. Harry could have been speaking archaic Greek for all Draco understood him then. Draco's mind scrabbled for patterns that came up flat blank. The statement was a concession that hadn't been in Harry's best interests. It wasn't even what Harry should say to make Draco a more loyal servant now that Harry had power over him. For that, Harry should be emphasizing how kindly he'd been, not how much he'd hurt Draco.
Even so,
Harry said, and now his voice was lower, almost a whisper.
Please, don't do that again, Draco. It hurt, and I'm not sure I could forgive you a second time. I'm not sure I'd be able to want to.
Draco just didn't get it. Was Harry trying to be friends with him? There was no way Harry Potter could be dumb enough to believe that was still possible after what he had done. You could be someone's friend and ally, like Draco had tried to do with Harry, or you could destroy their life and leave them no other options. Not both. But then Draco didn't understand what else Harry could be trying. And a strange thought came to Draco then, something Harry had kept talking about yesterday. And the thought was, test it. You're awakened as a scientist now, Harry had said, and even if you never learn to use your power, you'll always be looking for ways to test your beliefs. Those ominous words, spoken in gasps of agony, had kept running through Draco's mind. If Harry was pretending to be the repentant friend who had accidentally hurt someone...
You planned what you did to me,
Draco said, managing to put a note of accusation in his voice.
You didn't do it because you got angry. You did it because you wanted to.
Fool, Harry Potter would say. Of course I planned it, and now you're mine.
Harry turned back toward Draco.
What happened yesterday wasn't the plan,
Harry said, his voice seeming stuck in his throat.
The plan was that I would teach you why you were always better off knowing the truth, and then we would try together to discover the truth about blood, and whatever the answer was, we would accept it. Yesterday, I rushed things.
Always better off knowing the truth,
Draco said coldly.
Like you did me a favour.
Harry nodded, blowing Draco's mind completely, and said,
What if Lucius comes up with the same idea I did, that the problem is stronger wizards having fewer children? He might start a program to pay the strongest purebloods to have more children. In fact, if blood purism were right, that's just what Lucius should be doing. Addressing the problem on his side, where he can make things happen right away. Right now, Draco, you're the only friend Lucius has who would try to stop him from wasting the effort, because you're the only one who knows the real truth and can predict the real results.
The thought came to Draco that Harry Potter had been raised in a place so strange that he was now effectively a magical creature rather than a wizard. Draco simply couldn't guess what Harry would say or do next.
Why?
Draco said, putting pain and betrayal into his voice wasn't hard at all.
Why did you do this to me? What was your plan?
Well,
Harry said,
you're Lucius's heir, and, believe it or not, Dumbledore thinks I belong to him. So we could grow up and fight their battles with each other. Or we could do something else.
Slowly, Draco's mind wrapped around this.
You want to provoke a fight to the finish between them, then seize power after they're both exhausted?
Draco felt cold dread in his chest. He would have to try and stop that, no matter the cost to himself. But Harry shook his head.
Stars above, no!
No?
You wouldn't go along with that, and neither would I,
said Harry.
This is our world. We don't want to break it. But imagine, say, Lucius thought the conspiracy was your tool, and you were on his side. Dumbledore thought the conspiracy was my tool, and I was on his side. Lucius thought that you'd turned me, and Dumbledore believed the conspiracy was mine. Dumbledore thought that I'd turned you, and Lucius believed the conspiracy was yours. And so they both helped us out, but only in ways that the other one wouldn't notice.
Draco didn't have to fake being speechless. Father had once taken him to see a play called The Tragedy of Light, about this incredibly clever Slytherin named Light, who'd set out to purify the world of evil using an ancient ring that could kill anyone whose name and face he knew, and who'd been opposed by another incredibly clever Slytherin, a villain named Lawleet, who'd worn a disguise to conceal his true face. And Draco had shouted and cheered at all the right parts, especially in the middle. And then the play had ended sadly, and Draco had been hugely disappointed, and Father had gently pointed out that the word tragedy was right there in the title. Afterward, Father had asked Draco if he understood why they had gone to see this play. Draco had said it was to teach him to be as cunning as Light and Lawleet when he grew up. Father had said that Draco couldn't possibly be more wrong, and pointed out that while Lawleet had cleverly concealed his face, there had been no good reason for him to tell Light his name. Father had then gone on to demolish almost every part of the play, while Draco listened with his eyes growing wider and wider. And Father had finished by saying that plays like this were always unrealistic, because if the playwright had known what someone actually as smart as Light would actually do, the playwright would have tried to take over the world himself, instead of just writing plays about it. That was when Father had told Draco about the rule of 3, which was that any plot which required more than 3 different things to happen would never work in real life. Father had further explained that since only a fool would attempt a plot that was as complicated as possible, the real limit was 2. Draco couldn't even find words to describe the sheer, gargantuan unworkability of Harry's master plan. But it was just the sort of mistake you'd make if you didn't have any mentors and thought you were clever and had learned about plotting by watching plays.
So,
said Harry,
what do you think of the plan?
It's clever,
Draco said slowly. Shouting brilliant and gasping in awe would have looked too suspicious.
Harry, can I ask a question?
Sure,
said Harry.
Why did you buy Granger an expensive pouch?
To show no hard feelings,
said Harry at once.
Though I expect she'd also feel awkward if she refuses any small requests I make over the next couple of months.
And that was when Draco realized that Harry actually was trying to be his friend. Harry's move against Granger had been smart, maybe even brilliant. Make your enemy not suspect you, and put them into your debt in a friendly way so that you could maneuver them into position just by asking them. Draco couldn't have gotten away with that. His target would have been too suspicious. But the boy who lived could. So, the first step of Harry's plot was to give his enemy an expensive present. Draco wouldn't have thought of that, but it could work. If you were Harry's enemy, his plots might be hard to see through at first. They might even be stupid. But his reasoning would make sense. Once you understood it, you would comprehend that he was trying to hurt you. The way Harry was acting toward Draco right now did not make sense. Because if you were Harry's friend, then he tried to be friends with you in the alien, incomprehensible way that he had been raised by muggles to do, even if it meant destroying your entire life. The silence stretched.
I know that I've abused our friendship terribly, Harry said finally, but please realize, Draco, that in the end, I'd just wanted the two of us to find the truth together. Is that something you can forgive?
A fork with two paths, but with only one path easy to go back on later if Draco changed his mind.
I guess I can understand what you were trying to do, Draco lied. So, yes.
Harry's eyes lit up.
I'm glad to hear that, Draco,
he said softly. The two students stood in that alcove, Harry still dipped in the lone sunbeam, Draco in shadow. And Draco realized, with a note of horror and despair, that although it was a terrifying fate indeed to be Harry's friend, Harry now had so many different avenues for threatening Draco that being his enemy would be even worse.
Probably. Maybe. Well, he could always switch to being enemies later.
He was doomed.
So, Draco said.
Now what? We study again. Next Saturday?
It better not go like the last one.
Don't worry, it won't, said Harry. A few more Saturdays like that and you'd be ahead of me.
Harry laughed. Draco didn't.
Oh, and before you go,
Harry said, and grinned sheepishly.
I know this is a bad time, but I wanted to ask you for advice about something, actually.
Okay,
Draco said, still a bit distracted by that last statement. Harry's eyes grew intent.
Buying that pouch for Granger used up most of the gold I managed to steal from my Gringotts vault.
What?
And McGonagall has the vault key, or Dumbledore does now, maybe, and I was just about to launch a plot that might take some money, so I was wondering if you know how to get access.
I'll loan you the money,
said Draco's mouth in sheer existential reflex. Harry looked taken aback, but in a pleased way.
Draco, you don't have to.
How much?
Harry named the amount, and Draco couldn't quite keep the shock from showing on his face. That was almost all the spending money Father had given Draco to last out the whole year. Draco would be left with just a few galleons. Then Draco mentally kicked himself. All he had to do was write Father and explain that the money was gone because he had managed to loan it to Harry Potter, and Father would send him a special congratulatory note written in golden ink, a giant chocolate frog that would take 2 weeks to eat, and 10 times as many galleons just in case Harry Potter needed another loan.
It's way too much, isn't it? Said Harry. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked.
Excuse me, I am a Malfoy, you know, said Draco. I was just surprised you wanted that much. Don't worry, Harry Potter said cheerfully. It's nothing that threatens your family's interests, just me being evil. Draco nodded. No problem, then. You want to go get it right now? Sure, said Harry. As they left the alcove and started heading toward the dungeons, Draco couldn't help but ask. So, can you tell me which plot this is for? Rita Skeeter. Draco thought some very bad words to himself, but it was far too late to say no. By the time they'd reached the dungeons, Draco had started pulling together his thoughts again. He was having trouble hating Harry Potter. Harry had been trying to be friendly. He was just insane, and that wasn't going to stop Draco's revenge or even slow it down. So, Draco said after looking around to make certain no one was nearby. Their voices would both be blurred, of course, but it never hurt to be extra sure. I've been thinking, when we bring new recruits into the conspiracy, they're going to have to think we're equals. Otherwise, it would only take one of them to blow the plot to father. You already worked that out, right? Naturally, said Harry. Will we be equals? Said Draco. I'm afraid not, Harry said. It was clear that he was trying to sound gentle, and also clear that he was trying to suppress a good deal of condescension and not quite succeeding. I'm sorry, Draco, but you don't even know what the word Bayesian in Bayesian conspiracy means right now. You're going to have to study for months before we can take anyone else in, just so you can put up a good front. Because I don't know enough science, Draco said, carefully keeping his voice neutral. Harry shook his head at that. The problem isn't that you're ignorant of specific science things like deoxyribonucleic acid. That wouldn't stop you from being my equal. The problem is that you aren't trained in the methods of rationality, the deeper, secret knowledge behind how all those discoveries got made in the first place. I'll try to teach you those, but they're a lot harder to learn. Think of what we did yesterday, Draco. Yes, you did some of the work, but I was the only one in control. You answered some of the questions. I asked all of them. You helped push. I did the steering by myself. And without the methods of rationality, Draco, you can't possibly steer the conspiracy where it needs to go. I see, said Draco, voice sounding disappointed. Harry's voice tried to gentle itself up even more. I'll try to respect your expertise, Draco, about things like people stuff. But you need to respect my expertise too. And there's just no way you could be my equal when it comes to steering the conspiracy. You've only been a scientist for one day. You know one secret about deoxyribonucleic acid, and you aren't trained in any of the methods of rationality. I understand, said Draco. And he did. People stuff, Harry had said. Seizing control of the conspiracy probably wouldn't even be difficult. And afterward, he would kill Harry Potter, just to be sure. The memory rose up in Draco of how sick inside it had felt last night, knowing Harry was screaming. Draco thought some bad words. Fine. He wouldn't kill Harry. Harry had been raised by muggles. It wasn't his fault he was insane. Instead, Harry would live on,
just so that Draco could tell him that it had all been for Harry's own good, really. He ought to be grateful. And with a sudden twitch of surprised pleasure, Draco realised that it actually was for Harry's own good. If Harry tried to carry out his plan of playing Dumbledore and Father for Fools, he would die. That made it perfect. Draco would take all of Harry's dreams away from him, just as Harry had done to him. Draco would tell Harry that it had been for his own good, and it would be absolutely true. Draco would wield the conspiracy and the power of science to purify the wizarding world, and Father would be as proud of him as if he had been a Death Eater. Harry Potter's evil plots would be foiled, and the forces of right would prevail. The perfect revenge. Unless...
Just pretend to be pretending to be a scientist,
Harry had told him. Draco didn't have words to describe exactly what was wrong with Harry's mind, since Draco had never heard the term depth of recursion, but he could guess what sort of plots it implied. Unless all that was exactly what Harry wanted Draco to do as part of some even larger plot which Draco would play right into by trying to foil this one. Harry might even know that his plan was unworkable. It might have no purpose except luring Draco to thwart it. No, that way lay madness. There had to be a limit. The Dark Lord himself hadn't been that twisty. That sort of thing didn't happen in real life, only in Father's silly bedtime stories about foolish gargoyles who always ended up furthering the hero's plans every time they tried to stop him. And, beside Draco, Harry walked along with a smile on his face, thinking about the evolutionary origins of human intelligence. In the beginning, before people had quite understood how evolution worked, they'd gone around thinking crazy ideas like human intelligence evolved so that we could invent better tools. The reason why this was crazy was that only one person in the tribe had to invent a tool, and then everyone else would use it, and it would spread to other tribes and still be used by their descendants 100 years later. That was great from the perspective of scientific progress, but in evolutionary terms it meant that the person who invented something didn't have much of a fitness advantage, didn't have all that many more children than everyone else. Only relative fitness advantages could increase the relative frequency of a gene in the population and drive some lonely mutation to the point where it was universal and everyone had it. And brilliant inventions just weren't common enough to provide the sort of consistent selection pressure it took to promote a mutation. It was a natural guess, if you looked at humans with their guns and tanks and nuclear weapons and compared them to chimpanzees, that the intelligence was there to make the technology. A natural guess, but wrong. Before people had quite understood how evolution worked, they'd gone around thinking crazy ideas like the climate changed and tribes had to migrate and people had to become smarter in order to solve all the novel problems. But human beings had 4 times the brain size of a chimpanzee. 20% of a human's metabolic energy went into feeding the brain. Humans were ridiculously smarter than any other species. That sort of thing didn't happen because the environment stepped up the difficulty of its problems a little. Then the organisms would just get a little smarter to solve them. Ending up with a gigantic outsized brain must have taken some sort of runaway evolutionary process, something that would push and push without limits. And today's scientists had a pretty good guess at what that runaway evolutionary process had been. Harry had once read a famous book called Chimpanzee Politics. The book had described how an adult chimpanzee named Loot had confronted the aging alpha Jeroen with the help of a young, recently matured chimpanzee named Nicky. Nicky had not intervened directly in the fights between Loot and Jeroen, but had prevented Jeroen's other supporters in the tribe from coming to his aid, distracting them whenever a confrontation developed between Loot and Jeroen. And in time, Loot had won and become the new alpha, with Nicky as the second most powerful. Though it hadn't taken very long after that for Nicky to form an alliance with the defeated Jeroen, overthrow Loot, and become the new alpha. It really made you appreciate what millions of years of hominids trying to outwit each other, an evolutionary arms race without limit, had led to in the way of increased mental capacity. 'Cause, a human would have totally seen that one coming. And beside Harry, Draco walked along, suppressing his smile as he thought about his revenge. Someday, maybe in years, but someday, Harry Potter would learn just what it meant to underestimate a Malfoy. Draco had awakened as a scientist in a single day. Harry had said that wasn't supposed to happen for months. But of course, if you were a Malfoy, you would be a more powerful scientist than anyone who wasn't. So, Draco would learn all of Harry Potter's methods of rationality. And when the time was ripe. Chapter 25. Hold off on proposing solutions. Act 2. The sun shone brightly into the great hall from the enchanted sky ceiling above, illuminating the students as though they sat beneath the naked sky, gleaming from their plates and bowls as, refreshed by a night's sleep, they inhaled breakfast in preparation for whatever plans they'd made for their Sunday. So, there was only one thing that made you a wizard. That wasn't surprising when you thought about it. What DNA mostly did was tell ribosomes how to chain amino acids together into proteins. Conventional physics seemed quite capable of describing amino acids, and no matter how many amino acids you chained together, conventional physics said you would never, ever get magic out of it. And yet, magic seemed to be hereditary, following DNA. Then, that probably wasn't because the DNA was chaining together non-magical amino acids into magical proteins. Rather, the key DNA sequence did not, of itself, give you your magic at all. Magic came from somewhere else. At the Ravenclaw table, there was one boy who was staring off into space, as his right hand automatically spooned some unimportant food into his mouth from whatever was in front of him. You probably could have substituted a pile of dirt, and he wouldn't have noticed. And, for some reason, the source of magic was paying attention to a particular DNA marker among individuals who were ordinary, ape-descended humans in every other way. Actually, there were quite a lot of boys and girls staring off into space. It was the Ravenclaw table, after all. There were other lines of logic leading to the same conclusion. Complex machinery was always universal within a sexually reproducing species. If Gene B relied on Gene A, then Gene A had to be useful on its own, and rise to near universality in the gene pool on its own, before B would be useful often enough to confer a fitness advantage. Then, once B was universal, you would get a variant A star that relied on B, and then C that relied on A star, and B, then B star that relied on C, until the whole machine would fall apart if you removed a single piece. But It all had to happen incrementally. Evolution never looked ahead. Evolution would never start promoting B in preparation for A becoming universal later. Evolution was the simple historical fact that whichever organism did in fact have the most children, their genes would in fact be more frequent in the next generation. So, each piece of a complex machine had to become nearly universal before other pieces in the machine would evolve to depend on its presence. So, complex, interdependent machinery, the powerful, sophisticated protein machines that drove life, was always universal within a sexually reproducing species, except for a small handful of non-interdependent variants that were being selected on at any given time as further complexity was slowly laid down. It was why all human beings had the same underlying brain design, the same emotions, the same facial expressions wired up to those emotions. Those adaptations were complex, so they had to be universal. If magic had been like that, a big, complex adaptation with lots of necessary genes, then a wizard mating with a muggle would have resulted in a child with only half those parts, and half the machine wouldn't do much. And so there would have been no Muggleborns, ever. Even if all the pieces had individually gotten into the Muggle gene pool, they'd never reassemble all in one place to form a wizard. There hadn't been some genetically isolated valley of humans that had stumbled onto an evolutionary pathway leading to sophisticated magical sections of the brain. That complex genetic machinery, if wizards interbred with Muggles, would never have reassembled into Muggleborns. So, however your genes made you a wizard, it wasn't by containing the blueprints for complicated machinery. That was the other reason Harry had guessed the Mendelian pattern would be there. If magical genes weren't complicated, why would there be more than one? And yet, magic itself seemed pretty complicated. A door-locking spell would prevent the door from opening, and prevent you from transfiguring the hinges, and resist finite incantatem and Alohomora. Many elements, all pointing in the same direction. You could call that goal orientation, or in simpler language, purposefulness. There were only two known causes of purposeful complexity. Natural selection, which produced things like butterflies, and intelligent engineering, which produced things like cars. Magic didn't seem like something that had self-replicated into existence. Spells were purposefully complicated, but not, like a butterfly, complicated for the purpose of making copies of themselves. Spells were complicated for the purpose of serving their user, like a car. Some intelligent engineer, then, had created the source of magic and told it to pay attention to a particular DNA marker. The obvious next thought was that this had something to do with Atlantis. Harry had asked Hermione about that earlier, on the train to Hogwarts, after hearing Draco say it, and so far as she knew, nothing more was known than the word itself. It might have been pure legend, but it was also plausible enough that a civilization of magic users, especially one from before the interdict of Merlin, would have managed to blow itself up. The line of reasoning continued. Atlantis had been an isolated civilization that had somehow brought into being the source of magic, and told it to serve only people with the Atlantean genetic marker, the blood of Atlantis. And, by similar logic, the words a wizard spoke, the wand movements, Those weren't complicated enough of themselves to build up the spell effects from scratch, not the way that the 3 billion base pairs of human DNA actually were complicated enough to build a human body from scratch, not the way that computer programs took up thousands of bytes of data. So, the words and wand movements were just triggers, levers pulled on some hidden and more complex machine. Buttons, not blueprints. And, just like a computer program wouldn't compile if you made a single spelling error, the source of magic wouldn't respond to you unless you cast your spells in exactly the right way. The chain of logic was inexorable, and it led, inevitably, toward a single, final conclusion. The ancient forebears of the wizards, thousands of years earlier, had told the source of magic to only levitate things if you said Wingardium Leviosa. Harry slumped over the breakfast table, resting his forehead wearily on his right hand. There was a story from the dawn days of artificial intelligence, back when they were just starting out and no one had yet realized the problem would be difficult, about a professor who had delegated one of his grad students to solve the problem of computer vision. Harry was beginning to understand how that grad student must have felt. This could take a while. Why did it take more effort to cast the Loa-Mora spell if it was just like pressing a button? Who'd been silly enough to build in a spell for Avada Kedavra that could only be cast using hatred? Why did wordless transfiguration require you to make a complete mental separation between the concept of form and concept of material? Harry might not be done with this problem by the time he graduated Hogwarts. He could still be working on this problem when he was 30 years old. Harry hadn't realized that on a gut level before. He'd just given an inspiring speech about determination. Harry's mind briefly considered whether to get on a gut level that he might never solve the problem at all, then decided that would be taking things much too far. Besides, so long as he could get as far as immortality in the first few decades, he'd be fine. What method had the Dark Lord used? Come to think of it, the fact that the Dark Lord had somehow managed to survive the death of his first body was almost infinitely more important than the fact that he'd tried to take over magical Britain. "Excuse me. At your convenience, Mr. Malfoy requests the favour of a conversation." Harry did not choke on his breakfast cereal. Instead, he turned around and beheld Mr. Crabbe. "Excuse me," said Harry. "Don't you mean the boss wants to talk with yous?" Mr. Crabbe didn't look happy. "Mr. Malfoy instructed me to speak properly." "I can't hear you," Harry said. "You're not speaking properly." He turned back to his bowl of tiny blue crystal snowflakes and deliberately ate another spoonful. "The boss wants to talk with yous," came a threatening voice from behind him. "You'd better come see him if you know what's good for you." There. Now everything was going according to plan. Act 1. "A reason," said the old wizard. He restrained the fury from his face. The boy before him had been the victim, and certainly didn't need to be frightened any further. "There is nothing that can excuse—" "What I did to him was worse." The old wizard stiffened in sudden horror. "Harry, what have you done?"
I tricked Draco into believing that I'd tricked him into participating in a ritual that sacrificed his belief in blood purism, and that meant he couldn't be a Death Eater when he grew up. He'd lost everything, Headmaster."
There was a long quiet in the office, broken only by the tiny puffs and whistles of the fiddly things, which, after enough time, had come to seem like silence.
"Dear me," said the old wizard, "I do feel silly, and here I was expecting you might try to redeem the heir of Malfoy by, say, showing him true friendship and kindness."
"Yeah, like that would have worked."
The old wizard sighed. This was taking it too far.
"Tell me, Harry, did it ever occur to you that there was something incongruous about setting out to redeem someone through lies and trickery?"
"I did it without telling any direct lies, and since we're talking about Draco Malfoy here, I think the word you're looking for is congruous."
The boy looked rather smug. The old wizard shook his head in despair.
"And this is the hero. We're all doomed."
Act 5. The long, narrow tunnel of rough stone, unlit except by a child's wand, seemed to stretch on for miles. The reason for this was simple. It did stretch on for miles. The time was 3 in the morning, and Fred and George were starting the long way down the secret passage that led from a statue of a one-eyed witch in Hogwarts to the cellar of the Honeyduke's candy shop in Hogsmeade.
"How's it going?"
said Fred in a low voice. Not that there'd be anyone listening, but there was something odd about talking in a normal voice when you were going through a secret passage.
"Still on the fritz,"
said George.
"Both, or intermittent one fixed itself again. Other one same as ever."
The map was an extraordinarily powerful artifact, capable of tracking every sentient being on the school grounds in real time by name. Almost certainly it had been created during the original raising of Hogwarts. It was not good that errors were starting to pop up. Chances were that no one except Dumbledore could fix it if it was broken. And the Weasley twins weren't about to turn the map over to Dumbledore. It would have been an unforgivable insult to the Marauders, the 4 unknowns who'd managed to steal part of the Hogwarts security system, something probably forged by Salazar Slytherin himself, and twist it into a tool for student pranking. Some might have considered it disrespectful. Some might have considered it criminal. The Weasley twins firmly believed that if Godric Gryffindor had been around to see it, he would have approved. The brothers walked on, and on, and on, mostly in silence. The Weasley twins talked to each other when they were thinking through new pranks, or when one of them knew something the other didn't. Otherwise, there wasn't much point. If they already knew the same information, they tended to think the same thoughts and make the same decisions. Back in the old days, whenever magical identical twins were born, it had been the custom to kill one of them after birth. In time, Fred and George clambered out into a dusty cellar, strewn with barrels and racks of strange ingredients. Fred and George waited. It wouldn't have been polite to do anything else. Before too long, a thin old man in black pyjamas clambered down the steps that led into the cellar, yawning.
"Hello, boys," said Ambrosius Flume. "I wasn't expecting you tonight. Out of stock already."
Fred and George decided that Fred would speak.
Not exactly, Mr. Flume, said Fred. We were hoping you could help us with something considerably more, interesting.
Now, boys, said Flume, sounding severe, I hope you didn't wake me up just so I could tell you again that I'm not selling you any merchandise that could get you into real trouble. Not until you're 16, anyways.
George drew forth an item from his robes and wordlessly passed it to Flume.
Have you seen this?
Said Fred. Flume looked at yesterday's edition of the Daily Prophet and nodded, scowling. The headline on the paper read, "The Next Dark Lord," and showed a young boy which some student's camera had managed to catch in an uncharacteristically cold and grim expression.
I can't believe that Malfoy, Flume snapped, going after the boy when he's only 11. The man ought to be ground up and used to make chocolates.
Fred and George blinked in unison. Malfoy was behind Rita Skeeter? Harry Potter hadn't warned them about that, which surely meant that Harry didn't know. He never would have brought them in, if he did. Fred and George exchanged glances. Well, Harry didn't need to know until after the job was done.
Mr. Flume, Fred said quietly, the boy who lived needs your help.
Flume looked at them both. Then he let out his breath with a sigh.
All right, said Flume. What do you want?
Act 6. When Rita Skeeter was intent on a tasty prey, she didn't tend to notice the scurrying ants who constituted the rest of the universe, which was how she almost bumped into the balding young man who stepped into her pathway.
Miss Skeeter,
said the man, sounding rather severe and cold for someone whose face looked that young.
Fancy running into you here.
Out of my way, Buster!
Snapped Rita and tried to step around him. The man in her pathway matched the movement so perfectly that it was like neither of them had moved at all, just stood still while the street shifted around them. Rita's eyes narrowed.
Who do you think you are?
How very foolish, the man said dryly. It would have been wise to memorize the face of the disguised Death Eater training Harry Potter to be the next Dark Lord. After all,
a thin smile,
that certainly sounds like someone you wouldn't want to run into on the street, especially after doing a hatchet job on him in the newspaper.
Rita took a moment to place the reference. This was Quirinus Quirrell? He looked too young and too old at the same time. His face, if it relaxed from its severe and condescending pose, would belong to someone in his late 30s. And his hair was already falling out. Couldn't he afford a healer? No, that wasn't important. She had a time and a place and a beetle to be. She'd just received an anonymous tip about Madame Bones making time with one of her younger assistants. That would be worth quite a bonus if she could manage to verify it. Bones was high on the hit list. The tipster had said that Bones and her young assistant were due to eat lunch in a special room at Mary's place. A very popular room for certain purposes. A room which, she'd found, was secure against all listening devices, but not proof against a beautiful blue beetle nestled up against one wall.
Out of my way!
Rita said and tried to push Quirrell from her path. Quirrell's arm brushed her own, deflecting, and Rita staggered as the thrust went into the thin air. Quirrell pulled up the sleeve on his left robe showing his left arm.
"Observe," said Quirrell. "No dark mark. I would like your paper to publish a retraction."
Rita let out an incredulous laugh. Of course the man wasn't a real Death Eater. The paper wouldn't have published it if he was.
Forget it, Buster! Now, take a hike!
Quirrell stared at her for a moment. Then he smiled.
"Miss Skeeter," said Quirrell, "I had hoped to find some lever that would prove persuasive, yet I find that I cannot deny myself the pleasure of simply crushing you."
It's been tried. Now get out my way, Buster, or I'll find some auras and have you arrested for obstruction of journalism.
Quirrell swept a small bow and then walked past.
"Goodbye, Rita Skeeter," said his voice from behind her.
As Rita bulled on ahead, she noted in the back of her mind that the man was whistling a tune as he walked away. Like that would scare her. Act 4.
"Sorry, count me out," said Lee Jordan. "I'm more the giant spider type."
The boy who lived had said that he had important work for the Order of Chaos, something serious and secret, more significant and difficult than their usual run of pranks. And then Harry Potter had launched into a speech that was inspiring yet vague. A speech to the effect that Fred and George and Lee had tremendous potential if they could just learn to be weirder, to make people's lives surreal instead of just surprising them with the equivalents of buckets of water propped above doors. Fred and George had exchanged interested looks. They'd never thought of that one. Harry Potter had invoked a picture of the prank they'd pulled on Neville, which Harry had mentioned with some remorse the Sorting Hat had chewed him out on, but which must have made Neville doubt his own sanity. For Neville, it would have felt like being suddenly transported into an alternate universe. The same way everyone else had felt when they'd seen Snape apologize. That was the true power of pranking.
"Are you with me?"
Harry Potter had cried, and Lee Jordan had answered no.
"Count us in,"
said Fred, or possibly George, for there was no doubt that Godric Gryffindor would have said yes. Lee Jordan gave a regretful grin and stood up and left the deserted, quieted corridor where the 4 members of the Order of Chaos had met and sat down in a conspiratorial circle. The 3 members of the Order of Chaos got down to business. It wasn't that sad. Fred and George would still work with Lee on giant spider pranks, same as ever. They'd only started calling it the Order of Chaos in order to recruit Harry Potter, after Ron had told them about Harry being weird and evil, and Fred and George had decided to save Harry by showing him true friendship and kindness. Thankfully, this no longer seemed necessary, although they weren't quite sure about that.
"So,"
said one of the twins,
"what's this about?"
"Rita Skeeter,"
said Harry.
"Do you know who she is?"
Fred and George nodded, frowning.
"She's been asking questions about me."
That wasn't good news.
"Can you guess what I want you to do?"
Fred and George looked at each other, a bit puzzled.
"You want us to slip her some of our more interesting candies?"
No,
said Harry.
No. That's giant spider thinking. Come on. What would you do if you heard that Rita Skeeter was looking for rumours about you?
That made it obvious. Grins slowly started on the faces of Fred and George.
"Start rumours about ourselves," they replied.
"Exactly,"
said Harry, grinning widely.
"But these can't just be any rumours. I want to teach people never to believe what the newspaper says about Harry Potter, any more than Muggles believe what the newspaper says about Elvis. At first, I just thought about flooding Rita Skeeter with so many rumours that she wouldn't know what to believe. But then she'll just cherry-pick the ones that sound plausible and bad. So, what I want you to do is create a fake story about me and get Rita Skeeter to believe it, somehow. But it has to be something that afterward everyone will know is fake. We want to fool Rita Skeeter and her editors, and afterward have the proof come out that it was false. And of course, given that those are the requirements, the story has to be as ridiculous as it can possibly be, and still get printed. Do you understand what I want you to do?"
"Not exactly,"
Fred and George said slowly.
"You want us to invent the story?"
"I want you to do all of it,"
Harry Potter said.
"I'm sort of busy right now, plus I want to be able to say truthfully that I had no idea what was coming. Surprise me."
For a moment there was a very evil grin on the faces of Fred and George. Then they turned serious.
"But Harry, we don't really know how to do anything like that."
"So, figure it out,"
Harry said.
"I have confidence in you. Not total confidence, but if you can't do it, tell me that, and I'll try someone else, or do it myself. If you have a really good idea for both the ridiculous story and how to convince Rita Skeeter and her editors to print it, then you can go ahead and do it. But don't go with something mediocre. If you can't come up with something awesome, just say so."
Fred and George exchanged worried glances.
"I can't think of anything," said George. "Neither can I," said Fred. "Sorry."
Harry stared at them. And then Harry began to explain how you went about thinking of things. It had been known to take longer than 2 seconds, said Harry. You never called any question impossible, said Harry, until you had taken an actual clock and thought about it for 5 minutes. By the motion of the minute hand, not 5 minutes metaphorically, 5 minutes by a physical clock. And, furthermore, Harry said, his voice emphatic and his right hand thumping hard on the floor, you did not start out immediately looking for solutions. Harry then launched into an explanation of a test done by someone named Norman Mayer, who was something called an organizational psychologist, and who'd asked 2 different sets of problem-solving groups to tackle a problem. The problem, Harry said, had involved 3 employees doing 3 jobs. The junior employee wanted to just do the easiest job. The senior employee wanted to rotate between jobs to avoid boredom. An efficiency expert had recommended giving the junior person the easiest job and the senior person the hardest job, which would be 20% more productive. One set of problem-solving groups had been given the instructions. Do not propose solutions until the problem has been discussed as thoroughly as possible without suggesting any. The other set of problem-solving groups had been given no instructions, and those people had done the natural thing and reacted to the presence of a problem by proposing solutions. and people had gotten attached to those solutions and started fighting about them and arguing about the relative importance of freedom versus efficiency and so on. The first set of problem-solving groups, the ones given instructions to discuss the problem first and then solve it, had been far more likely to hit upon the solution of letting the junior employee keep the easiest job and rotating the other two people between the other two jobs, for what the expert's data said would be a 19% improvement. Starting out by looking for solutions was taking things entirely out of order, like starting a meal with dessert, only bad. Harry also quoted someone named Robin Dawes as saying that the harder a problem was, the more likely people were to try to solve it immediately. So, Harry was going to leave this problem to Fred and George, and they would discuss all the aspects of it and brainstorm everything they thought might be remotely relevant. And they shouldn't try to come up with an actual solution until they'd finished doing that. Unless, of course, they did happen to randomly think of something awesome, in which case they could write it down for afterward and then go back to thinking. And he didn't want to hear back from them about any so-called failures to think of anything for at least a week. Some people spent decades trying to think of things.
"Any questions?"
said Harry. Fred and George stared at each other.
"I can't think of any. Neither can I."
Harry coughed gently.
"You didn't ask about your budget."
Budget, they thought.
"I could just tell you the amount,"
Harry said.
"but I think this will be more inspiring."
Harry's hands dipped into his robe and brought forth... Fred and George almost fell over, even though they were sitting down.
"Don't spend it for the sake of spending it,"
Harry said. On the stone floor in front of them gleamed an absolutely ridiculous amount of money.
"Only spend it if awesomeness requires, and what awesomeness does require, don't hesitate to spend. If there's anything left over, just return it afterward. I trust you. Oh, and you get 10% of what's there, regardless of how much you end up spending." "We can't," blurted one of the twins. "We don't accept money for that sort of thing."
The twins never took money for doing anything illegal. Unknown to Ambrosius Flume, they were selling all of his merchandise at 0% markup. Fred and George wanted to be able to testify, under veritaserum if necessary, that they had not been profiteering criminals, just providing a public service. Harry frowned at them.
"But I'm asking you to put in some real work here. A grown-up would get paid for doing something like this, and it would still count as a favour for a friend. You can't just hire people for this sort of thing."
Fred and George shook their heads.
"Fine," Harry said. "I'll just get you expensive Christmas presents, and if you try returning them to me, I'll burn them. Now you don't even know how much I'm going to spend on you, except, obviously, that it's going to be more than if you'd just taken the money. I'm going to buy you those presents anyway, so think about that before you tell me you can't think of anything awesome."
Harry stood up, smiling, and turned to go while Fred and George were still gaping in shock. He strode a few steps away and then turned back.
"Oh, one last thing,"
Harry said.
"Leave Professor Quirrell out of whatever you do. He doesn't like publicity. I know it'd be easier to get people to believe weird things about the defense professor than anyone else, and I'm sorry to have to get in your way like that, but please, leave Professor Quirrell out of it."
And Harry turned again and took a few more steps, looked back one last time and said, softly,
"Thank you,"
and left. There was a long pause after he'd departed.
"So?"
said one.
"So?"
said the other.
"The defense professor doesn't like publicity, does he?"
"Harry doesn't know us very well, does he?"
"No, he doesn't."
"But we won't use his money for that."
"Of course."
"Of course not.
That wouldn't be right.
We'll do the defense professor separately.
We'll get some Gryffindors to
Write Skeeter and say,
'His sleeve lifted up one time in defense class, and they saw the dark mark.'
And he's probably teaching Harry Potter all sorts of dreadful things.
And he's the worst defense professor anyone remembers, even in Hogwarts. He's not just failing to teach us, he's getting everything wrong, the complete opposite of what it should be.
Like when he claimed that you could only cast the killing curse using love, which made it pretty much useless."
"I like that one."
"Thanks.
I bet the defense professor likes it too.
He does have a sense of humour. He wouldn't have called us what he did if he didn't have a sense of humour."
"But are we really going to be able to do Harry's job?"
"Harry said to discuss the problem before trying to solve it, so let's do that."
The Weasley twins decided that George would be the enthusiastic one, while Fred doubted.
"It all seems sort of contradictory," said Fred. "He wants to be ridiculous enough that everyone laughs at Skeeter and knows it's wrong, and he wants Skeeter to believe it. We can't do both things at the same time."
"We'll have to fake up some evidence to convince Skeeter,"
said George.
"Was that a solution?"
said Fred. They considered this.
"Maybe,"
said George.
"but I don't think we should be all that strict about it. Do you?"
The twins shrugged helplessly.
"So then, fake evidence has to be good enough to convince Skeeter," said Fred. "Can we really do that on our own?"
"We don't have to do it on our own,"
said George, and pointed to the pile of money.
"We can hire other people to help us."
The twins got a thoughtful look on their face.
"That could use up Harry's budget pretty fast," said Fred. "This is a lot of money for us, but it's not a lot of money for someone like Flume."
"Maybe people will give discounts if they know it's for Harry,"
said George.
"But most importantly of all, whatever we do, it has to be impossible."
Fred blinked.
"What do you mean, impossible?"
"So impossible that we don't get in trouble, because no one believes we could have done it. So impossible that even Harry starts wondering. It has to be surreal. It has to make people doubt their own sanity. It has to be better than Harry."
Fred's eyes were wide in astonishment. This happened sometimes between them, but not often.
"But why?" "They were pranks. They were all pranks. The pie was a prank. The Remember-All was a prank. Kevin Entwistle's cat was a prank. Snape was a prank. We're the best pranksters in Hogwarts. Are we going to roll over and give up without a fight?"
"He's the boy who lived,"
said Fred.
"And we're the Weasley twins. He's challenging us. He said we could do what he does, but I bet he doesn't think we'll ever be as good as him."
"He's right,"
said Fred, feeling rather nervous. The Weasley twins did sometimes disagree, even when they had all the same information, but every time they did, it seemed unnatural, like at least one of them must be doing something wrong.
"This is Harry Potter we're talking about. He can do the impossible. We can't."
"Yes, we can,"
said George.
"And we have to be more impossible than him."
"But,"
said Fred.
"It's what Godric Gryffindor would do,"
said George. That settled it, and the twins snapped back into whatever it was that was normal for them.
"All right, then. Let's think about it."
Chapter 26. Noticing Confusion. Professor Quirrell's office hours consisted of 11:40 to 11:55 a.m. on Thursday. That was for all his students in all years. It cost a Quirrell point just to knock on the door, and if he didn't think your reason was worth his time, you would lose another 50. Harry knocked on the door. There was a pause, then a biting voice said,
"I suppose you may as well come in, Mr. Potter."
And before Harry could touch the doorknob, the door slammed open, hitting the wall with a sharp crack that sounded like something might have broken in the wood, or the stone, or both. Professor Quirrell was leaning back in his chair and reading a suspiciously old-looking book, bound in night blue leather with silver runes on the spine. His eyes had not moved from the pages.
"I am not in a good mood, Mr. Potter, and when I'm not in a good mood, I am not a pleasant person to be around. For your own sake, conduct your business quickly and depart."
A cold chill seeped from the room, as though it contained something that cast darkness the way lamps cast light and which hadn't been fully shaded. Harry was a bit taken aback. Not in a good mood didn't quite seem to cover it. What could be bothering Professor Quirrell this much? Well, you didn't just walk out on friends when they were feeling down. Harry cautiously advanced into the room.
"Is there anything I can do to help?"
"No,"
said Professor Quirrell, still not looking up from the book.
"I mean, if you've been dealing with idiots and want someone sane to talk to."
There was a surprisingly long pause. Professor Quirrell slammed the book shut, and it vanished with a small whispering sound. He looked up then, and Harry flinched.
"I suppose an intelligent conversation would be pleasant for me at this point,"
said Professor Quirrell in the same biting tone that had invited Harry to enter.
"You are not likely to find it so. Be warned."
Harry drew a deep breath.
"I promise I won't mind if you snap at me. What happened?"
The cold in the room seemed to deepen.
"A 6th-year Gryffindor cast a curse at one of my more promising students, a 6th-year Slytherin."
Harry swallowed.
"What sort of curse?"
And the fury on Professor Quirrell's face was no longer contained.
"Why bother to ask an unimportant question like that, Mr. Potter? Our friend, the 6th-year Gryffindor, did not think it was important."
"Are you serious?"
Harry said before he could stop himself.
"No, I'm in a terrible mood today for no particular reason. Yes, I'm serious, you fool. He didn't know. He actually didn't know. I didn't believe it until the auras confirmed it under Veritaserum. He is in his 6th year at Hogwarts, and he cast a high-level dark curse without knowing what it did."
"You don't mean,"
Harry said,
"that he was mistaken about what it did, that he somehow read the wrong spell description?"
"All he knew was that it was meant to be directed at an enemy. He knew. That was all he knew.
And that had been enough to cast the spell.
I don't understand how anything with that small a brain could walk upright.
Indeed, Mr. Potter,
said Professor Quirrell. There was a pause. Professor Quirrell leaned forward and picked up the silver inkwell from his desk, turning it around in his hands, staring at it as though wondering how he could go about torturing an inkwell to death.
Was the 6th year Slytherin seriously hurt?
Said Harry.
Yes.
Was the 6th year Gryffindor raised by muggles?
Yes.
Is Dumbledore refusing to expel him because the poor boy didn't know?
Professor Quirrell's hands whitened on the inkwell.
Do you have a point, Mr. Potter, or are you just stating the obvious?
Professor Quirrell,
said Harry gravely.
All the Muggle-raised students in Hogwarts need a safety lecture in which they are told the things so ridiculously obvious that no wizard-born would ever think to mention them. Don't cast curses if you don't know what they do. If you discover something dangerous, don't tell the world about it. Don't brew high-level potions without supervision in a bathroom. The reason why there are underage magic laws. All the basics.
Why?
Said Professor Quirrell.
Let the stupid ones die before they breed.
If you don't mind losing a few 6th year Slytherins along with them.
The inkwell caught fire in Professor Quirrell's hands and burned with a terrible slowness. Hideous black, orange flames tearing at the metal and seeming to take tiny bites from it, the silver twisting as it melted, as though it were trying and failing to escape. There was a tiny, shrieking sound, as though the metal were screaming.
I suppose you're right,
Professor Quirrell said with a resigned smile.
I shall design a lecture to ensure that Muggleborns who are too stupid to live do not take anyone valuable with them as they depart.
The inkwell went on screaming and burning in Professor Quirrell's hands, tiny droplets of metal still on fire now dripping to the desk, as though the inkwell were crying.
You're not running away,
observed Professor Quirrell. Harry opened his mouth.
If you're about to say you're not scared of me, said Professor Quirrell, don't.
You are the scariest person I know,
Harry said.
And one of the top reasons for that is your control. I simply can't imagine hearing that you'd hurt someone you'd not made a deliberate decision to hurt.
The fire in Professor Quirrell's hands winked out, and he carefully placed the ruined inkwell on his desk.
You say the nicest things, Mr. Potter. Have you been taking lessons in flattery? From, perhaps, Mr. Malfoy?
Harry kept his expression blank, and realized 1 second too late that it might as well have been a signed confession. Professor Quirrell didn't care what your expression looked like. He cared which states of mind made it likely.
I see, said Professor Quirrell. Mr. Malfoy is a useful friend to have, Mr. Potter, and there is much he can teach you, but I hope you have not made the mistake of trusting him with too many confidences.
He knows nothing which I fear becoming known, said Harry.
Well done,
said Professor Quirrell, smiling slightly.
So, what is your original business here?
I think I'm done with the preliminary exercises in occlumency, and am ready for the tutor.
Professor Quirrell nodded.
I shall conduct you to Gringotts this Sunday.
He paused, looking at Harry, and smiled.
"And we might even make it a little outing, if you like. I've just had a pleasant thought."
Harry nodded, smiling back. As Harry left the office, he heard Professor Quirrell humming a small tune. Harry was glad he'd been able to cheer him up. That Sunday, there seemed to be a rather large number of people whispering in the hallways, at least when Harry Potter walked past them, and a lot of pointed fingers, and a great deal of female giggling. It had started at breakfast, when someone had asked Harry if he had heard the news, and Harry quickly interrupted and said that if the news was written by Rita Skeeter, then he didn't want to hear about it. He wanted to read it in the paper himself. It had then developed that not many students at Hogwarts got copies of the Daily Prophet, and that the copies which had not already been bought up from their owners were being passed around in some sort of complicated order, and nobody really knew who had one at the moment. So, Harry had used a quieting charm and gone on to eat his breakfast, trusting to his seatmates to wave off the many questioners, and doing his best to ignore the incredulity, the laughter, the congratulatory smiles and pitying looks, the fearful glances, and the dropped plates as new people came down for breakfast and heard. Harry was feeling rather curious, but it really wouldn't have done to spoil the artistry by hearing it second-hand. He had done homework in the safety of his trunk for the next couple of hours, after telling his dorm mates to come get him if anyone found him an original newspaper. Harry was still ignorant at 10 a.m. when he had left Hogwarts in a carriage with Professor Quirrell, who was in the front right, and currently slumped over in zombie mode. Harry was sitting diagonally across, as far away as the carriage allowed, in the back left. Even so, Harry had a constant feeling of doom as the carriage rattled over a small path through a section of non-forbidden forest. It made it a bit hard to read, especially since the material was difficult, and Harry suddenly wished he was reading one of his childhood science fiction books instead.
"We're outside the wards, Mr. Potter," said Professor Quirrell's voice from the front. "Time to go."
Professor Quirrell carefully disembarked from the carriage, bracing himself as he stepped down. Harry, on his own side, jumped off. Harry was wondering exactly how they'd get there when Professor Quirrell said, "Catch!" and threw a bronze knut at him. And Harry caught it without thinking. A giant, intangible hook caught at Harry's abdomen and yanked him back hard, only without any sense of acceleration, and an instant later Harry was standing in the middle of Diagon Alley.
"Excuse me, what?"
said his brain.
"We just teleported,"
explained Harry.
"That didn't used to happen in the ancestral environment,"
Harry's brain complained, and disoriented him. Harry staggered as his feet adjusted to the brick of the street instead of the dirt of the forest corridor they had been traversing. He straightened, still dizzy, with the bustling witches and wizards seeming to sway slightly, and the cries of shopkeepers seeming to move around in his hearing as his brain tried to place a world to be located in. Moments later, there was a sort of sucking, popping sound from a few paces behind Harry, and when Harry turned to look, Professor Quirrell was there.
"Do you mind?"
said Harry, at the same time as Professor Quirrell said,
"I am afraid I—"
Harry stopped. Professor Quirrell didn't.
"Need to go off and set something in motion, Mr. Potter. As it has been thoroughly explained to me that I am responsible for anything whatsoever that happens to you, I'll be leaving you with—"
"Newsstand,"
Harry said.
"Pardon?"
or anywhere I can buy a copy of the Daily Prophet. Put me there and I'll be happy."
Shortly after, Harry had been delivered to a bookstore, accompanied by several quietly spoken, ambiguous threats, and the shopkeeper had gotten less ambiguous threats, judging by the way he had cringed and how his eyes now kept darting between Harry and the entrance. If the bookstore burned down, Harry was going to stick around in the middle of the fire until Professor Quirrell got back. Meanwhile, Harry took a quick glance around. The bookstore seemed rather small and shoddy, with only 4 rows of bookcases visible, and the nearest shelf Harry's eyes had jumped to seemed to deal with narrow, cheaply bound books with grim titles like "The Massacre of Albania in the 15th Century." First things first, Harry stepped over to the seller's counter.
"Pardon me," said Harry. "1 copy of the Daily Prophet, please."
5 shekels, said the shopkeeper. "Sorry, kid, I've only got 3 left."
5 shekels dropped onto the counter. Harry had the feeling he could have bargained him down a couple of points, but at this point he didn't really care.